Chapter 1 A peaceful life is disrupted. The winter in the demon city is bone-chillingly cold. Xia Jiangyan is walking in the night. He staggers along, as if he will be blown over by the wind at any moment. His heart is cold, just as cold as the winter in the demon city. In the demon city hotel, Xia Jiangyan is alone in his room, looking so helpless. Today is the day his mother gets married, and it should be a happy day, but Xia Jiangyan is not happy. Because there were several women in front of him, or rather, several women wearing heavy makeup. The women were looking at him with mischievous eyes. Xia Jiangyan, you idiot. You usually seem pretty smart, but you always mess up in the most critical moments. He had been drugged, and it was the kind of drug that would make you feel dizzy. Pang. Looking at the women in front of him, Xia Jiangyan slapped himself hard, and the intense pain made his dizzy mind slightly sober. Handsome boy, don't hit yourself, it hurts my heart, said a blonde woman teasingly. Hurt your heart, my ass. Xia Jiangyan shouted angrily, looking around to find a chance to escape. Soon, Xia Jiangyan saw a wine glass. However, the glass was a little far away from Xia Jiangyan and it was not easy to get it. Xia Jiangyan's eyes were deep and sharp, and he had already thought of a way. Beautiful sister, come over here for a moment, I want. Xia Jiangyan's eyes were glazed over, and his ears were red like ripe cherries, making people want to bite them. The blonde thought that Xia Jiangyan's medicine had already taken effect, and a sly, wicked smile curled the corner of her mouth. Handsome boy, don't even think about resisting, I'll make you feel good. Okay. Xia Jiangyan nodded, walking towards the woman. That's right, handsome, come into my arms. The blonde girl reached out her hand, wanting to hug Xia Jiangyan. None of them noticed that Xia Jiangyan had quietly taken the red wine glass into his hands. Suddenly, Xia Jiangyan's gaze hardened, and he roared, screw you. Clean and decisive, he smashed the red wine glass onto the blonde girl. Clang! The wine glass shattered on the floor. Ah! It hurts! The woman screamed in pain. Get out of my way! Xia Jiangyan took advantage of the fact that they had not reacted yet, pushed the blonde beauty away, and ran towards the door. Damn it! This little bastard! How dare he hurt my hand with a wine glass? Catch him for me, I must make him wish he was dead. Xia Jiangyan's back quickly disappeared at the elevator, and several flirtatious beauties appeared. The blonde one among them looked fierce, scolding angrily. On her left arm was a 6-centimeter long wound, from which bright red blood was flowing, looking shocking. This was exactly where Xia Jiangyan had hit her with the broken wine glass. 25th floor, the forbidden area of the Shangshi Huading Hotel. The wide hallway was silent. Xia Jiangyan's leather shoes stepped on the floor, and the sound of his footsteps echoed on the tiles, emitting a thumping sound. I can't do it anymore, I'm so hot. Xia Jiangyan's chest rose and fell heavily, and he threw off his jacket. Hey! This door isn't locked. With a glimmer of sanity, Xia Jiangyan noticed the bright light coming through the door. What the hell? Let's find a place to hide first. Xia Jiangyan's feeble reason completely disappeared at this moment, and his head felt dizzy. Ah! He stumbled violently, losing his balance and falling towards the door. Bang! The sudden loud noise was deafening, as if the whole room was shaking. Damn it! My nose, it hurts so much. What the hell is this? Xia Jiangyan tried to raise his hand to touch his nose. Unexpectedly, his hand touched an unknown object. Xia Jiangyan supported the unknown object and tried to stand up. Ah, get out of the way. A voice came from the dark room, like a huge wave in the deep sea, which was impossible to ignore. Who are you? Xia Jiangyan stumbled to his feet, touched the wall with his hand, and turned on the room light. Then he saw a woman appear in front of him. She had delicate features, fair and translucent skin, and beautiful eyes with long, thick eyelashes that fluttered like a fan. She had a devilishly attractive figure, long, black hair that shone like silk, and slender legs covered in black silk stockings from Balenciaga, showing off her perfect figure. Her beautiful eyes gave off an extreme coldness, like the eternal cold wind blowing from Alaska. Cold! So cold! Her cold eyes looked at him without a hint of warmth. Get out! Xia Jiangyan shook his head and said, Beauty, there are bad guys outside who want to catch me. Can I hide here for a while? Get out! Qin Yuan was cold and ruthless, indifferent to his words. I won't! Xia Jiangyan's stubborn temper came up all of a sudden. At this time, if he went out, he would be walking right into the trap. Get out of here! The woman was clearly angry, and she reached out to push Xia Jiangyan out the door. I'm not going out. I won't. Xia Jiangyan was a little panicked, and he struggled to break free from her grip. There were still watermarks from the mop on the floor, and it was very slippery. Xia Jiangyan's strength was a little too much. Plop! Xia Jiangyan pushed Qin Yuang to the ground, and his whole body weighed on top of her. Just then, Xia Jiangyan's medicine took effect. His head felt dizzy and his consciousness gradually became blurred. Qin Yuang's beautiful eyes were terrifyingly cold at this moment, her pretty face tensed, and her whole body released cold air. This bold man actually dared to touch her. She suddenly realized that she, who had always hated men, did not feel disgusted with him. This was the first time in 28 years that she had encountered this situation. This discovery suddenly took Qin Yuang by surprise. A pair of dark, beautiful eyes stared intently at the bold man in front of her. It seemed as if there were stars in her eyes, and she wanted to suck this man into a black hole. Oh, my, why is this floor so slippery? Xia Jiangyan wanted to stand up, but it was difficult for him to do so. The dazed Xia Jiangyan reached out and explored the ground. He wanted to support himself on the floor and stand up. However, he didn't expect Xia Jiangyan's action to make Qin Yuang's body freeze. Little thing, don't play with fire. This man actually took her big balloon for the floor. Qin Yuang said with a stern face and a crisp voice. Ha! This voice is so nice to hear. Then Xia Jiangyan replied thoughtfully, play with what fire? I want to stand up quickly now. I'll go, this floor is too hot. But this floor is really slippery, I'm having a hard time standing up. Xia Jiangyan seemed to be angry, and he patted the floor with his hand. My God, this floor can't be alive, can it? It's even moving. Xia Jiangyan seemed to have seen a ghost as he retracted his hand. Qin Yuang's calm and beautiful eyes rippled under Xia Jiangyan's clapping. His large hand was like an eagle's claw, grasping the large balloon. Even Qin Yuang, who is a dominating force in the business world and whose temperament has long been honed to be as calm as Mount Tai, was still stunned. Incredible! Man, do you have a brain or not? Her body was tense, and Qin Yuang's face was dark and unclear, as if a huge storm was surging in her beautiful eyes. Xia Jiangyan, who was in the eye of the storm, was oblivious and stubbornly trying to stand up. Qin Yuang felt like her body was about to explode, and she was extremely uncomfortable. Little guy, how old are you? Qin Yuang's voice was low and calm, with a magnetic tone that was intoxicating, like the sound of a record. The moving voice came again, and Xia Jiangyan's eyes had already become unfocused. Ah! I can't stand it, this voice is just too beautiful. Hearing the words the man unconsciously said, Qin Yuang's face turned black, and her cold gaze stared directly at the man in front of her, as if she wanted to see through him. Chapter 2 Dreaming of a Super Beautiful Fairy. Shengshi Huading Hotel 25th floor. 5 minutes later, outside the 25th floor room, the beautiful bodyguard who had just gone downstairs for some business appeared on time. President, I'm here, and I've also taken care of a few women who tried to break into the forbidden area. No. A man broke into the ladies' room? The reason why the beautiful bodyguard became Qin Yuang's personal bodyguard is naturally that she is highly skilled and well-trained. Even though the door was closed, the bodyguard could hear the breathing of another person in the room. Suddenly, the bodyguard's expression turned cold and murderous. President? The bodyguard nimbly leaned against the door. At some point, the bodyguard had already pulled out a pistol and was ready to fire. Get out! No one is allowed to appear on the 25th floor today without my permission. Just as the bodyguard was about to break down the door, Qin Yuang's deep voice came. Her commanding tone did not allow for disobedience. The beautiful bodyguard withdrew her hand, which was about to press against the door, and stood straight. Yes, miss. She was doubtful, but the president's business was not something she could inquire about. She only needed to obey and do as the president commanded. Then, with an expressionless face, the beautiful bodyguard walked to the elevator. Standing straight there, she seemed to have erected a barrier, and no one would cross the line. In the room, Qin Yuang's mood was interrupted. Although she was displeased, her mind had returned to calm. Damn it, Qin Yuang, almost let a man seduce her. What was even more hateful was that the damn man almost succeeded. Her body had returned to normal and she could move again. She stood up and turned on all the lights in the suite. Suddenly, the dark room was bright as day. Qin Yuan suddenly stood up, and Xia Jiangyan, who had been lying on top of her, rolled to the ground with a force. Falling to the ground suddenly, Xia Jiangyan was angry and gnashed his teeth. The room was bright, and Qin Yuan's soul-stirring beautiful eyes stared intently at the man in the room. To be precise, this was not a man, but a young boy. He was wearing a light-colored shirt and a pair of dark trousers that highlighted his unique personality. He has short black hair, a high nose bridge, and his lips are tightly closed, giving his face a youthful and innocent appearance. His handsome face is faintly visible through the fine fuzz, revealing his honesty and simplicity. It can be seen that this young boy shouldn't be very old. Qin Yuan even feels that this young boy is probably not even an adult yet. Although she has always been unyielding and has supreme power, she also has her own bottom line. She is not interested in underage boys. After watching for a while, Qin Yuan took a step forward with her long, slender legs and used her hands to pull the feral boy on the ground up. Xia Jiangyan tried to break free from her grasp, but Qin Yuan increased the strength of her hands and embraced him in her arms. Qin Yuan walked towards the bathroom without saying a word, and the large bathtub was big enough to hold the weight of 2 people. She turned on the faucet. It was winter, and the temperature was already cold. Qin Yuan put cold water in the bathtub, and the cold was overwhelming. The temperature was naturally imaginable. Looking at the full bathtub of cold water, Qin Yuan's expression was calm, without a hint of hesitation, and she pushed with both hands. Plop! Ah! It's so cold. Xia Jiangyan instantly felt as if he were in an ice cellar, and his entire body was freezing. Xia Jiangyan's originally confused state of mind was temporarily controlled by the effect of the medicine when he was soaked in the full tub of cold water, and the feeling of cold and piercing bones made his mind a lot clearer. Qin Yuan saw that her goal had been achieved, so she pulled Xia Jiangyan, who was struggling frantically in the bathtub, up and onto a large, snow-white bed. Swear is this? Xia Jiangyan frowned and showed some displeasure when he was suddenly thrown. Are you awake? Qin Yuan bent down and picked Xia Jiangyan's chin up with her hand, forcing him to look at her. At this moment, Qin Yuan's eyes were as sharp as a blade. Normally, no one would dare to look her in the eye. However, the effects of the medicine on Xia Jiangyan had not yet worn off, and his head was still dizzy. Seeing that he was in an extremely unfamiliar environment, surrounded by an incredibly luxurious setting, it seemed like paradise. Xia Jiangyan thought he was having a dream, and a good one at that. Otherwise, why would he be in such a luxurious place? Soon, Xia Jiangyan realized that there was another person in this dream besides himself. Holy cow, this woman is so beautiful. Since this is heaven, is this woman a fairy? She's really beautiful. Xia Jiangyan's eyes were fixed on the woman in front of him, and he swallowed. Oh, I didn't think the heavens would still treat me, Xia Jiangyan, so well. I can actually dream of such a beautiful fairy. Xia Jiangyan was completely awestruck by the fairy in front of him at this moment. She's such a small and delicate nose, and rosy lips, it's really tempting, I want to kiss her. Gee, her eyes are like sapphires. Gee, she's so perfect, there are no flaws in any direction. Perfect. Very perfect. I can give her a 10. Xia Jiangyan certainly took it as a dream, and in his own dreams, he wanted to be the boss. So, he let go of his heart and carefully admired the exquisite woman in front of him. And Xia Jiangyan's composed manner caused a trace of surprise in Qin Yuan's cold and beautiful eyes. Her blade-like gaze fixed on Xia Jiangyan, her eyes sharp. She really wanted to open the little boy's head and see what was in it? Slowly, Xia Jiangyan was no longer satisfied with just looking with his eyes. Looking at the stunning figure and curves of the beautiful woman in front of him, Xia Jiangyan swallowed, he really wanted to touch her. He had only seen a woman's fair body in romantic movies, but none of the beautiful women in those movies could be compared to the woman in his dreams. Those plump breasts, that perky, beautiful butt. Xia Jiangyan's ears turned red. However, he thought about the fact that this was his dream. Since it was a dream, who was afraid of anyone? Thinking this way, Xia Jiangyan's gaze became unrestrained and blatant. I really want to touch it. The big balloon made Xia Jiangyan's eyes burn with desire. It was really tempting. But this is a dream, his dream, and naturally, Xia Jiangyan is the boss. Thinking this, Xia Jiangyan boldly reached out his hand and touched the balloon, his eyes entranced. He said in a tone of praise, wow, this is really soft. Qin Yuan's little face was terrifyingly cold at this moment, so cold that it almost froze people. Qin Yuan, had actually been molested? Qin Yuan grabbed Xia Jiangyan's dishonest hand and asked in a stern voice, little guy, how old are you? 18. Xia Jiangyan answered honestly, just saying the words I'm 18. Unprepared, the woman's kiss swept over and covered his lips, forcefully and domineeringly stopping what he was about to say next. Chapter 3 He didn't want to step on the sewing machine. What tender lips! Xia Jiangyan was startled by Qin Yuan's real touch. This kiss was so strong and overbearing that it was overwhelming. Finally, when Xia Jiangyan was about to pass out from lack of oxygen, Qin Yuan finally let go of Xia Jiangyan. Once he was free, Xia Jiangyan breathed in large gulps of oxygen. His heart was beating fast. Xia Jiangyan, pull yourself together, this is just a dream. Xia Jiangyan, you should be the master of your dreams, the initiative is in your hands. Soon, Xia Jiangyan regained his composure. He gave a devilish smile and said flirtatiously, like a little hooligan. Beauty, what type of man do you like? Is it the gentle and refined type, or the domineering and strong type? Don't worry, since you appeared in my Xia Jiangyan's beautiful dream, I will definitely be gentle with you, baby. Be good, don't be afraid. Xia Jiangyan's handsome boyish face revealed a mischievous look. At this time, Xia Jiangyan was very similar to an emperor who had 3,000 beautiful women in his harem, and Qin Yuan was the concubine he had chosen to serve him. Qin Yuan's gaze grew deeper and deeper as she looked at Xia Jiangyan without saying a word. Beauty, don't look at me with such a soulful gaze. If you do, I'll think you're in love with me. Xia Jiangyan didn't know what was wrong with him. As soon as he saw this woman, he couldn't help but swallow, and he really wanted to eat her up. At this moment, Xia Jiangyan looked as if he hadn't eaten in a long time, and was very hungry. And this superbly beautiful woman is a plate of mouth-watering delicacies placed in front of him. Inside his body, there is a desire that is about to be suppressed. Could it be that in his dreams, his lust cannot be hidden anymore? Beauty, don't keep looking at me like that, it really provokes sin. Qin Yuan kept looking at him straight, which made the desire in Xia Jiangyan's body grow stronger and stronger. It's so hot. Xia Jiangyan felt his body burning with heat, and he could hardly stand it anymore. Ah! I can't hold back anymore. Don't be afraid, beautiful girl, I will be gentle. Xia Jiangyan let out a shout, and then unexpectedly pounced on Qin Yuan. Xia Jiangyan was like an ignorant puppy, gnawing all over Qin Yuan's body. Obviously, Xia Jiangyan's movements were very clumsy, but he still made Qin Yuan feel very uncomfortable. Little thing, don't forget, in bed, I like to be on top. Qin Yuan rolled over forcefully, domineeringly pinning Xia Jiangyan under her, regaining her initiative. Auntie. This is Xia Jiangyan's dream, and I, Xia Jiangyan, am the master. The woman's words made Xia Jiangyan feel a little uncomfortable. He used all his strength to suppress Qin Yuan again and regain the initiative. This formed the movement of him on top and her underneath. However, this situation lasted for no more than 3 seconds. Soon, Xia Jiangyan was defeated and once again successfully taken over by this woman. Qin Yuan, who was so powerful, how could she allow this man to rebel in front of her? Qin Yuan, had to control everything at all times, she was the master. Damn it! This is my Xia Jiangyan's dream, I am the master, you cannot be so unrestrained in front of me, just obediently wait for me to favor you. Since childhood, Xia Jiangyan has been a very ambitious person, and for him, winning is very important. In his studies, his grades have always been first. In sports competitions, he always likes to compete with those tall and athletic athletes. Even if he runs until he is about to faint, he is stubborn and never gives up easily. In this way, in bed, Xia Jiangyan is naturally also the dominant person, he doesn't like to be passive. He just wants to be on top and control everything. Xia Jiangyan did his best again. When Qin Yuan passionately kissed his neck, he took advantage of her inattentiveness and successfully rolled over. However, soon, Qin Yuan got the upper hand again. Xia Jiangyan did not give up, looking for an opportunity to start over. In the bustling city of Shanghai, in the room of the Shengshi Huading Hotel, they were locked in a battle of words. In the battle between you and me and you, the two cogs gradually come together. The next morning, Xia Jiangyan gradually came to. He subconsciously wanted to stand up, but a sense of exhaustion came over him, as if he had just fought a battle. Especially his lower back, it was about to fall apart. There seems to be something wrong with this wine. Beauty, you are mine tonight, don't be afraid, I will be gentle with you. Damn it! That little bastard! How dare he hurt my hand with a wineglass? Quick, grab him! Never mind that. Let's find somewhere to hide. This floor is so slippery. My God, this floor is not made of wood, is it? It's even moving. Little thing, don't play with fire. Little thing, how old are you? Don't be afraid, beautiful lady, I will definitely be gentle with you. Little thing, don't forget, in bed, I like to be on top. Holy shit, this is my dream. I just want to be on top. The memories of last night gradually flooded back into his mind, like pieces of a puzzle coming together to form a complete picture. Xia Jiangyan's mind, which had been a little confused, suddenly cleared up, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head. He looked down and sure enough, his entire body was covered in hickeys. There were even reddish-purple marks on the base of his thighs. This was proof of a crazy night. His gaze moved to the left. A delicate, perfectly shaped face appeared before him. At the moment, the woman was asleep, her beautiful eyes closed and her red lips slightly pursed. Even asleep, she still exuded a powerful aura. In his memory, the woman in the dream gradually merged with the sleeping woman in front of him. In that case, was last night really not a dream? Rather, it was a very real thing. So, did Xia Jiangyan really sleep with a woman? Xia Jiangyan just wanted to crawl into a crack in the ground and die. There was so much information, Xia Jiangyan felt like his head was about to explode. Even if he was indeed drugged, he did sleep with a woman. The more Xia Jiangyan thought about it, the more his head ached. Looking at the woman's stunning face, he couldn't help but swallow. Xia Jiangyan began to panic, and his eyes became panicked. What if this woman sues him later? Will he have to go inside and step on the sewing machine? No, Xia Jiangyan is only 18 years old this year, and he is in the beautiful age of flowers. He doesn't want to step on the sewing machine at all. Xia Jiangyan, don't panic. Xia Jiangyan tried hard to calm himself down, while his brain began to spin rapidly, thinking of ways to make this woman not sue him. However, as he thought about it, Qin Yuan's stunning face was like a delicious meal, and Xia Jiangyan's gaze could not help but be captivated by the woman's beautiful profile. Xia Jiangyan's gaze gradually became mesmerized. Xia Jiangyan can guarantee that this woman's appearance and figure are definitely the most Chapter 4 Beauty, I'm sorry. Xia Jiangyan looked at her in a daze as Qin Yuan rolled over on the bed with a comfortable expression. This subtle movement startled Xia Jiangyan. Xia Jiangyan, will you grow up? There are times and places for looking at beautiful women, and you should look at your current situation. Trying not to make the slightest noise, he was very guilty in his heart and dared not wake the woman sleeping in bed. Oh my God! This woman is simply an animal. Her movements were so violent. It was hard to say who had hurt who. Xia Jiangyan pursed his lips. He really couldn't bear to look at his whole body. It was covered in gnawing marks. After getting out of bed, Xia Jiangyan began looking around for his clothes, but saw that his shirt wasn't far away, and it had been torn and was lying on the ground in a pitiful state. Looking at his own body, it looked as if he had been abused. After searching the room carefully, Xia Jiangyan couldn't find a single piece of clothing that belonged to a boy. He had to take the neatly folded ladies' dresses on the bedside table. Xia Jiangyan boldly brought his nose close to the clothes and sniffed carefully. A faint, refreshing fragrance came to his nose. It smelled very good. Even though these were women's clothes and didn't fit him, he didn't care. Fortunately, Xia Jiangyan was relatively thin, and the dress barely fit. The fitted skirt, when worn by Xia Jiangyan, had short sleeves and short hemline. At this moment, Xia Jiangyan looked like a funny clown, very witty. Frowning, Xia Jiangyan put on his shoes and carefully searched through the clothes that had become fragments. It wasn't long before he found his phone and an envelope containing money. Xia Jiangyan opened the red envelope and gasped. His stepfather's family was really rich, and they were generous with their gifts. It was a check for 88,880 yuan. This was really a huge sum of money for Xia Jiangyan. Xia Jiangyan reluctantly placed the red envelope on the bedside table and got some paper and a pen from his room. Message, Beauty, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have insulted your body, and I shouldn't have entered your door. You are a magnanimous person, so please let me off the hook. Just pretend this never happened. This money is my apology to you. I hope you don't think it's too little. After writing this, Xia Jiangyan pressed the paper against the red envelope and then slipped away quietly. When he reached the door, Xia Jiangyan took a deep breath, as if making up his mind. He turned around, took out his phone and took a few beautiful photos of the beauty in bed. It would be a real pity not to keep a few photos of such a beautiful woman as a memento. After taking the photos, Xia Jiangyan walked out of the door contentedly and slipped away. Yes, Xia Jiangyan, didn't want to step on the sewing machine, so he better slip away quickly. Just as he reached the hotel entrance, Xia Jiangyan's phone suddenly rang, and the caller was his mother. Hello, Mom, is there something you need? And, did you not come home last night? Mom is really worried about your safety. On the other end of the line, Xia's mother sounded very anxious. Mom, I got drunk last night, so I went to my friend's house to sleep. Xia Jiangyan made up an excuse, not wanting his mother to worry about him. Friend? When did you have a friend, and? Oh, Mom, your son has such a good character, it's not easy to make a friend. Good, my son is indeed very outstanding. Hearing that her son was safe and sound, Xia's mother finally let her guard down. By the way, and, you need to come home early today, Jishua's godsister is coming to our house today. Jishua's godsister is a big shot, we can't afford to neglect her. Qin Jishue is her mother's new husband and Xia Jiangyan's stepfather. As for her stepfather's godsister, Xia Jiangyan has never met her, but sometimes hears about her from other people. The two are not related by blood, and there is a story behind this. Her stepfather's father and her father were once comrades in arms, having experienced life and death separations on the battlefield, and the two were sworn friends. Later, something happened to her father in a battle, and it was difficult for him to have his own children. In order to continue the family line, her stepfather's father, after discussing with his family, decided to let his eldest son recognize him as a godfather, so that he could support him in his old age in the future. It was also fate that the two families were not related by blood, but both had the same surname Qin. The family gratefully agreed. After all, in the social environment at that time, not having their own children was a matter of criticism. After that, Qin Jishue lived in that family as a godson, and couldn't wait to rush over to it. Seeing that Qin Wuda was about to get close to her, Qin Yuan frowned, unconcealed her strong dislike, and responded perfunctorily, Within a 2-meter range, Qin Wuda could feel the strong disgust of the woman in front of him. Under the cold gaze, he hurriedly stopped, as if there was an abyss in front of him, and he did not dare to take another step forward. Even though this was her nephew whom she had known for 20 years, Qin Yuan's attitude was still indifferent, looking at the other person like a stranger. Qin Wuda didn't care. After all, his sister-in-law had always been like this, cold and indifferent. He felt that compared to other men, his sister-in-law had been particularly kind and warm to him. He felt like the lucky one, able to win the goddess's favor. Xiaomei, this is Feng Xia, his stepfather said, pointing at Xia's mother. Hello, sister-in-law. Qin Yuan gave Xia's mother a cold once-over, quickly averting her gaze, her tone as usual, distant and indifferent. Qin Yuan's gaze was fierce, emanating an oppressive feeling from within from someone in a high position. Just from being looked at, Xia's mother was already very nervous. She stammered, General. Before she could finish her sentence, Qin Yuan interrupted, Just call me Miss Qin. According to normal logic, Xia's mother should have called Qin Yuan little sister or her name, but Xia's mother was not brave enough. After all, no one in the entire city of Shanghai would dare to call out Qin Yuan's name to her face. They would invariably address her as Miss. Although Miss is just a very common term of address, in a sense, it also represents Qin Yuan's noble status. And, come over here quickly, what are you still doing there? Come and say hello to your sister-in-law. Xia's mother saw that Xia Jiangyan was like a fool, and she was afraid that the Qins would say that she had failed to teach her son properly, so she quickly pulled Xia Jiangyan over. In the flash of lightning and thunder, it was as if a bolt of thunder had suddenly struck the ground. The moment Xia Jiangyan saw Qin Yuan appear, his entire mind exploded and he shut down on the spot. Ward Fa? This woman, who should be called verbally as a sister-in-law, is actually the woman he took drugs with that night and went crazy all night. Even if the two of them are not related and there are no legal entanglements, just thinking about it, Xia Jiangyan felt like he was finished. Could someone tell him why he was so unlucky? Chapter 6 Eat more meat normally, don't be a picky eater. At the Qin residence, Xia Jiangyan and Qin Yuan were only a few meters apart, but Xia Jiangyan felt like it was a lifetime ago. Little sister, this is Shaoan, his stepfather introduced, pointing at Xia Jiangyan. Shaoan, this is your younger sister-in-law. Qin Shuiji's kind smile contrasted sharply with Qin Yuan's cold expression. Qin Yuan is tall, with a net height of 1.7 meters, not to mention the pair of high-heeled shoes she is wearing. Xia Jiangyan is 1.8 meters tall and standing in front of her, it looks inexplicably matched. Last night Xia Jiangyan had the effects of medicine in his body and his mind was very confused, so he was unaware of Qin Yuang's powerful sense of oppression like an iceberg. But at this moment Xia Jiangyan's mind has returned to clarity, and coupled with the fact that he is a little guilty, the powerful aura coming from the front is intimidating. Xia Jiangyan looked up and tried to force a smile. "Hello, sister-in-law." Xia Jiangyan's mind was in a whirl, his heart was already surging with emotions, but his face still looked calm. He couldn't let others see his unusual state. What happened between him and his sister-in-law must not be known to others. His mother had gone through 1,000 hardships to finally find her place, and Xia Jiangyan would never allow his mother to lose her happiness because of the absurd things he had done. Following the sound, Qin Yuang's beautiful eyes looked at the short-haired young boy in front of her. Today, his attire was very different from last night. He was wearing a wool sweater and jeans, a very youthful look. Paired with his innocent and handsome face, he looked quite cute and simple. Qin Yuang nonchalantly tousled the stray hairs in front of her, and in a place where no one could see, she raised a faint smile. "Hello, young nephew." Her voice was clear and pleasant as flowing water. Listening to it was like the spring breeze blowing across a field, intoxicating. Seeing that Qin Yuang didn't seem to recognize him, Xia Jiangyan's heart, which had been hanging in the balance, finally settled. After all, someone of her noble status should value her reputation more. Qin Yuang's eyes kept darting at Xia Jiangyan, intentionally or unintentionally, and she noticed every subtle change in the little guy's face. Qin Yuang is well informed and has a pair of beautiful eyes that can see through people's hearts. She can guess what the little guy is thinking at this moment, and nothing can escape her eyes. Qin Yuang feels that fate is really wonderful. The man who took her virginity would actually be the person she should call her young nephew. At the Qin family lunch, because of the rule of not speaking while eating or sleeping, the living room was very quiet. Xia Jiangyan was distracted by something on his mind, and was clearly absent-minded during the meal. He didn't eat much of the dishes, and just kept eating the white rice in front of him. Suddenly, a pair of chopsticks appeared in Xia Jiangyan's bowl and a chop of braised pork was placed in it. A stern voice sounded above him, "Eat more meat normally, you're skinny as a stick." The little guy was really too skinny, his bones were very uncomfortable, and she felt them last night, which was very uncomfortable. "Ah?" Xia Jiangyan looked at the piece of meat in the bowl in surprise, obviously flattered. This noble and cold woman actually gave him meat, and Xia Jiangyan looked very restless. The most critical thing was that he had also had an indescribable thing with this person. "Thank you." Looking into Qin Yuang's pair of captivating beautiful eyes, Xia Jiangyan's heart was pounding wildly, obediently eating the piece of braised pork. Looking at the small piece of fat on the braised pork, Xia Jiangyan frowned. He likes to eat meat, but he doesn't like to eat fat. Qin Yuang's action not only surprised Xia Jiangyan, but also stunned the people at the table, who were full of disbelief. Qin Yuang, who is cold-natured, would actually serve food to others? But they didn't take it seriously. Qin Zhishui and Xia's mother were overjoyed. After all, Qin Yuang had a crush on Xia Jiangyan, which was a pretty good thing. Qin would have buried his head in his food with a calm expression, except that he was holding his chopsticks very tightly. He was very angry. His gaze fell on Xia Jiangyan, his eyes full of jealousy and resentment, but he hid it well. Because he was distracted, Xia Jiangyan really couldn't eat, and after taking a small bite of rice, he wanted to leave. "Uncle Qin, Mom, I'm full, I'm leaving first," Xia Jiangyan said, putting down his chopsticks and trying to leave. "Don't go." Xia Jiangyan had just taken a few steps when the low voice of Qin Yuang came from behind him, causing Xia Jiangyan's feet, which were about to take a step, to stop abruptly. As soon as Qin Yuang spoke, everyone at the table looked at her, their eyes full of confusion. Qin Yuang looked serious, not paying any attention to the stares of the others, and was unsmiling. Xia Jiangyan knew there was no escape, so he sighed, obediently turned around, and looked at Qin Yuang with innocent eyes. "Auntie, do you need me for something?" "No picky eating, you must eat all the food in your bowl." The slender fingers pushed a bowl of food over, and Xia Jiangyan looked at it and immediately turned into a long face. "Help! It's a bowl of greasy braised pork. He hates eating this the most. Sister-in-law, can I not eat this?" Xia Jiangyan looked at Qin Yuang with pitiful, innocent eyes. He really hated eating fatty meat. "No. You must eat it all." Qin Yuang's aura was very strong, and she could not be refused when she spoke. The little thing has no fat on his body, and he actually dares not eat properly? This bad habit needs to be changed. Humph, this woman is so overbearing. Xia Jiangyan thought to himself, and in the end, he could not resist Qin Yuyan's powerful aura and obediently sat at the dinner table. Looking at the bowl full of fatty meat, Xia Jiangyan had a face of despair. Finally, Xia Jiangyan, with a determined look, gobbled it down. He closed his eyes and put the pieces of fatty meat in his bowl into his mouth one by one, not daring to bite down, but there was still a lot of oil in his mouth. After 10 minutes, there was very little left in the bowl. Xia Jiangyan forced himself to resist the urge to vomit. Sister-in-law, I've finished eating. Good. Qin Yuyan looked into the bowl with satisfaction in her eyes, and nodded slightly. Xiao's mother's gaze deliberately or unintentionally swept back and forth between Qin Yuyan and Xia Jiangyan, especially when she looked at Qin Yuyan, her eyes gleaming, as if she had discovered a treasure. As a mother, she knows her son's character very well. Xia Jiangyan has always been a naughty child, especially when it comes to eating, which annoys Xiao's mother. But Xiao's mother is kind and gentle by nature, and she simply cannot control the mischievous Xia Jiangyan. But just now, Xia Jiangyan obeyed Qin Yuan's every word, which gave Xiao's mother a glimmer of hope. Xiao's mother had already come up with a plan. Xia Jiangyan returned to his bedroom and rushed to the bathroom. The intense nausea in his stomach was about to reach its peak, but he wanted to vomit but nothing came out. At this time, Xia Jiangyan felt greasy all over and was very uncomfortable, so he had to take a shower. Xia Jiangyan wrapped a bath towel around his lower body and walked while drying his hair with the towel, not noticing that someone had appeared in front of him. Bang! Damn it! That hurt! When did a stick appear in my room? Xia Jiangyan said, rubbing his forehead and feeling very distressed, without even looking up. Stick? Qin Yuan, who had been called a stick, was very upset. She exuded a mesmerizing aura, and picked up the young man's chin with her hand, forcing him to look at her. Xia Jiangyan, can your stick sleep with you? Qin Yuan's pretty face was close at hand, her features delicate and moving, and the warm breath was blown on Xia Jiangyan's face, and the unique smell of this woman immediately surrounded him. Xia Jiangyan's big eyes blinked, and the beauty was right in front of him. Xia Jiangyan couldn't help but swallow. Qin Yuan's hawk-like beautiful eyes kept looking at Xia Jiangyan, his subtle expressions, and the way he swallowed, were all in Qin Yuan's eyes. Face control, like beautiful women? Her little nephew is even more interesting than she thought. Xia Jiangyan finally reacted at this moment. He was now wrapped in nothing but a bath towel. Xia Jiangyan widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed, "Little sister-in-law? How did you appear in my room?" Xia Jiangyan remembered that he had clearly locked the door behind him. Chapter 7 Be My Man. Their eyes met. Since Xia Jiangyan was only wrapped in a bath towel, the woman looked up, and the boy's figure was undisguisedly exposed to her eyes. Unexpectedly, this little guy looks so thin, but his figure is quite good. Qin Yuan's beautiful eyes darkened, and she swallowed. She tousled her disheveled hair and smiled devilishly. Xia Jiangyan, you've already entered my door, so can I enter yours? Qin Yuan's face was clearly as cold as an iceberg, but the words that came out were so inappropriate, her tone arrogant and domineering, as if she were above the world. Xia Jiangyan looked incredulous, as if his handsome face was saying, "Sister-in-law, do you want to give up your image as an iceberg beauty?" Xia Jiangyan's ears and face were red at this moment, and he stammered, "Sister-in-law, what do you mean by that? I don't understand." Humph. He's still a pure little boy. Xia Jiangyan, do you really not understand? Last night when you were with me, you were amazing. Qin Yuan picked up Xia Jiangyan's chin and slightly pushed. Qin Yuan's dominating and strong presence drew him close. The two were actually very close, their noses even touching. The heady scent of a mature woman, her face magnified. Xia Jiangyan, who had never been this close to a woman before, was left with a blank mind and a pounding heart. Xia Jiangyan knew he couldn't pretend anymore, and that he had to deal with the problem when the time came. He mustered his courage and looked like he was ready to die. "Sister-in-law, I know I was in the wrong last night, but you also enjoyed my young body, and besides, I already paid you compensation. What more do you want from me?" Xia Jiangyan's attitude of taking things for granted made Qin Yuan's face turn black, her beautiful eyes darkened, and she felt anger well up in her heart. How dare this little fellow even mention the red envelope? Just thinking about it, a wave of anger rose in Qin Yuan's chest. Does this little guy think she's a lady who sells her body? After one encounter, he thinks he can get away with it just by giving her a red envelope? This is simply trampling on her Qin Yuan's dignity and cannot be forgiven lightly. I want you to be my man, and I can let this go. Qin Yuan's domineering and abstinent voice entered Xia Jiangyan's ears, as if the devil king of hell was demanding his life from him. I refuse. As soon as Qin Yuan's words fell, Xia Jiangyan's firm voice sounded. The little guy didn't even think about it, and immediately rejected it with one mouthful, which made Qin Yuan's eyebrows frown, and her pride made her feel very unhappy. How dare someone disobey her order to her face, as if her words didn't exist. Xia Jiangyan, this is my order. You have no right to refuse. You came to provoke me yourself, and you want to run? It's not that simple. Hearing Qin Yuan's overbearing tone, Xia Jiangyan's face flushed. I should call you sister-in-law. Even if we don't have any legal relationship, it's not allowed in formal terms. Qin Yuan smiled disdainfully, extraordinarily beautiful. She was like a general who had come from the battlefield, domineering and awe-inspiring. I don't care what others think of me. The little guy is the only person who can arouse her primitive desires. No matter what, she will never let go. Xia Jiangyan still wanted to struggle, resolutely saying, but I care a lot. Even if he himself did not care, he resolutely would not allow himself to get entangled with Qin Yuan for the sake of his mother, even if the two did not have a real relationship. So far, no one has dared to gossip behind my back. Her tone was domineering and arrogant, and she simply did not care about anything in the world. Indeed, Qin Yuan had such unassailable capital and confidence. After listening to Qin Yuan's domineering and arrogant words, Xia Jiangyan realized that he had, in a daze, provoked a crazy woman. Xia Jiangyan was very unwilling, and even began to self-blacken. Sister-in-law, why did you choose me? I am very young, I look skinny, and I don't have a very good personality. People like you, who are in a high position, as long as you want it, any kind of man will come to you. So, why is she pestering him? Xia Jiangyan sighed helplessly. In fact, if she weren't his verbal sister-in-law, Xia Jiangyan would definitely be willing 1,000,000 times over, just based on her heavenly appearance. Xia Jiangyan, I just like your young body, and you're the right size. Qin Yuan was well informed and had a thick skin, and the words she spoke made Xia Jiangyan blush and his heart race. Qin Yuan's mouth curled up slightly, and she smiled with a devilish look on her face. Xia Jiangyan, you have no right to refuse. Qin Yuan walked up to him suddenly, pushing him into the corner, and put her arms around him, imprisoning him in her embrace. The little guy had just finished taking a bath, and his body still smelled good from the shower gel. She didn't know what brand of shower gel he used, but it smelled pretty good. Xia Jiangyan, I like the way you smell too. Qin Yuan buried her head in his neck, and when she spoke, her warm breath blew on him. Xia Jiangyan felt the temperature of the woman in front of him rise rapidly, and a wave of heat came at him, almost burning him. Xia Jiangyan's eyes widened in disbelief. This was no iceberg beauty. This was clearly a female hooligan. Holy cow! What are you doing to me? Xia Jiangyan's face was red and his heart was pounding, and his heart was about to jump out of his throat. In contrast to Xia Jiangyan's blushing and shyness, Qin Yuan had a calm face, with a hint of a smile of affection in her eyes and eyebrows. Qin Yuan raised her eyebrows and asked teasingly, are you comfortable? No. Xia Jiangyan would never admit it, even though he was struggling to control his body. But I really feel good. Qin Yuan covered her mouth and laughed lightly, her charm and sexiness indescribable. Xia Jiangyan pleaded in a pleading tone, sister-in-law, please let me go. Qin Yuan's beautiful eyes kept looking at him, and just with that powerful aura Xia Jiangyan did not dare to move. Then, with a voice that was irresistible and full of charm, she said, call me Qin Yuan. This name, I want you to remember it for the rest of your life. Chapter 8 It's so overbearing, be my man. A feeling that Xia Jiangyan couldn't describe suddenly arose in his heart. Qin Yuan, don't do this, let me go. Xia Jiangyan's mind snapped back to reality, and he was almost about to fall, but fortunately he woke up in time. But Qin Yuan was not about to let him go. There was really no other way, so Xia Jiangyan had to push her body with his hands. Qin Yuan had received professional training and was very strong, so Xia Jiangyan, with his small body, could not push her. Xia Jiangyan was very angry. If a stick appeared in front of him at this moment, he would definitely hit Qin Yuan's dishonest hand without hesitation. However, ideals are beautiful, and reality is cruel. The situation now is that Xia Jiangyan is afraid of alarming the others in the house, so he can lower his voice and speak softly. Qin Yuan, please stop. Please, okay? Xia Jiangyan's tone carried a plea. Xia Jiangyan, you want me to let you go? What if I don't agree? Qin Yuan smiled with a devilish look on her face, which, coupled with her stunning beauty, made Qin Yuan look like a temptress at this moment. Qin Yuan raised her eyebrows, how do you feel now? Xia Jiangyan's body froze, unable to bear it anymore, don't do this, stop. Xia Jiangyan's handsome face was red as if it was bleeding. No one can refuse what I say. Qin Yuan used one hand to grab Xia Jiangyan's hands, lifted them above his head, and pressed them hard against the wall. Both hands were pressed down. Xia Jiangyan was pushed against the wall, unable to break free at all, just like a lamb to be slaughtered, allowing people to do whatever they want. Unable to break free, Xia Jiangyan looked up, biting his lower lip in grievance, glaring fiercely at Qin Yuang. At this time, Xia Jiangyan also didn't care about being afraid of Qin Yuang's powerful aura. The little guy bit his lower lip in distress, his big eyes shining. Qin Yuang thought his eyes were extremely pretty, especially like the eyes of a little rabbit. Qin Yuang had always been very nice to her own people. Her beautiful eyes sank, and she didn't give Xia Jiangyan the chance to react at all. The woman's fragrant kiss fell with great force. Ugh! Xia Jiangyan couldn't believe it. His big eyes were written with surprise and anger. He struggled with all his might with his hands, but the difference in strength between him and Qin Yuang was too great, so no matter how hard he tried, it was useless. Xia Jiangyan was still struggling, trying to find a chance to break free from the woman's grip. However, as beautiful as the fantasy was, he simply couldn't do it. Qin Yuang's kiss was too overbearing, and Xia Jiangyan simply didn't have a chance to break free. Helplessly, he realized that he could only cooperate with her movements. Drip! A phone call came in, and Xia Jiangyan quickly struggled hard. Qin Yuan, you hurry up and let me go, there's a phone call for me. Who's calling? Qin Yuang's mood was interrupted, and a hint of displeasure appeared in her indifferent eyes. Qin Yuang let him go, and Xia Jiangyan was finally free. He quickly took a big breath, picked up his phone, and said, "It's my mom looking for me." Your mom? So what? Qin Yuang raised her eyebrows, leaned over, and continued to kiss Xia Jiangyan's delicious lips. Her lips were kissed again, and Xia Jiangyan struggled hard, with the ringtone of her mother's call ringing in her ears. Xia Jiangyan was angry, and he bit Qin Yuyan's lips hard. Suddenly, the smell of blood filled his mouth. Qin Yuyan had to let go of Xia Jiangyan because of the pain, frowning, her beautiful eyes full of blazing flames, her aura terrifying. Xia Jiangyan felt the bone-chilling chill emanating from the woman in front of him, and his body involuntarily shivered. Xia Jiangyan tried hard to ignore the cold gaze. His big eyes looked particularly clear and innocent. Looking at Qin Yuang, he said in a pleading tone, "Qin Yuang, let go of me first. I want to know what my mother wants with me. What if my mother is looking for me in an emergency?" Qin Yuang's cold eyes looked at him, staring at the boy who looked like a cute little rabbit. Using her slender, pretty hands, she casually dried the blood at the corner of her mouth, raised the corner of her mouth into a shallow smile, but her tone was cold and cruel. "I'm not letting go of you. If you want to answer the phone, go ahead." Hearing the cold cruelty in Qin Yuang's tone, Xia Jiangyan became a little angry and looked up at her. They were so close together, how was he supposed to answer the phone? What if this woman came up with some bad idea and made a noise while he was talking to his mother? Then, his mother would definitely suspect something. Doesn't this woman worry that what's going on between them will be discovered by others? Qin Yuang stared at Xia Jiangyan's panicked face and instantly saw through him. She knew exactly what was going on in his mind. "Do you want to answer the phone or not?" Qin Yuang leaned closer to Xia Jiangyan's ear, and her warm breath blew on his ear. "What do you mean?" Ignoring the strong discomfort Qin Yuang had brought to his body, Xia Jiangyan didn't understand what Qin Yuang meant for a while. "If you don't answer, I can help." Qin Yuang waved her hand, and Xia Jiangyan's phone fell into her hands. A slender, white hand lightly tapped on the phone screen, and the call was connected. "Hey, Shaoan, why did it take you so long to answer your mother's call?" From the other end of the phone came Xia's mother's confused voice. What did she want? In this situation, did she pick up the phone to kill him? Seeing this, Xia Jiangyan's heart suddenly soared into the sky, fearing that Qin Yuan would accidentally let out her voice. At this moment, Xia Jiangyan saw Qin Yuan's lips slightly open, as if she was about to speak. What did she want? Did she really want to kill him? What a devilish and difficult woman. "Hey, Mom, nothing, I just accidentally turned my phone to silent mode." Xia Jiangyan was very nervous inside and quickly found an excuse to get away with it. "Mom, if you don't need anything from me here, I'll hang up first." Because he was afraid that Qin Yuan would accidentally make a sound, Xia Jiangyan wanted to take the phone away from her. However, this woman was very cunning. She lifted her hand slightly, and Xia Jiangyan just couldn't get the phone. Xia Jiangyan's mind was focused on the phone, and he didn't care anymore. He jumped up directly to grab it back. Unexpectedly, his foot slipped, and he almost fell on his face. Fortunately, he quickly held Qin Yuang at the critical moment, and they were safe. Xia Jiangyan was holding her so tightly that he didn't think about anything else, but Qin Yuang could feel Xia Jiangyan's body pressed tightly against her. Qin Yuang was not wearing much, and Xia Jiangyan's warm body was pressed against her. The warm touch stimulated her nerve endings at all times. In her mind, she couldn't help but think of the beauty of last night when he was underneath her. At the thought of this, she felt her blood boiling all over her body. Qin Yuang hung up the phone, but she still held it in her hand. Xia Jiangyan, I think you're pretty good, I really like you, just be my man. Qin Yuang's tone was domineering and not to be refused. I don't want to. Xia Jiangyan refused outright. Haha, you don't want to? Xia Jiangyan, what do you say? What will happen if I tell your mother about us now? Qin Yuang smiled seductively. Her finger lightly slid across the screen, and she was about to get Xia's mother on the phone. The devil! Seeing that Xia's mother's phone was about to be connected, Xia Jiangyan didn't have time to think. Xia Jiangyan nodded repeatedly. Qin Yuang, I agree. I beg you, don't tell my mother about this. Seeing that the little guy had already compromised, Qin Yuang's mouth curled up into a light smile. However, she wasn't about to let the little thing off easily just yet, and asked with a smile, what did you agree to? Xia Jiangyan's face was completely red, but he couldn't care about being shy right now. He quickly said before Qin Yuang could speak, I agree to be your Qin Yuang's man. Xia Jiangyan, you have made a wise choice. Qin Yuang's tone was as domineering as always. After getting the answer she wanted, Qin Yuang smiled lightly and returned the phone to Xia Jiangyan. Chapter 9 A Spineless Lapdog. After seeing that Qin Yuang had indeed gone into the bathroom, Xia Jiangyan took a deep breath and called Xia's mother again. Mom, I'm sorry, I accidentally hung up the phone just now. Xia Jiangyan's eyes blinked, looking particularly innocent and clear. Xia's mother received her son's call again and was very confused. She always felt that her son was a bit strange. And, are you hiding something from me? Xia Jiangyan dried his hair with a towel and acted as if nothing had happened. Oh, Mom, what could I possibly be hiding from you? I just couldn't answer your call in time because I was in the shower. You were in the shower? Xia's mother found this very strange. Why would you want to take a shower in the middle of the day? Oh, I just took a shower. Mom, I have to go now because I have to blow dry my hair. I'll talk to you later. After ending the conversation with Xia's mother, Xia Jiangyan's smile immediately disappeared, and looking in the direction of the bathroom, his face was full of worry. Sigh, what a headache. Why did Qin Yuyan want to take a bath in his room? This woman, does she not know the difference between men and women, and doesn't she know that she shouldn't enter a man's room? Hateful. Looking at the closed bathroom door, Xia Jiangyan's eyes flashed with a wicked smile. The bathroom door has a special design, it can be locked from the outside, so that the person inside cannot open it. With a plan in mind, Xia Jiangyan locked the bathroom door quietly, like a burglar. Humph, this bitch. She's so mean to me, so arrogant, let's see how I'll fix you. Bitch, you'd better stay in the bathroom forever. And you actually want me to be your man? Bah! You're dreaming. I'm young, handsome, and everyone loves me. Who needs to be your man? Dream on. Humph, I'm going to lock you up. I won't let you show your face to me. You threatened me and took advantage of me. I'm a tiger that doesn't mess around. If I don't show my strength, you'll think I'm a sick cat. Xia Jiangyan was completely infuriated. He had never met anyone who dared bully him like this before. Xia Jiangyan dried his hair and was about to change clothes when suddenly his eyes fell on the air conditioner in the room. He thought of a good idea that would make this woman suffer. Without further ado, Xia Jiangyan threw the towel on the ground and walked over to the bedside table. Qin Yuan, don't blame me later. You deserve this suffering. Xia Jiangyan held the air conditioner remote control in his hand and a wicked smile appeared on his face. The wicked smile on his face was extremely out of place with his handsome face, and Xia Jiangyan exuded a rascal's aura. Qin Yuan, a gentleman takes revenge 10 years too late. You have been unkind to me, so don't blame me for being unjust to you. With his fair fingers, he pressed a few buttons on the air conditioner remote control and turned the air conditioner to the lowest setting of 16 degrees. After doing this, Xia Jiangyan felt great. The thought that Qin Yuan would soon be cold and runny-nosed made Xia Jiangyan feel even better. Don't ask me what my ideals are, I don't know. Wasting time, this is pretty good. Sorry about tomorrow, because I still want to waste tomorrow. The thought that this bitch was about to suffer made Xia Jiangyan feel very good, and he even hummed an online song. After a few minutes, the temperature in the room had dropped completely, and Xia Jiangyan said with a smile, "Ouch, it's so cold." After that, Xia Jiangyan jumped into his warm quilt. 10 minutes after Qin Yuan entered the bathroom, she was getting out of the shower when she realized that something was wrong. The bathroom door wouldn't open. Qin Yuan pushed on the bathroom door, but soon met with resistance, which made her frown in displeasure. "Very well, this little thing has actually locked the door." Qin Yuan tugged the corners of her mouth, her beautiful eyes cold, her face showing no change, a look of indifference. It wasn't long before Qin Yuan felt the temperature in the bathroom dropping, and if she were anyone else, she would have been shivering with cold. However, Qin Yuan's expression remained the same, her eyes not even blinking, let alone trembling with cold. When Qin Yuan was still a special female soldier, she once lived in the Great Northeast, where temperatures were dozens of degrees below zero, for a month without a scratch. So the temperature in this bathroom was a piece of cake for her and not worth her attention. But this little guy was even more daring than she had imagined. Qin Yuan's mouth corners rose, revealing a devilish smile. "Does a kitten still have a temper?" Qin Yuan's eyes looked at the bathroom door lock, pulled the corners of her mouth, and looked down her nose. "Does this little guy think he can lock her in? How naive." Suddenly, Qin Yuan lifted her long legs and gave the door a hard kick. Boom! There was a loud noise. The sturdy door opened with a loud crash, and Qin Yuan walked out with her long leg. Intentional on Qin Yuan's part, but she placed one hand on the side of Xia Jiangyan's butt, which was a very strange feeling that made Xia Jiangyan blush. Xia Jiangyan looked up slightly and looked at Qin Yuan. She saw that her beautiful face was as cold as ever. Xia Jiangyan couldn't guess for a moment whether she was angry or not anymore. Without figuring out the situation, Xia Jiangyan didn't dare to act rashly. He didn't dare to struggle and obediently leaned against Qin Yuan's bosom. Hugged in Qin Yuan's arms, in such close contact, Xia Jiangyan could feel the surging waves of her breasts. Qin Yuan took Xia Jiangyan and walked him to the edge of the bed. "Sit on the bed." "Oh." Xia Jiangyan still didn't quite understand what Qin Yuan wanted to do, but he was still very wise and chose to listen and do as she said. Xia Jiangyan obediently sat on the bed, with a pair of innocent, clear eyes, looking at Qin Yuan. "Xia Jiangyan, you have to be good, and maybe I'll forgive you." So Xia Jiangyan obediently sat on the bed. Qin Yuan got up, first picked up the air conditioner remote control and turned up the temperature, then pulled a chair and sat by Xia Jiangyan's bed. Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan's gaze was fixed directly on Xia Jiangyan, not concealing it at all, and Xia Jiangyan felt a little nervous being looked at like that. "Turn over." An imperious tone. After looking at him for a long time, with his sapphire-like beautiful eyes deep and unfathomable and his good-looking red lips slightly parted, Qin Yuan finally spoke. Her tone carried an innate air of majesty. Hearing this majestic voice, Xia Jiangyan's little heart skipped a beat, and he weakly asked, Why? Xia Jiangyan looked confused. "Why did she want me to lie on my stomach when everything was fine? What was this for? Just do it when I tell you to, and don't ask me why." Qin Yuan was very independent and unconventional, like a very strict parent. Xia Jiangyan, on the other hand, was a naughty student. No, Xia Jiangyan shook his head and refused. It was so embarrassing to turn over in front of a woman. "I'll say it again, turn over." Qin Yuyan's tone grew more severe, and her patience was running out. "I don't want to." Xia Jiangyan still insisted. Although the tone had only slightly increased, Xia Jiangyan felt like a storm was about to break out, indescribably oppressed and cold. She doesn't care that the little guy is stubborn and loves to play, but he doesn't care about his body at all, and this Qin Yuyan, must manage. She must teach him a lesson so that he won't dare to sit on the cold floor in the future. Under Qin Yuyan's cold gaze, Xia Jiangyan finally couldn't withstand the powerful sense of oppression and unwillingly began to roll over. "What a shame." Xia Jiangyan's ears were red as fire. Xia Jiangyan closed his eyes tightly, not daring to open them. Pop. A soft sound, and a gentle hand fell directly onto Xia Jiangyan's buttocks. The force was not great, but because it was his buttocks that were being hit, Xia Jiangyan's body could not help but tremble. "Qin Yuan actually wanted to hit him here? Do you know why I'm giving you a punishment?" Watching the little guy endure the pain, Qin Yuan felt a little uncomfortable. "I know, I shouldn't have locked my sister-in-law in the bathroom, and I shouldn't have deliberately turned the temperature down to make her uncomfortable." Xia Jiangyan lowered his head and answered honestly, looking a little aggrieved. "Pop. Another slap landed, and Xia Jiangyan couldn't help but tremble. Humph, this woman is really sick. You're wrong. As soon as the slap landed on his butt, Qin Yuang's cold voice resounded again. Ha? Xia Jiangyan was very confused. If it wasn't that reason, then what else could it be? Suddenly, Xia Jiangyan saw Qin Yuang's lips, where there was a slight break in the skin. Yes, it was because of this. Xia Jiangyan figured it out, but Xia Jiangyan also felt that he had done nothing wrong in this matter. It was obvious that Qin Yuan was deliberately teasing him, and this was her deserved retribution. Although he thought this in his heart, Xia Jiangyan did not dare to say it in front of Qin Yuan. After all, if he said it, the woman would do something else, he didn't know what. Qin Yuan, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have bitten your lips. In the end, Xia Jiangyan was still afraid of authority and chose to apologize. You said it wrong again. Qin Yuan's stern words came again, followed by a light sound of pop. Xia Jiangyan was beaten again. But Qin Yuan still had a cold and serious expression on her face. Xia Jiangyan felt that this woman was obviously looking for trouble and deliberately bullying him. This one said it wrong, and that one said it wrong too. This woman is just crazy. Think about it again. Qin Yuan's voice was very pleasant to the ear, but at this time Xia Jiangyan heard it and felt that the voice was too unpleasant. I don't want to. Xia Jiangyan also had a temper, and he made a face and just wouldn't cooperate. I just don't like to use my brain. Soon, Qin Yuan's pretty face turned cold, and her eyes were like a sharp sword, staring straight at Xia Jiangyan. The temperature in the room instantly dropped, and Xia Jiangyan shrank in fear. However, Xia Jiangyan felt that he could not be so spineless. Gathering his courage, Xia Jiangyan straightened up and stubbornly stared at Qin Yuan. His big, clear eyes expressed great stubbornness and defiance. He had feigned weakness earlier, but it had been useless. The perverted woman still wanted to hit him. Xia Jiangyan, who gave you the nerve? Qin Yuan extended her jade-like hand, and her long, white fingers picked up Xia Jiangyan's chin. Her low voice seemed to contain a huge storm, making people's hearts tremble. No one has ever dared to disobey her orders in her face. Xia Jiangyan was very unhappy when Qin Yuyan picked his chin up. From childhood to adulthood, Xia Jiangyan had never been bullied like this before. Turning anger into action. Pop. Xia Jiangyan pushed Qin Yuyan's hand away and said viciously, "This is the courage I Xia Jiangyan give myself. I Xia Jiangyan have eaten the courage of a leopard. My courage has just become bigger, what's it got to do with you?" Xia Jiangyan was completely furious, and couldn't care less anymore, so he started to swear. What? Are you unhappy? Do you want to hit me? Go ahead, we can have a fight. Don't think that just because you've practiced boxing that I'm afraid of you, come on. I'm not afraid of you. Xia Jiangyan was like crazy at this point, his eyes red and bloodshot, and he suddenly stood up from the bed, swinging his bean paste bag-like fists at Qin Yuan. Chapter 11 Why should I listen to you? Xia Jiangyan looked like a mad tiger, winking at Qin Yuan like an experienced hooligan. Qin Yuan stood up. Even though Xia Jiangyan was a little taller than her, her aura was more than 2 meters. As soon as Qin Yuan stood up, it was clear who was stronger. Qin Yuan's eyes kept staring at this little fluffy puppy. Perhaps because she was very nervous and annoyed, Xia Jiangyan's mouth was wide open, and his high, straight nose was tilted forward, looking very much like a cute little piglet. Qin Yuan had a mischievous thought in her heart. What would it feel like to pinch his little piggy nose? Intuition told her that it must be very soft, and it wouldn't feel too bad in the hand anyway. Thinking this, Qin Yuan took a few steps forward, pulled with a strong and overbearing hand, and before Xia Jiangyan could react, he was already in Qin Yuan's arms. Qin Yuan's actions completely irritated Xia Jiangyan, who struggled violently. Fine, you want to fight? Go ahead, fight. Xia Jiangyan thought that Qin Yuan's purpose in hugging him like this was to beat him up. So Xia Jiangyan fought back with all his might, showing no weakness, and swung his fist. Humph. Are you scared? Let me tell you, I used to study taekwondo, and I'm really good at it. I can punch a woman like you into the air with one punch. Xia Jiangyan began to boast while frantically pounding away, attempting to outdo this radiant woman in terms of aura. After listening to the rude words of the little guy, Qin Yuan's iceberg-like beautiful face could not help but twitch the corners of her mouth, revealing a faint smile. Knock her out with one punch? The way Xia Jiangyan waved his fist looked like children playing to her, with no killing power at all. Qin Yuan suddenly felt that this man she had set her eyes on was so cute. Little rascal. Qin Yuan grabbed Xia Jiangyan's hand, which was making trouble, with one hand. With just a slight increase in strength, Xia Jiangyan was unable to break free, and both hands were easily controlled by her one hand. The free hand, with its slender, white fingers that felt slightly cold, pinched Xia Jiangyan's nose. This feels pretty good, not bad. As expected, the little guy's nose did not disappoint her. It felt pretty good, soft to the touch, and made her feel a little nostalgic. She scratched the little guy's nose, and was surprised to find that it was quite high, and felt like she could slide down it. Qin Yuan, what are you doing? Can you give me a quick death? Don't torture me like this? Xia Jiangyan was furious again. The woman in front of him, who was scratching his nose with her hand, looked like she was enjoying herself. What does this woman mean? Does she think he's a pet? How dare she treat him like a pet? Qin Yuan looked like she was playing with her beloved pet. Well, Xia Jiangyan is a human being, not a pet. Humph. It's true that Xia Jiangyan looked like a super cute little piglet when he was angry. Xia Jiangyan, listen to me obediently in the future, got it? It was another domineering order. Qin Yuan looked at Xia Jiangyan with a satisfied expression on her face, and finally let go of the jade finger that was pinching Xia Jiangyan's nose. Xia Jiangyan finally escaped from this woman's embrace. Hearing Qin Yuan's words, Xia Jiangyan really wanted to scold her angrily, shameless. She is really overbearing and arrogant. Why should I listen to you? I am a man of the world, why should I listen to the orders of a woman? This old woman is a pervert. A perverted ant. Of course, Xia Jiangyan only dared to scold these words in his heart. He did not dare to say them in front of this overbearing and narcissistic woman. He still wants to live a long life. In the room, Qin Yuan's phone suddenly made a sound, and she glanced at the message. Suddenly, a fierce glint flashed in Qin Yuan's beautiful eyes, like a sharp sword. Cold air was released from her body, and the temperature in the room suddenly dropped. Xia Jiangyan, remember what you said to me. Qin Yuan put her phone back in her pocket and looked at Xia Jiangyan with a serious expression. Before Xia Jiangyan could say anything, Qin Yuan withdrew her gaze. She must have encountered something difficult, and she quickly left. Humph. Seeing that Qin Yuan had already left, Xia Jiangyan instantly felt relieved and much more relaxed. The powerful aura surrounding this woman just now made Xia Jiangyan feel as if he were in the midst of a rainy, depressing, and eerie atmosphere. Even though it was winter, Xia Jiangyan broke out in a cold sweat, and after wiping the sweat from his forehead with his hand, Xia Jiangyan put on his slippers and walked to the door. He peeked out the door and looked down the long hallway, but he didn't see Qin Yuan's graceful figure. Xia Jiangyan was completely relieved, and it seemed that this woman had really left. Let me remember what I said. The reason I just agreed was because this young master came up with a delaying tactic. Xia Jiangyan leaned against the door and spoke to the air, a cunning smile on the corner of his mouth. His big eyes were rolling in his sockets, looking like a cunning fox. Qin Yuan is the person she verbally agreed to call her sister-in-law, so how could she possibly agree to be her man? Just now, he was just speaking under duress to pacify this domineering and narcissistic woman. He, Xia Jiangyan, has a positive outlook on life and is a very good person. In the next few days, Qin Yuan did not appear in Xia Jiangyan's life at all, which made Xia Jiangyan very happy. When Xia Jiangyan watched the evening news, he learned that something had happened at the border with Xia that day, and Qin Yuan, as a key figure, had rushed to deal with it. On the TV screen, Qin Yuan was dressed in a military uniform and looked heroic. Xia Jiangyan almost became obsessed with watching her. This woman was excellent in every way. She met all the criteria Xia Jiangyan had in mind for a goddess, and in his critical opinion, she was perfect. Her appearance and figure are actually the type Xia Jiangyan really likes. However, Xia Jiangyan already has someone he likes. He likes that girl, Lu Yuyan, and he has secretly been in love with her for 3 years. Just looking at appearance, Qin Yuyan is indeed very perfect and has no flaws. However, Qin Yuyan is the person he is nominally supposed to call sister-in-law. And she is also 10 years older than himself. Oh yeah, she seems to be a psychopath. After a moment of sighing, Xia Jiangyan looked at the time on his phone. It was now 4 p.m. He still had some important business to attend to. After leaving the Qin family, Xia Jiangyan hailed a taxi and then picked up his phone to make a call. Hey, He Ting, are you almost there? Brother Xia, I've already arrived, right in front of the Shengshi Huading Hotel. I'll be waiting for you here. The voice on the other end of the line was a very sunny and pleasant male voice. Okay, I'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Xia Jiangyan's mouth curled up into an indistinct sneer. Dare to set a trap for him, Xia Jiangyan. As long as he finds out who set him up, he will make them pay the price they deserve. Xia Jiangyan is not someone to be trifled with. If you provoke him, you will suffer a terrible fate. Xia Jiangyan's current operation is to find out which person had the nerve to drug the glass of wine he drank at his mother's wedding a few days ago. Chapter 12 A Little Scoop. When Xia Jiangyan arrived at the Shengshi Huoding Hotel, as soon as he got out of the car, he saw Yi Ting standing in front of the main entrance. Yi Ting was from the south, 1.75 meters tall, and quite good-looking, dressed in casual clothes and looking very sunny and clean. From the outside, Yi Ting looked like the kind of person who was honest and quiet, and would be shy around beautiful women. But only Xia Jiangyan and his friends knew that the honest-looking Yi Ting was actually very secretive. "Brother Xia, why are you so late?" "I've been waiting for almost half an hour," Yi Ting complained as soon as he saw Xia Jiangyan. "Sorry, there was traffic," Xia Jiangyan apologized. "Okay, let's go," Yi Ting waved at Xia Jiangyan to follow. Xia Jiangyan nodded and followed. Shengshi Huoding Hotel, in front of the security office. "Sorry, there are rules in our hotel that outsiders are not allowed to watch the hotel's surveillance." In the security office, a pretty security guard with a pretty face stopped them and would not let Xia Jiangyan in no matter what. "Little sister, we'll just go in and take a look and come right back out, okay?" Yi Ting actually acted like a spoiled child. The pretty security guard was speechless. "I'm sorry, we can't make an exception to our rules." After saying that, Yi Ting smiled in his mouth and said, "Little lady, don't be like this." Looking at Yi Ting's appearance, Xia Jiangyan behind him had a dark line on his face, and he hated to immediately disassociate himself from him. It was really embarrassing to be friends with this guy. The two sides were at an impasse for a while, and the beautiful security guard followed the company rules and just wouldn't let them in. Yi Ting, who was being petulant, noticed that this plan to win him over was not working at all. He took a step back, his face changing to one of cold arrogance, a complete contrast to his earlier appearance. Yi Ting's actions were like the changing of the face in Sichuan opera, his mood changing faster than flipping through a book. Yi Ting sneered, saying, "Do you know who I am? Do you know the history of this hotel?" The beautiful security guard was startled by the changed Yi Ting and was unable to speak. "Young master he? Why are you visiting our hotel? Hey, what are you doing? How could you stop the young master outside? Do you not want to work anymore? Young master, please come in." The hotel manager came and gave the pretty security guard a severe dressing down, then led Yi Ting and Xia Jiangyan to the room with a flattering face. "Humph." Passing by the pretty security guard, Yi Ting looked cold and arrogant. Seeing Yi Ting like this, Xia Jiangyan couldn't help rolling his eyes. Yi Ting was the strangest young master of a wealthy family he knew. Hee, Xia Jiangyan gave the stunned security guard a kind smile. Switch this monitor to 3 days ago, when the Qin family held their wedding ceremony, at around 7:30 p.m., Xia Jiangyan said to the staff. The easiest and most direct way to find out who actually drugged her was to check the hotel surveillance cameras. Every hall in Shengshi Huoding was equipped with surveillance cameras, and not even the corners were out of their sight. The screen in the surveillance room was very clear, and soon Xia Jiangyan saw his own figure, holding a red wine glass in his hand. "Stop here." "Yes, rewind a little more," Xia Jiangyan said quickly, determined to find out the truth. The screen rewound a minute. A waiter was holding a wine glass in his hand. "Rewind a little more." In a dim corner, the wine glass was being held by a man. The man was smiling sinisterly and menacingly, and a small blue bottle appeared in his hand. "Shen Dianfeng." Xia Jiangyan and Yi Ting exclaimed at the same time. They had known this man for a long time. Shen Dianfeng was their college classmate, and also a roommate who lived in the same dormitory as them. "I really didn't expect it to be Shen Dianfeng, that bastard," Yi Ting exclaimed, his tone full of anger. "This bastard actually dared to harm me." Xia Jiangyan's anger also exploded in an instant. Like an enraged beast, he hated the idea of having to wait to devour this bastard alive. When Xia Jiangyan and Yi Ting came out of the Shengshi Huoding Hotel, the sky outside was already covered in darkness, and the lights of the city were flickering. "Brother Xia, what do you want to do?" Yi Ting asked. As a good friend, he would unconditionally support whatever Xia Jiangyan wanted to do. Xia Jiangyan looked up at the dark sky, then looked down, and a faint sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. For some reason, Yi Ting felt a little creepy. "What do you think should be done?" Xia Jiangyan asked in return, his expression unfathomable. "Fuck him." Yi Ting spoke harsh words directly, like a little hooligan. Okay, then fuck him. Just because Shin Dianfeng dared to set a trap for him, Xia Jiangyan would not let him go no matter what. You make a phone call now and ask him out to hang out. Okay, I'll take care of it. After saying that, He Ting took out his phone and called Shin Dianfeng. Hey, Shin Dianfeng, do you want to hang out? It's still early, come over to the Yixiangjiango bar, let's get together. He Ting's performance was very good, and his tone was the same as usual. Shin Dianfeng usually got along well with them, and they often hung out together, but Xia Jiangyan never imagined that Shin Dianfeng would dare to set him up behind his back. Why was this? Xia Jiangyan was puzzled. During this period of time, Shin Dianfeng was very worried, afraid that the matter would be leaked. However, now that it had been several days and nothing unusual had happened, he could finally let his guard down. He would receive a phone call from He Ting. In order not to give himself away, Shin Dianfeng had to pretend that they were on good terms. He laughed, sure, I'll be right there. After hanging up, Xia Jiangyan and He Ting looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. This kid, he's quite the actor. Since this kid wants to play, Xia Jiangyan can play along with him. Pretend in front of him? Shin Dianfeng is far from good at this. Let's go, we'll put some seasoning in Shin Dianfeng's glass later. Xia Jiangyan walked in front. He Ting hurriedly followed, smiling and asking, Xia Go, what seasoning do you want to add? Xia Jiangyan turned around, gave him a shushing gesture, and smiled mysteriously, it's a secret, I can't tell you yet. The more mysterious Xia Jiangyan was, the more He Ting wanted to know. He was itching to know, and he had seen Xia Jiangyan's tricks before. He remembered when he was very young, the children in their area were all afraid of him, secretly calling Xia Jiangyan little monster. We'll see what happens later, we mustn't let Shin Dianfeng know what we're doing, we must pretend that nothing happened. We have to make him think that we're still good friends. Okay. Xia Jiangyan got into the sports car that He Ting Kai had brought, and soon the car sped off like lightning. Yixiaojianghu Bar is one of the best bars in the Demon City, and the people who come here to have fun are all second-generation rich or second-generation celebrities. Thanks to the young master Xia Jiangyan has also been here before. Shin Dianfeng is a second-generation rich, but Xia Jiangyan doesn't really know the details. He has only heard from others that Shin Dianfeng's father runs a company in the Demon City, and it seems to be doing quite well. Stop here for a second. Stop quickly. Passing by a pharmacy, Xia Jiangyan signaled He Ting to stop the car quickly. The two entered the pharmacy, and Xia Jiangyan walked directly up to the eyes of a salesperson and asked, Beautiful young lady, do you sell laxatives here? Laxatives? We have ones for people and ones for animals. Which do you want? Xia Jiangyan thought for a moment, then said resolutely, I want to buy the ones for animals. It's for those animals that are worse than pigs and dogs. Xia Jiangyan deliberately emphasized. He Ting stood next to him. Hearing what Xia Jiangyan said, he suddenly felt a chill, and he pulled the corners of his mouth. He suddenly felt some sympathy for Shin Dianfeng. Laxatives bought for animals must have a strong effect. If someone were to take them, they would probably die from the diarrhea. This is really Xia Jiangyan's style. Xia Jiangyan put the laxative in his trouser pocket, and the two got back in the car and drove towards the Yixiaojianghu Bar, quickly disappearing from view at a breathtaking speed. Chapter 13 You reap what you sow. The Yixiaojianghu Bar was lit up, with the smell of cigarettes and alcohol drifting around, accompanied by the sound of music and laughter. Xia Jiangyan and He Ting sat in a very inconspicuous corner, ordered a few glasses of champagne, and without the slightest hesitation, Xia Jiangyan poured a laxative into one of the glasses. With his long, white fingers, he picked up the glass and elegantly swirled it, so that the laxative and the wine blended perfectly. Shin Dianfeng, you provoked me first, so don't blame me later. I've already been lenient by not putting an aphrodisiac in it. Xia Jiangyan placed the wine glass on the table, looked up at the entrance to the bar, and a sneer flashed in his eyes. A smile appeared on his face. At the entrance to the Jianghu Bar, Shin Dianfeng appeared wearing a long trench coat. Shin Dianfeng was handsome, with a good temperament and figure. He was the ideal man in the eyes of young girls. Xiaofeng, we're here, He Ting waved enthusiastically at him. Shin Dianfeng wore a modest smile on his face as he walked over and sat down with extraordinary manners. Jiangyan, He Ting, Shin Dianfeng also greeted them warmly. From the perspective of others, these three boys were like good brothers. The moment he entered the bar, Shin Dianfeng secretly took a look at Xia Jiangyan from head to toe. Seeing that Xia Jiangyan was unharmed, he frowned slightly. That night, he deliberately arranged for Xia Jiangyan to do that kind of work with older sisters, and one of them had that kind of disease. Shen Dianfeng specifically instructed them to take good care of Xia Jiangyan. But after that night, he couldn't get in touch with them, so he didn't know exactly what happened to Xia Jiangyan after that night. Xia Jiangyan felt Shen Dianfeng's gaze on him the whole time, which made him feel extremely sick, but he still put on a heartwarming smile on his face. Xiaofeng, why did you leave so quickly at my mother's wedding that night? Didn't we agree to get drunk together? Xia Jiangyan put his hand on Shen Dianfeng's shoulder, acting intimately. Hearing Xia Jiangyan mention that night on his own initiative, Shen Dianfeng's smile on his face was ambiguous, and he didn't say anything. Could it be that Xia Jiangyan already knew what happened that night, and that he had arranged it? Suddenly, Shen Dianfeng's heart could not help but tense up. Xia Jiangyan, however, ignored his frozen smile, moved his body over to him, and said with a smile, "Alas, I know that Master Shen has never been a good drinker, so I won't blame you for this." Hearing what Xia Jiangyan said, and seeing Xia Jiangyan's smiling face, Shen Dianfeng realized that, as usual, he had not yet noticed. At this moment, Shen Dianfeng's heart finally relaxed. A smile appeared on his face again. He took the wineglass in Xia Jiangyan's hand and said with a generous air, "Jiangyan, that night, I had an urgent matter at home that required my attention, so I had to hurry back. This was my fault, and I will punish myself with a drink." After saying this, Shen Dianfeng, with a calm face, drank the wine in the glass. What Shen Dianfeng did not see was that at the moment he drank the wine, Xia Jiangyan and He Ting exchanged glances out of his sight. Everything was in the plan. Soon, at the instigation of He Ting, the three of them drank a lot more wine. Gradually, Shen Dianfeng felt something wrong with his stomach, but he didn't pay it any mind. "Jiangyan, He Ting, I'm going to the bathroom for a bit," Shen Dianfeng said with a face full of restraint. "Okay, you go ahead." Xia Jiangyan looked up at him with a tone that was very understanding. Shen Dianfeng immediately covered his stomach and got up, walking in the direction of the bathroom. Seeing Shen Dianfeng's figure already walking away, Xia Jiangyan and He Ting looked at each other. They didn't look at each other for more than 3 seconds. Ha ha. Very soon, the two couldn't hold back anymore, and a very unrestrained laugh came from their mouths. The two laughed heartily, laughing very crazily and also very satisfying. You reap what you sow. Shen Dianfeng went to the bathroom on this trip and stayed there for a full 20 minutes. When he returned, he was pale as a ghost. "Ouch, Xiaofeng, why did it take you so long to go to the bathroom?" He Ting said as if they were just friends complaining to each other. Shen Dianfeng said with a pale face, "I don't know what happened, my stomach was in a lot of pain just now." "Come on, let's continue drinking, you and I." He Ting was in a hurry and poured a few more glasses of wine. Shen Dianfeng's eyes looked at the big glass of wine in front of him, his expression bitter. He couldn't help but glare at the culprit, He Ting. His eyes were very subtle, and He Ting didn't notice, but Xia Jiangyan, who was standing next to him, saw it clearly. But Xia Jiangyan didn't say anything, just twitching the corner of his mouth, revealing a hint of mockery in a place where no one could see. "Come, let's toast." "Okay, cheers." Shen Dianfeng smiled with a face of leather but not of flesh, frowned, and forced down the urge to vomit as he gulped down the drink. After a glass of champagne, Shen Dianfeng's stomach started to churn again, and he quickly got up, clenching his buttocks. "Jiangyan, He Ting, I need to go to the bathroom." Before they could respond, Shen Dianfeng dashed towards the bathroom, clenching his buttocks as he ran, as if afraid that he couldn't hold it in and would poop in his pants. Seeing Shen Dianfeng's miserable appearance, Xia Jiangyan and He Ting smiled at each other. "Brother Xia, is it too easy on this brat to just toss him around like this?" He Ting felt that it was still unsatisfying. This bastard actually gave his good brother that kind of medicine and even found several old women. Just thinking about this made He Ting very angry. Xia Jiangyan's eyes were fierce and vicious, like a poisonous snake with a deadly poison. He looked at the departing back of Shen Dianfeng and coldly said, "Don't worry, this is just the beginning. Since this kid wants to act, let's play along with him." On the way to the bathroom, Shen Dianfeng suddenly felt a chill run through his body, as if a cold wind had passed through him. This trip to the bathroom took Shen Dianfeng 10 minutes longer than the previous one. When he returned, Shen Dianfeng was already sweating coldly and looked pale and weak. "Xiaofeng, did you eat something dirty?" Xia Jiangyan walked up to him and looked at him with a very considerate expression. Shen Dianfeng covered his stomach. At this time, he was already very weak, with no strength in his body at all. Even his voice was weak and breathless. Maybe. "Forget it, Xiaofeng, you'd better not be stubborn. Since you don't feel well, you'd better go home quickly. We can get together again some other time when we have time." Xia Jiangyan said very understandingly, and he especially helped Shen Dianfeng up with great consideration. It seemed to everyone else that these three guys had a really good relationship. Okay, then I'll go home first. Shin Dianfeng had wanted to go a long time ago, and hearing Xia Jiangyan say that was exactly what he wanted to hear. As soon as Xia Jiangyan said it, he immediately agreed. Xiao Feng, be careful. He helped Shin Dianfeng into the taxi, and Xia Jiangyan and He Ting waved goodbye enthusiastically. Gee, look at the relationship between these two guys, it's really good. I'm quite envious, I want to have such good friends too. Two guys walked past them and saw this scene, and they were very envious. Ha ha. This is what Xia Jiangyan was thinking. Xia Jiangyan turned his head to look at He Ting and praised, "Young master He, you have a good acting skill, I think you can consider a career in acting in the future." Hearing his good friend's praise, He Ting pretended to be humble and said, "Oh, it's just so, not comparable to your acting skill." He Ting originally thought that Xia Jiangyan would also be polite to him, but unexpectedly Xia Jiangyan was arrogant and said proudly, "It's not bad, I dare say that no one can be the best." Ah, you're really thick-skinned, Xia Gu. Ha, you're the one who's thick-skinned. The two boys laughed as they teased each other before heading back to the bar. Sitting back down in the booth, He Ting's curiosity was no longer bearable, and he asked, "Xia Gu, tell me, how did you escape from those old women that night?" As soon as he mentioned it, Xia Jiangyan's heart ached, and he gulped down a glass of wine. He Ting was his good friend, and he had no intention of hiding it from him. "I smashed the hand of the woman leading them with the glass, and then took the opportunity to escape," Xia Jiangyan said in a flat tone. What happened after that? He Ting was extremely curious at this time. He rarely blushed like the afterglow of the sunset, and after hesitating for a moment, he said, "Brother Jiang, I heard from someone that after taking this kind of medicine, you have to have sex with a woman to undo the effect. Is this true?" Xia Jiangyan gave He Ting a dirty look. He didn't care about the thrilling escape experience earlier, but this guy was actually most concerned about this. Damn, this is heartbreaking. Xia Jiangyan suddenly felt that he had made the wrong friends. Chapter 14 I'm still innocent. Xia Jiangyan glared at He Ting, wondering if they could still hang out together. He Ting, however, ignored the glare and asked, "Xia, just tell me, I'm really curious." Xia Jiangyan rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "You can try it yourself, and you'll know for sure then." He Ting? Okay, I'm not joking with you. Xia Jiangyan straightened his back and began to get serious. He Ting, I slept with a woman that night. What? Really? Was the woman pretty? Seeing his best friend's eyes glowing at this moment, Xia Jiangyan was left speechless once again. Brother, why is your focus always so different from mine? The focus is not on whether she is pretty or not. Xia Jiangyan secretly thought to himself. However, he thought about the question that He Ting had asked afterwards. On the TV screen, Qin Yuan in a green military uniform exuded an indescribable beauty, and it suddenly appeared in his mind. Xia Jiangyan's face flushed a little, and he couldn't help but say, "Of course it's a stunning beauty. If she's ugly, I wouldn't even look at her." Xia Gu, is this true? Don't lie to me. As soon as he heard that the other person was a beautiful woman, He Ting's gossiping heart stirred. Seeing the doubt in his friend's eyes, Xia Jiangyan was very unhappy. Could he possibly be lying? I'm telling the truth. I even have a photo here to prove it. To prove the credibility of what he was saying, Xia Jiangyan picked up his phone and opened the photo album. In the photo, the quilt covered most of Qin Yuan's skin, but the small amount of skin that was exposed was so beautiful it was mesmerizing. Her black hair spread out like a cloud, her eyes quietly closed, and her face was so beautiful it seemed unreal, as if a goddess had wandered into the mortal world. He Ting took the phone and stared at the photo, his eyes like bright stars. Little pervert, wipe the drool from the corner of your mouth. Little pervert, don't zoom in. Seeing He Ting's lecherous expression, Xia Jiangyan couldn't help but scoff in his heart. This guy is really even more lecherous than I am. Brother Xia, you're a lucky guy. He Ting returned Xia Jiangyan's phone and looked him over with an admiring gaze, smiling. He Ting then asked, "Brother Xia, tell me, what are your feelings? Is everything in the TV series real?" He Ting asked again, "Brother Xia, please tell me how you feel." He Ting asked again, "Brother Xia, is this woman's body really as hot as in the photos?" He Ting smiled mysteriously, "Brother Xia, do you feel like you're about to die from pleasure?" Xia Jiangyan. What kind of friend is this? A horny little boy. Don't ask, I don't know. Xia Jiangyan said embarrassedly, blushing slightly and waving his hands. The feeling of being in heaven? There was no feeling at all. That night, he had taken medicine, and his mind was dizzy, so he didn't feel anything. However, it seems that the other person shouted in pain in his memory. Go away! Xia Jiangyan, how could you think of such a shameful thing? Xia Jiangyan quickly stopped thinking about those messy things in his mind. A slight blush had already appeared on his face, as red as a cherry. Seeing Xia Jiangyan blush, He Ting was shocked. It was as if he had discovered a new continent. He said exaggeratedly, Xia Jiangyan, you actually blush? In the art department of University A, who doesn't know that Xia Jiangyan is notoriously thick-skinned? Xia Jiangyan pursed his lips and said, don't talk nonsense, I'm still very pure. After saying that, he blinked his big eyes, as if to prove it. He Ting almost believed it. Xiao Good, don't pretend in front of me, you can only fool those simple little schoolgirls like that. Oh, let's not talk about it, let's get back to the topic. He Ting, don't you feel like you've seen this woman before? Xiao Jiangyan was about to remind his friend that if he knew the real identity of this woman, he was afraid that he would regret the questions he had just asked. Upon hearing Xia Jiangyan's words, He Ting looked puzzled. It was true that she looked familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before, but he couldn't think of where at the moment. Take a closer look, Xia Jiangyan said, graciously handing over the phone. He Ting looked carefully, zooming in for a closer look, and the feeling of familiarity grew stronger. Is this Miss Qin? Suddenly, He Ting's eyes widened in shock, as if he had seen a demon. Don't tell me that this person is really Miss Qin? There was a slight tremor in He Ting's voice. Yes, it's the person you think it is, Xia Jiangyan replied calmly. His suspicions were confirmed, and He Ting suddenly felt that the phone in his hand was a hot potato. He quickly returned the phone to Xia Jiangyan. Always remember, He Ting, just now saw nothing, absolutely nothing. He Ting's heart was trembling violently at this time, and he emphasized again and again. Oh my god! What the hell did he just do? He actually dared to look at Miss Qin's photos and make a cheap comment. Oh my god! If Miss Qin knew about this, would she send someone to gouge out his eyes so that he would become blind and never see again? Or send someone to rip his mouth open so that he would become mute and never speak again? Thinking about it, He Ting felt more and more likely that it was very possible, and he was extremely scared inside. Who in the Devil's City doesn't know Miss Qin? This is a true leader, threateningly. Take him away quickly. With a strong pull, Xia Jiangyan and He Ting were already taken out of the bar and brought to the parking lot at the entrance. You guys let go of my young master quickly. Pop. Taking advantage of the fact that the two women holding him were not paying attention, Xia Jiangyan quickly broke free and viciously slapped the blonde woman's face. You cheap man! How dare you slap me? The blonde woman covered her burning face, furious and looking terrifying. Xia Jiangyan was disdainful. Even though he was drunk, he was still arrogant. Even if your grandfather came, I would still dare to hit you. Bitch, how do you think I wouldn't dare to hit you? You? Since she was young, the blonde-haired woman had been the one bullying others. Who would dare to disobey her? But now, there was actually a scumbag man who dared to shit on her. Suddenly, her eyes turned red with anger. You scumbag! Pop! A hard slap fell, and Xia Jiangyan felt only searing pain in his face. Take them away! Serve these two bitches to me tonight. The six women roughly shoved the two men into the car. Bang! A loud noise pierced the quiet night. A camouflage off-road vehicle blocked the road, and two men got out of the car, bayonets in hand, with no expression on their faces. Chapter 16 He is hers. Daring to pull a knife on the street is arrogant and domineering, and the six people in the car have already been scared half to death. They have never seen such a scene before. Get out of the car. The beautiful bodyguard pointed a knife at the six people. Pointed at by the sharp blade, the six people were extremely scared and hurriedly rolled off the car, hugging their heads, afraid of being stabbed. Master Xia is in the car. The beautiful bodyguard opened the way, and the powerful Qin Yuan got up and got out of the car, her combat boots stamping on the ground, arrogant and overbearing. This woman seemed to be born into nobility, able to suppress the aura around her. As soon as she appeared, the air around her seemed to be sucked away, and the atmosphere became suffocating and oppressive. Qin Yuan didn't even look at the six women kneeling on the ground, and walked directly towards the car. From her cold expression, it could be seen that Qin Yuan's mood was terrible at the moment. She bent slightly and peeked into the car. Inside, Xia Jiangyan had already passed out again, lying on the seat in an ugly position. When she saw the situation inside the car, Xin Yuang's furrowed eyebrows wrinkled even deeper. Without saying a word, Xin Yuang bent down and took Xia Jiangyan into her arms. Her nose suddenly caught a pungent smell of alcohol, and a strong sense of disgust appeared in Xin Yuang's beautiful eyes. She never touches alcohol, and she hates this particularly unpleasant smell. With great difficulty, she suppressed the urge to throw Xia Jiangyan out, and looked down at the little guy in her arms. Her gaze was suddenly drawn to his face. The little guy's originally white and tender face had an obvious palm print on it. It was very eye-catching. Instantly, the temperature around them dropped sharply. A powerful sense of oppression seemed to indicate that a storm was about to hit, with 1,000 pounds of thunder. Everyone felt breathless at the same time, and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. It was as if an invisible pair of hands had seized their throats. Who did this? Xin Yuang's tone was cold and piercing, and these words were slowly spoken, like a death warrant from the mouth of Yama. Someone actually dared to touch her, Xin Yuang? Her cold and merciless gaze finally fell on the 6 people kneeling on the ground, trembling. It wasn't me, it wasn't me. It was Sister Xiao who did it. Feeling Qin Yuyan's mesmerizing gaze, the last line of defense in the hearts of the 6 people instantly collapsed, and they were terrified. These eyes are nothing like human eyes, they have no warmth at all. Who is this Xiao person? There was extreme impatience in her cold tone. It's her, the one with the blonde hair. At this point, the 5 people kneeling on the ground had already been scared half to death, and the 5 of them pointed their fingers at the woman with blonde hair together. From the moment they got off the bus, they knew that this person was someone they simply couldn't afford to mess with. Think about it for a moment. How could someone who carries a bayonet with them be an ordinary person? Xin Yuan's cold eyes looked at the woman with blonde hair, as casual as stepping on an ant. Break her hand for me. It was obviously a cruel and ruthless remark, but when Xin Yuang said it, it was so simple and casual. SSS. A gasp. The surrounding crowd, upon hearing the words Xin Yuang spoke, looked at her with fear in their eyes, extreme fear and trepidation. This is a cold and ruthless person. Plop. Hearing the words Xin Yuan said, the yellow-haired woman completely collapsed. She suddenly bowed her head and wailed. Her tears flowed unchecked as she begged for mercy. I'm sorry, it's just that I'm a small person with no discerning eye. You are a magnanimous person, so please let me off the hook. The yellow-haired woman was truly scared. She looked at this woman with an incredibly powerful aura, from her pair of cold and beautiful eyes. She knew that this woman was not joking. Instead, she really wanted to cripple her hands. Get lost. The woman with blonde hair pounced to the feet of Qin Yuan, who was holding her legs. Extreme disgust appeared in Qin Yuan's eyes, and she kicked the woman directly in the face, sending her flying. It was as if she were kicking trash. The woman was kicked so hard that she actually vomited a mouthful of blood. It can be imagined just how powerful Qin Yuan's kick was. The woman with blonde hair slowly stood up, her face looking terrifying and hideous. Do you know who my father is? If you dare to really touch me, my father will definitely come after you. My father is a big shot. If you dare to touch me, my father will make sure you can't survive in the demon capital. The woman with blonde hair was obviously still scared, but this was her last card. The reason she dared to act so tyrannically in the demon capital was because she had an extraordinary father. Oh really? Xin Yuan let out a light laugh, as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world, cold and cruel. So far, this was the first time someone had dared to threaten her like this? Hand me the knife. Qin Yuan hugged Xia Jiangyan with one arm, while the other reached out to her personal bodyguard. Yes, Mississippi. The beautiful bodyguard respectfully handed over a bayonet that exuded a cold luster. Arrest this woman for me, Qin Yuan ordered. Yes. 2 black-clad women stepped forward and lifted the woman with the blonde hair. Qin Yuyan walked up to them, arrogant and domineering. Remember, the person who crippled your hands is called Qin Yuyan. Ah. My hands, ah. Blood splattered everywhere, shocking to the eye. The blonde-haired woman passed out from the intense pain. The surrounding crowd was horrified at the gory sight on the ground. Miss Qin. This is actually Miss Qin. The people around them all felt sad for the woman with the blonde hair. It didn't matter who came along, they would meet with Miss Qin. You take him home safely now. Xin Yuan pointed to one of her subordinates and told her to escort He Ting home. Yes, Mississippi. After receiving the order, the person directly carried He Ting out of the car and drove off in another SUV. Turning to the remaining 5 people, Qin Yuan did not choose to do it herself this time, but ordered, the remaining 5 people, one of them will lose an arm. Yes, miss. Suddenly, there was a miserable scream like a pig being slaughtered. Qin Yuan hugged Xia Jiangyan and sat back in the car, her eyes cold as she looked ahead, while Xia Jiangyan slept on her lap. Miss, shall we go back to the Qin residence next? The driver asked, turning his head. Qin Yuan looked down at Xia Jiangyan, who was unconscious from drunkenness, and rubbed her temples with some headache. She said in an unhappy tone, let's go to the old place. This little guy, she is going to give him a good punishment. How dare he go to a bar and get drunk unconscious? A boy, his safety awareness is too poor. Just thinking about it, the woman almost touched her little guy. Qin Yuan's heart was filled with anger, as if a huge stone was weighing on her chest. In Qin Yuan's mind, this little guy was her man, her person. Her little guy would not allow anyone to lay a finger on him. The only outcome for those who lay a finger on him was death. Chapter 17 Lying through your teeth is punishable. 10 li south of the demon capital lies a very special mansion, protected in a special way, and no one can detect its location. The owner of this seemingly ordinary but extremely special mansion is none other than Qin Yuan. The mansion gate is heavily guarded. When several sentries see Qin Yuan's car slowly approaching, they salute neatly and let it pass. The car stopped at a small 3-story Western-style building in the compound. This was Qin Yuan's residence. Qin Yuan got out of the car, picked up Xia Jiangyan, and walked into the small Western-style building. The house was very spacious, the overall decoration was exceptionally exquisite, and everything was neat and clean. These seemingly ordinary furniture were actually specially ordered and were very expensive. After entering the password, Qin Yuan went to the second floor, walked into her bedroom, and directly threw Xia Jiangyan onto the big bed. Thrown onto the bed, Xia Jiangyan muttered a few words, rolled over, and continued to sleep. Her cold, beautiful eyes stared at Xia Jiangyan on the bed. Qin Yuan sniffed her clothes, her whole body smelling of an unpleasant alcoholic smell. Frowning, she curled up in a ball of discomfort. Qin Yuan kept her face cold as she strode into the bathroom. A sound of running water came from the bathroom, and soon after, Qin Yuan wrapped in a towel walked out. Standing by the bed, Qin Yuan was carefully wiping her hair when suddenly, her beautiful eyes fixed on something, revealing a look of deep disgust. Little brat, get up! She threw the towel on the floor, grabbed Xia Jiangyan, who was sleeping soundly, with both hands, and lifted him up without a second thought. On the big, white bed, where Xia Jiangyan's head had just fallen asleep, there was a puddle of drool, and the sheets were soaked. It stood out on the big, immaculate bed. It was obvious that this was Xia Jiangyan's masterpiece. The temperature in the room seemed to have dropped to freezing point. But how could the drunk Xia Jiangyan, who was unconscious, feel it? He was lying in Qin Yuan's arms, and very casually, he wanted to grab the bath towel on Qin Yuan's body with his hand and use it to wipe away the saliva hanging at the corner of his mouth. Realizing what Xia Jiangyan was about to do, her beautiful eyes narrowed, and Qin Yuan coldly said, "Little guy, behave yourself." "Oh, stop it, I just want to wipe my mouth." Without thinking, she said this and grabbed the towel with her hand, giving Qin Yuan no time to stop her. After wiping the saliva from the corner of his mouth, Xia Jiangyan was finally satisfied and fell asleep comfortably. As he slept, Xia Jiangyan was oblivious to the pair of deep, cold, and terrifying eyes above him, as if they were about to devour him. Qin Yuan was a serious germaphobe, and she naturally couldn't stand it. However, Xia Jiangyan was unconscious after getting drunk, and this left Qin Yuan with no choice. Damn it! I'm out of luck, Qin Yuan couldn't help but curse out loud. The smell of alcohol on Xia Jiangyan's body was really unbearable. Qin Yuan frowned, picked Xia Jiangyan up, and walked into the bathroom. Turning the water to the maximum, Qin Yuyan stood under the shower with Xia Jiangyan in her arms. The sudden flow of water directly choked Xia Jiangyan, who was struggling like a fish. Ah! The water is choking me. Help! I'm drowning, come save me. Help! Help! I've fallen into the river, save me. Xia Jiangyan yelled and screamed as he frantically struggled. Stop it! Qin Yuan's face was dark with anger, her voice low. She had just thrown her towel on the bed. Perfectly defined abs. Amazing strength hidden on the sides of the waist and abdomen. Long, slender, jade-like legs. All exposed in the air. The water-soaked Xia Jiangyan revealed faintly visible abs. His blood was boiling, and it was blatantly obvious in the bathroom. Ha! Beauty! This is actually a super beauty. Xia Jiangyan opened his dazed eyes. Xia Jiangyan's eyes were dazed, and he exclaimed, "Holy cow, this body is also too good, so well endowed." Xia Jiangyan. Qin Yuang's tone carried the sound of a huge storm, as if it were being spat out word by word from her throat. This little guy really has an extraordinary amount of nerve. Beauty, your figure is really amazing. Are you a model? Beauty, your figure is really amazing, the best, 100 times better than Qin Yuyan's. The little guy, not only did he dare to flirt with her to her face, he actually dared to say that she didn't have a good figure. Qin Yuyan's pretty face suddenly turned cold as ice, and it was about to start to form ice cubes. Any woman would be very angry if her man said that she didn't have a good figure. Even if the person she was comparing herself to was herself. Ah, it's cold. The cold wind that came from nowhere made Xia Jiangyan shrink his neck and lean into Qin Yuan's arms. This action of Xia Jiangyan's made Qin Yuan's blood boil wildly throughout her body. Qin Yuan took a breath, her face already as red as a peach blossom. Little guy, don't play with fire. Lowering her head, as if capturing her beloved prey, she accurately captured the little guy's lips. The smell of alcohol, which she normally found extremely disgusting, felt extraordinarily sweet to her at this moment, as if she had been poisoned and wanted more. Ah, beautiful lady, can you be a little gentler with me? This is my first kiss. Xia Jiangyan's mouth felt as if it was running out of oxygen, and he could hardly catch his breath. Hearing what the little guy said, Qin Yuan's beautiful eyes fell on his blushing face, and she pulled the corners of her mouth. First kiss? Then wasn't that a kiss last time? Nonsense, he deserves to be punished. Thinking this way, Qin Yuan pressed up again. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Hoo-hoo. After a short moment of gasping for breath, Xia Jiangyan gently pushed Qin Yuan away. Her face was flushed, and she said with a light smile, "Beauty, you need to be gentler. This is still my first time." After saying that, Xia Jiangyan even winked at Qin Yuan, as if he were teasing her. Qin Yuan felt like she was going crazy. How could this be considered her first time? Could it be that what happened that night was a lie? Little brat, you're a liar and deserve to be punished. The spacious bathroom was abuzz with passion. The next morning, as the sun rose, it looked like a golden agate embedded in the distant sky. The distant bugle call was exceptionally loud. Qin Yuan had a very regular routine. As soon as 6 o'clock arrived, she was already out for morning exercise training. On the snow-white bed, Xia Jiangyan was lying in a tangled mess, the quilt covering him, his bare feet exposed. Oh my god, my head is spinning. Xia Jiangyan woke up slowly, rubbing his head with his hands, turning his black hair into a mop. What's going on? Why does my head hurt so much? Xia Jiangyan opened his eyes in confusion, and then he saw himself. Suddenly, Xia Jiangyan's head cleared. Holy shit! Was last night's dream real? Did I really have sex with a woman? Xia Jiangyan still had some recollection of last night's dream, and it seemed that in the dream he was quite the aggressor. But who would have thought that it was actually real? Xia Jiangyan, you have to stay calm. Calm down. Xia Jiangyan patted his head, trying to calm himself down. At this point, he had no choice but to face it. So, the question was right in front of him, who is this woman? Chapter 18 just for the enjoyment. Xia Jiangyan got up and got out of bed. After looking around, he didn't find his clothes. Finally, he found his clothes in the bathroom. They were wet and had an unpleasant smell of alcohol, so they were completely unwearable. There was nothing he could do, so Xia Jiangyan had to rummage through the room. Women's clothes? I don't want them. Xia Jiangyan found some clothes, but they were women's clothes, so he threw them away. Women's clothing again, I don't want it. He threw it away again. Women's clothing again. Are there no men's clothes here? Not being able to think about it anymore, Xia Jiangyan had to put on the women's clothing. It was very small in size, and Xia Jiangyan felt very uncomfortable wearing it. Suddenly, Xia Jiangyan felt a familiar smell on the clothing, and it smelled very good. But for the moment, he couldn't think of where he had smelled it before. When he walked out of the room, Xia Jiangyan surveyed the bedroom. It was not very big, but quite exquisite. Hey, this person looks familiar. Xia Jiangyan's gaze was suddenly attracted by the painting on the wall. Xia Jiangyan is currently a freshman art student. From Xia Jiangyan's professional perspective, the painting on the wall is exquisite and the painter is very skilled. It is obvious that this is the work of a famous painter. However, the quality of the painting is not what Xia Jiangyan is most concerned about. What attracts Xia Jiangyan's attention is the content of the painting. The painting shows a woman wearing a military uniform. She has an imposing bearing, extraordinary demeanor, and heroic spirit. Even just looking at the painting, one can feel the powerful aura of this woman, which makes people unable to help but feel admiration and worship. Qin Yuan? This woman is really Qin Yuan. Xia Jiangyan's tone changed from doubt to certainty. Yes, the person in the painting was indeed Qin Yuan. In that case, the woman last night was also Qin Yuan? Thinking about this, Xia Jiangyan's tightly knitted brows relaxed a lot. His heart also couldn't help but loosen. Guliolu. Xia Jiangyan's stomach suddenly let out a cry, and the feeling of hunger was like something was pulling at his stomach. I'm so hungry. Is there anything to eat here? Xia Jiangyan looked around. It was very clean here, and he could only find 3 bottles of mineral water. Because he was so hungry, his stomach was protesting, so Xia Jiangyan had to unscrew the cap and pour a bottle of Nongfu Spring mineral water directly into his stomach. After drinking a bottle of water, the feeling of hunger finally eased a little. Xia Jiangyan wanted to go out, but he discovered that the door was a fingerprint code lock, and he couldn't open it at all. There was no TV in the house, and he couldn't find his mobile phone. There was no entertainment to pass the time. Because he was very hungry, Xia Jiangyan didn't want to expend his energy, so he just lay on the sofa. Drip! At this time, an electronic sound suddenly sounded, and the door was opened. Xia Jiangyan quickly turned his head to look. Qin Yuan was wearing a military uniform, carrying a meal in her hand, and slowly walking over. Some fine sweat appeared on her hair. The modest military uniform made her figure appear even more slender and slim, with a perfect combination of tenderness and firmness, exuding a unique charm. Qin Yuan. Xia Jiangyan stood up and called out stiffly. He had slept with Qin Yuan again last night, and Xia Jiangyan's mood was incredibly complicated at the moment. He didn't know if it was because this woman's aura was too strong, but whenever he saw Qin Yuan now, his heart would become nervous and his forehead would break out in sweat. Qin Yuan's gaze fell on him. The little guy was wearing her clothes, with shorts covering his bottom, but revealing 2 long, white, slender legs. His legs were delicate, with smooth muscle lines that gave him a sense of power, and they were impossible to take one's eyes off. Qin Yuan's eyes sank slightly, and she walked over. Xia Jiangyan, how long have you been awake? At this moment, Xia Jiangyan didn't know how he was going to get along with Qin Yuan in the future. They had gone to bed, and something had happened that shouldn't have. And it had happened twice. At this moment, Xia Jiangyan was unable to find the words to express the awkward feeling he felt in the face of Qin Yuan. Ahaha, Qin Yuan, Sawatika, Xia Jiangyan said in an incredibly awkward manner. The other person's body was getting closer and closer to him, so close that if he breathed, he could smell the unique scent of Qin Yuan. Hey! Qin Yuan, did you bring me this meal? Xia Jiangyan, who was feeling extremely awkward, looked around wildly and noticed that Qin Yuan was carrying a lunchbox in her hand. Immediately, Xia Jiangyan's gaze fixed on the lunchbox and he could no longer look away. Xia Jiangyan sniffed hard, as if he could smell the aroma of rice. Immediately, Xia Jiangyan's eyes sparkled as he stared at the lunchbox in Qin Yuan's hands, as if he were looking at a sparkling gem. Gurgle, gurgle. Xia Jiangyan's stomach began to protest once again. Qin Yuan naturally heard the sound coming from Xia Jiangyan's stomach. Seeing that the little guy was only staring at the lunchbox and completely ignoring her, Qin Yuan felt a little upset. This lunchbox is so ordinary, can it look better than her? She has been in this room for almost 3 minutes, and Xia Jiangyan has only stared at her for 2 or 3 seconds. As a person who eats dry food, and a hungry eater at that, Xia Jiangyan could not care about the embarrassment at the moment. There was only one shout in her heart, I want to eat, I'm so hungry. Qin Yuan, how do you know I'm hungry right now? Before Qin Yuan could respond, Xia Jiangyan pounced on her, grabbed the lunchbox, and opened it to take a look. It was actually stir-fried meat with chili peppers, and Xia Jiangyan was overjoyed. Thank you, I'll eat it properly, Xia Jiangyan said in a happy tone, even flashing Qin Yuan a big smile. Stop. Don't eat it. Xia Jiangyan had just opened his mouth wide, ready to put a piece of meat in it, when the woman's voice suddenly came to his ears. At the same time, Qin Yuan took away the lunchbox. Next time, you are not allowed to go to places like bars again. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences yourself. Qin Yuan's gaze was cold and sharp like a sharp blade. Okay, I know, I won't go again next time, Xia Jiangyan shrunk his neck and nodded repeatedly. So can I eat now? However, Qin Yuan remained unmoved, her eyes cold. Have you washed up? Not yet, Xia Jiangyan shook his head. Go now, wash up, and come back to eat. Qin Yuan ordered imperiously, pushing Xia Jiangyan into the bathroom. As a person with a serious case of cleanliness obsession, Qin Yuan absolutely would not allow such unhygienic behavior to happen in front of her. Eyes. Wow. Xia Jiangyan, who had been pushed into the bathroom by Qin Yuan, had 10,000 thoughts racing through his mind at this moment. I'm starving to death, and you're telling me to wash up first? Qin Yuan, you can wash up later. Think about it, if I brush my teeth now, won't I be unclean again after eating? Xia Jiangyan bent down, trying to get out from under Qin Yuan's arm. I said no means no. Qin Yuan's attitude was firm. She was very persistent when it came to hygiene. The most important thing is that she quite likes that mouth. Xia Jiangyan's mouth needs to be kept clean, because she can't say when she'll enjoy it. Qin Yuan reached out her palm and pushed it against Xia Jiangyan's head, pushing him into the bathroom like he was a puppy. Deep well ice. I curse you for stepping in a pile of dog poo when you go out later. Xia Jiangyan at this time did not know Qin Yuan's true thoughts, and thought that Qin Yuan was a severe case of cleanliness obsession. If Xia Jiangyan knew that he had to keep his mouth clean and hygienic just to facilitate Qin Yuan's enjoyment, then Xia Jiangyan would definitely deliberately not wash his face, deliberately make his mouth stink very badly, and finally eat some durian, snail noodles, and the like. Trying to take advantage of this young master. Oomph, not so easy. Chapter 19 Her gentleness. After Xia Jiangyan washed up, didn't dare to swear out loud, so he could only care about Qin Yuan in his heart. The driver heard the order and immediately executed it, and the car slowly drove into the Qin residence. Hearing the sound of the car, the Qin family, who were about to eat, hurriedly came out to see what was going on. Second aunt. As soon as the car stopped, Qin Wuda hurriedly went up to meet her, with a bright smile on his face. Qin Yuan got up and got out of the car, and in the face of Qin Wuda's enthusiasm, she just gave a faint nod. Xia Jiangyan got out of the car after her. Why did you come back with second aunt? Seeing Xia Jiangyan get out of the car, the smile on Qin Wuda's face instantly disappeared. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, he asked in a low voice. Xia Jiangyan rolled his eyes, none of your damn business? Xia Jiangyan's attitude made Qin Wuda very angry, his face ugly, but in front of everyone, he didn't dare to act up. I warn you, in the future, you are not allowed to be with my second aunt. Glaring fiercely at Xia Jiangyan, Qin Wuda followed behind Qin Yuan in his leather shoes, like a peacock spreading its tail feathers. Sham Qing Bing. Xia Jiangyan shook his head helplessly, speechless. And, why didn't you go home last night? After everyone else had gone inside, Xia's mother took Xia Jiangyan aside and asked with concern. Seeing that his mother didn't suspect a thing, Xia Jiangyan let out a sigh of relief, a smile appeared on his face, and he said casually, Mom, I drank too much with Yi Ting last night, so I just rested at his place. Next time, if you're going to sleep somewhere else, you have to tell me in advance, okay? Otherwise, I'll worry about you. Okay, Xia Jiangyan nodded. Ha? What is it? Xia Jiangyan hesitated for a moment, but still asked, and, why did you come back with your sister-in-law? After all, her son had only met Miss Qin once, which explained why Xia Jiangyan was worried. She was worried that her son would have offended Miss Qin. After all, according to rumors, this Miss Qin was not someone who was easy to get along with. Hearing his mother's question, Xia Jiangyan's heart pounded wildly, and he felt a little nervous. Did his mother suspect something? And, when you're with your sister-in-law, you mustn't be rude like you are with me. You must be very respectful to your elders, understand? It's not surprising that Xia's mother is worried. She knows her son very well. He's been mischievous and naughty since he was a child, and he's not afraid of anyone. Elders? Bullshit elders. Is what Qin Yuyan did to him something an elder could do? Mom, if you knew what the elder you keep calling respected did to your son, you wouldn't respect her anymore. Xia Jiangyan thought to himself. Okay, I know, my dear, good mother. Xia Jiangyan let out a sigh of relief when he saw that Xia's mother hadn't noticed anything, and he hugged her shoulders as they walked into the house together. Because of Qin Yuan's visit, the Qin family had a very sumptuous dinner. At the table, Qin Wuda kept helping his sister-in-law with her food. However, Xia Jiangyan saw that until they had eaten and drunk their fill and put down their chopsticks, Qin Yuan hadn't even touched any of the food. Serves you right, who told you to have eyes in the sky? As for Qin Wuda, Xia Jiangyan really hated him and was happy to see him make a fool of himself. Butler, go and tell them to clean the room I used to live in. From now on, I'll be living here, Qin Yuan ordered lightly after finishing eating. Second aunt, are you going to live in the Qin residence from now on? Qin Wuda was suddenly overjoyed, his face full of a smile. If second aunt were to stay here for a long time, wouldn't that mean he would have more opportunities to spend time with her? What? This female demon is going to live here from now on? Qin Yuan's words were like a bolt from the blue, sending a huge wave through Xia Jiangan's heart. Chapter 21 Anger again. If Qin Yuyan lives in the Qin residence, then won't it be very easy for his affair with his sister-in-law to be exposed? Moreover, Xia Jiangyan had originally thought that even if he agreed to be Qin Yuyan's man, she was a big shot and would definitely be very busy, so she would definitely have very little time to spend with him. Therefore, Xia Jiangyan was even happy about it. Who knew that before the joy had worn off, Qin Yuyan was going to come back and live? Xia Jiangyan didn't want Qin Yuang to live in the Qin residence at all, but he was powerless to stop her. He was so troubled. After saying what she wanted to say, Qin Yuang didn't say much to anyone else and went upstairs to the study. Qin Yuang had an extraordinary status in this family. When Xia Jiangyan returned to his room, he saw the maid cleaning the room next to his. He discovered something even more worrying. Qin Yuang was actually living next to him. Oh my god. Can you stop teasing me? Butler Zhou, is this where my sister-in-law's room used to be? Yes, young master. Xia Jiangyan had originally harbored some hope that things would not develop as he had imagined, but Butler Zhou's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over him. Is the world his enemy? Plop. Close the door, lock it, go to sleep. Xia Jiangyan lay on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Suddenly, he rolled his eyes. There was something he almost forgot. Immediately, Xia Jiangyan, who was lying in bed, hurriedly stood up. Give medicine. Last night, he got drunk and confusedly had sex with Qin Yuang again, and then was forced to have sex again by that female devil Qin Yuang. Xia Jiangyan is still young, and he is still in that kind of relationship with his sister-in-law. He doesn't want to be a father. He couldn't imagine, under such circumstances, if Qin Yuang had a child, it would be terrifying. The medicine in the bedroom was bought by him after a night of absurdity that night. What are you doing? There was no sound, and Qin Yuang's low voice carried a slight chill. Plop. Xia Jiangyan was taken aback, and the medicine in his hand was unsteady, and it fell to the ground. Qin Yuang frowned. This little guy, is there a need to react so strongly? Why did his sister-in-law suddenly appear in his room? He had just walked into the room and deliberately locked the door behind him, and he hadn't heard any noise just now. So how did Qin Yuang get in? Qin Yuang's gaze did not fall on Xia Jiangyan, but instead looked at the pillbox that had fallen to the ground. Realizing Qin Yuang's gaze, Xia Jiangyan's heart leaped in fear, and quickly picked up the pillbox and hid it behind his back. He couldn't let Qin Yuang know that he bought this kind of medicine for her to take. This action of Xia Jiangyan made Qin Yuang's gaze slightly cold, and her bright red lips said, "What is that thing behind you? Give it to me." The smooth and delicate hand reached out, exuding an overbearing and powerful aura. Like a queen, she was naturally extremely noble, and everything had to submit to her. Xia Jiangyan's heart pounded, and he felt a little fear. The hand hidden behind her back tightened its grip, and her big eyes revealed stubbornness. Xia Jiangyan gathered his courage and shook his head to refuse. Just as Xia Jiangyan shook his head to refuse, he could feel the temperature in the room rapidly dropping. Under the pressure of her powerful aura, Xia Jiangyan was even more afraid to look up at Qin Yuan. Her aura was indeed too powerful. Qin Yuan took a step closer to him, while Xia Jiangyan took a step back in fear. Seeing Xia Jiangyan dare to take a step back, Qin Yuan's eyebrows, which were as cold as an iceberg, frowned unhappily. Qin Yuan aggressively closed in again. Xia Jiangyan took a step back, but found that there was a wall behind him, and there was no way to retreat. What is it? Give it to me, Qin Yuan said imperiously. I'm not giving it to you. It's my stuff, why should I show it to you? Xia Jiangyan shook his head again to refuse. Qin Yuan's gaze became more and more deep. She liked obedient people. You are all mine, and I can't even look at your things? Give it to me, I don't want to say it again. Qin Yuan was already very patient with this little guy. If someone else dared to disobey her again and again, that person would definitely never be able to appear in front of her again. Qin Yuan's eyes were like sharp swords, and Xia Jiangyan's gaze met hers, and he was pierced by the gaze. In the end, Xia Jiangyan could not withstand Qin Yuan's powerful pressure and was forced to hand over the pillbox to her. Qin Yuan took the pillbox and carefully read the introduction information on it. Xia Jiangyan stood aside, afraid to make a sound. Gradually, Xia Jiangyan felt that the air around him was really getting colder and colder, and the suffocating feeling of oppression was getting stronger and stronger. Finally, after reading the introduction to the pillbox, Qin Yuan's face was calm, and she exuded an icy aura. "Tell me, why did you buy this medicine? Is it for me to take?" Qin Yuan's voice was cold, revealing her strong displeasure. Qin Yuan was a little angry. This kind of medicine has quite strong side effects for girls and is very bad for the body. Why does this little guy have the right to care about her body? Humph. Why are you being so aggressive? He still bought this medicine for her out of goodwill, so why should he be yelled at? Besides, the reason Qin Yuan needs to take this medicine also has to do with Qin Yuan herself. "I don't want to be a father," Xia Jiangyan muttered, looking at Qin Yuan as if he was facing death. "You don't want to have children with me? Then who do you want to have children with?" Qin Yuan suddenly became angry, and forcefully threw the pillbox away. Her tone was terrifying and cold. "Do you want to have children with your sweetheart? Answer me quickly." Qin Yuan forcefully pinched Xia Jiangyan's chin, her gaze cold and fierce. The thought that the little guy she had her eye on actually wanted to have a child with another woman made Qin Yuan burn with rage, jealous to the point of madness. It was obvious that Qin Yuan's focus was different from Xia Jiangyan's. Xia Jiangyan's original intention was just that he didn't want to have children. However, Xia Jiangyan didn't bother to explain, as his meaning was already very clear. "No matter who it is, this is my own body. I can have a child with whoever I want, and it's my business who I want to have a child with. What do you care?" Xia Jiangyan has never been a pushover for others, and at this moment, he was also furious and furious. It was clearly her own fault, and it was clearly her who wanted to force herself, but why did she always look condescending, and why should he grovel? He, Xia Jiangyan, just refused to submit. And Xia Jiangyan's words, "I want to have children with whoever I want, and it's my own business who I want to have children with," completely infuriated Qin Yuan, a woman with a very strong sense of possession. Her man actually wanted to have children with someone else, and unless she, Qin Yuan, was dead. "Xia Jiangyan, you are my Qin Yuan's man, of course I have the right to control you. Don't forget, you are still my man." The next moment, an angry kiss was pressed down with all his might. This punishment was extremely fierce and crazy, and Qin Yuan bit like crazy. It was as if she wanted to leave her own exclusive mark on Xia Jiangyan. Chapter 22. This woman is simply crazy. Xia Jiangyan almost fainted from lack of oxygen. But Qin Yuan didn't show any mercy. "Qin Yuan, let go of me, let go of me." Xia Jiangyan leaned against the wall and used the force behind him. With a strong push of both hands, Qin Yuan was pushed away and took a few steps back. "Qin Yuan, what the hell do you want? This is my home." Xia Jiangyan was shocked and scared. Qin Yuan was simply a female devil. This woman was simply crazy. She didn't worry about exposing their relationship at all, and acted domineering and arrogant. "What do I want?" Qin Yuan, who had been pushed away, pulled the corners of her mouth, took a step forward with her beautiful legs, and once again closed in on Xia Jiangyan. Qin Yuan stood in front of Xia Jiangyan, and the two were so close that their noses were about to touch. Her delicate red lips moved slightly, and she whispered two words. Xia Jiangyan could clearly see Qin Yuan's perky eyelashes. Because they were so close to each other, when Qin Yuan spoke, she didn't know if it was intentional or not, but her warm breath sprayed on his neck, which was hot and itchy. "Hussy." Hearing those two words from Qin Yuan, Xia Jiangyan's eyes widened in disbelief. Xia Jiangyan never imagined that Qin Yuan, who looked cold and abstinent, could actually say such shameless things. It had completely refreshed his perception. "Hussy? Fine, then I'll be even more unrestrained." Qin Yuan didn't care at all about Xia Jiangyan's scolding. Realizing what the woman was about to do, Xia Jiangyan hurriedly stopped her. "No. We can't do this anymore. Aren't you afraid of getting pregnant?" Xia Jiangyan also knew that the harm of that kind of medicine for girls was very great. Hearing Xia Jiangyan's words, Qin Yuan was slightly stunned, and her beautiful eyes were unfathomable. The little guy was actually right. Girls really shouldn't take this kind of medicine. However, the arrow was on the string and had to be fired. Seeing that Qin Yuan had stopped her advances, Xia Jiangyan secretly let out a sigh of relief. He was really afraid of what she was going to do here. However, Xia Jiangyan did not know Qin Yuang very well, and under these circumstances, how could he let go so easily? Next time, we'll use protection. This time, let's forget about it. I'm in my safe period, so it's not a big deal. After Qin Yuang finished speaking, she did not give Xia Jiangyan a chance to respond, and her passionate kiss fell again. It's safe period, so it's not a big deal? This woman has a big heart. At this moment, 1,000 wild horses flew through Xia Jiangyan's heart. This woman is like a tiger that never gets tired. From last night until now, is she never tired? Evil woman Qin Yuyan, I hope you get your period every day. Xia Jiangyan cursed Qin Yuyan in his heart. Xia Jiangyan struggled hard, but he was no match for this woman at all, like a sheep in a pen, at the mercy of others. Xia Jiangyan woke up again, and it was already the next morning. Last night, Xia Jiangyan fell asleep in the middle of the process. The devil Qin Yuang. What, it's already 7 o'clock. Xia Jiangyan, who was lying on the bed, suddenly got up. Xia Jiangyan likes to sleep in, so his mother usually wakes him up at 7 o'clock in the morning on time. After so many years, this has become a habit. It will soon be 7 o'clock, and his mother will be here soon, but Qin Yuang is still here. Xia Jiangyan glanced at the clock again. There were only 3 minutes before Xia's mother arrived. Xia Jiangyan quickly lifted the quilt and saw Qin Yuang lying next to him. Her beautiful face, sleeping peacefully, was so serene. Her mouth was slightly raised, as if she were very content. Qin Yuang's contentment made Xia Jiangyan feel very uncomfortable. However, now was not the time to worry about such things. Qin Yuang, get up quickly, my mom is coming. Xia Jiangyan didn't bother to get dressed, and hurriedly shook the woman next to him. Why does this feel like an affair about to be discovered? Qin Yuang was originally a very vigilant person, and her sleep was very shallow. Xia Jiangyan slightly shook her, and she woke up. She opened her beautiful eyes, and deep in her eyes, there was a trace of displeasure at being woken up. It was rare for her to sleep so soundly, so why did the little guy have to wake her up? Qin Yuang easily suffers from insomnia at night and can never sleep well. But for some reason, as long as she sleeps holding Xia Jiangyan, she always sleeps well, warm and snug. Looks like the time wasn't long enough? You're in good spirits this morning. The voice was pleasant, but also slightly dangerous. Not long enough? How could it not be long enough? Last night, I fell asleep, didn't I? Hearing the woman's words, Xia Jiangyan almost died of anger. No, Qin Yuang, has it been long enough? Xia Jiangyan wanted to explain, but found it difficult to do so. The more he tried to explain, the redder his face became. Oh dear, Qin Yuang, get up quickly. My mother will be here soon, and if she sees you in my room, you'll be in deep trouble. Xia Jiangyan was very nervous, his heart was in his mouth. He was really afraid that his mother would come early, because she had a key to his room. Xia Jiangyan was anxious, but someone else reached out a hand and covered the quilt again, looking carefree and unconcerned. It's your mother who's coming, what do I care? Besides, you're the one who's going to be in trouble, not me. The quilt still had Xia Jiangyan's body odor on it, and she liked the smell, so she wanted to continue sleeping. Hearing Qin Yuan's words, Xia Jiangyan was furious. He had never seen such an irresponsible woman. In the end, Xia Jiangyan had no choice but to get out of bed quickly. He quickly got dressed and washed up. This was the least time Xia Jiangyan had spent washing up in the morning. He looked at the clock and saw that it was 7 o'clock. He put on his shoes and quickly opened the door to his room, then immediately closed it again, afraid that someone else would see Qin Yuang in the room. Mom! As expected, the moment Xia Jiangyan closed the door, he saw his mother's figure on the stairs. Fortunately, Xia Jiangyan let out a sigh of relief. Oh, what a day! My dear son, this is the first time I've seen you get up on your own without being called. Xia Jiangyan's mother was a little surprised to see him at the door. Xia Jiangyan was notorious for sleeping in, and normally wouldn't get up on his own without being called. Mom, isn't this a sign that my son understands how hard you work? Look, it's really hard for you to wake me up so early every day, Xia Jiangyan said nonchalantly, his face calm. Mom, from now on, you don't have to wake me up. I promise I'll get up every day on my own. What if one morning my mom comes to open the door and sees Qin Yuan in the room? It's better to be safe than sorry. Humph. That female devil Qin Yuyan. Because of you, I can't sleep in anymore. That's great, I'm so happy to hear that. Xiao's mother was also very happy to hear her son's promise. Let's go, breakfast is ready, eat quickly and go to school. Today is the official start of school, don't be late. Xia Jiangyan turned his head and looked at the door to his bedroom, then followed Xiao's mother downstairs to eat breakfast. Chapter 23 Smashed Qin Wuda's car. On the way downstairs, Xiao's mother suddenly turned her head and said, "And why don't you go ask your sister-in-law to come down for breakfast?" "Mom, I think it's better not to. I don't think my sister-in-law, with her cold personality, would like to be bothered." Xia Jiangyan refused without even thinking about it. Qin Yuan's room was now empty. Hearing Xia Jiangyan's words, Xiao's mother nodded and said, "Okay, that's fine." After breakfast, Qin Jishua told Xia Jiangyan, "Shaoan, let me send you to school later." Because the Qin residence is in a wealthy area, it is not easy to hail a taxi, and the Qin residence is still some distance from University A. Xia Jiangyan was about to nod in agreement when Qin Wuda spoke up, "Dad, I think we don't need to trouble Leak Shaoan can go to school with me later." Qin Wuda called Xia Jiangyan Shaoan affectionately. Xia Jiangyan frowned. What is this psychopath up to now? Qin Wuda is not a very enthusiastic person. Isn't that right, Xiaoan? Qin Wuda looked at Xia Jiangyan and smiled kindly. Seeing Qin Wuda looking at him, Xia Jiangyan was very puzzled, but on the surface he still looked calm. Xia Jiangyan also smiled and said, "Uncle Qin, I will go to school with Brother Wood later, so there is no need to trouble Li Xiao." This was also because Xia Jiangyan didn't want to make his mother's life difficult in this family. So although he and Qin Wu had already fallen out of favor with each other in private, on the surface they were still a pair of good brothers with a harmonious relationship. After all, his mother had just married into the Qin family, and as a son, he should also think more about his mother. Seeing that the two sons got along well, Qin Jishua and Xia's mother both wore a relieved smile on their faces. "Dad, Auntie Xia, we'll go to school first," Qin Wuda said, greeting them affectionately with a bright smile on his face. What a good actor! He put on a show for everyone, but behind everyone's back, he's a different person. Xia Jiangyan watched from the side, feeling particularly disgusted and nauseated. But as soon as Qin Wuda and Xia Jiangyan walked out of the living room and out of the sight of the elders, Qin Wuda immediately changed his face. He glared at Xia Jiangyan, who was following behind, and said in a very unpleasant tone, "Country bumpkin, why aren't you following me?" "Screw you, Xing Jing Bing." Xia Jiangyan was not to be outdone, and cursed as he kept up with him. Sitting in Qin Wuda's blue sports car, Xia Jiangyan looked at Qin Wuda's handsome face and wondered, is this guy really a good person who will kindly take him to school? What the hell is this psychopath up to? Forget it, let's just see what happens and act accordingly. If he tries to pull any shady tricks, just let him have it. Xia Jiangyan is not afraid at all. Sure enough, Qin Wuda really didn't have good intentions. As soon as the sports car pulled out of the Qin residence, things started to go wrong. "Hey, this doesn't seem to be the way to school, does it?" Xia Jiangyan spoke in a measured tone. Qin Wuda and he were studying at the same university. Xia Jiangyan was a freshman art student, while Qin Wuda was a sophomore acting major. However, Qin Wuda ignored Xia Jiangyan's question, and instead of stopping, he accelerated. Looking out the car window, Xia Jiangyan could tell that they were getting further and further away from the school, and this was not the way to school at all. What the hell did this Qin Wuda want? 10 minutes later, just before Xia Jiangyan was about to go crazy and want to hit someone, Qin Wuda finally stopped the car. Deep well ice, Xia Jiangyan glared at Qin Wuda in the driver's seat, then got up and got out of the car. After getting out of the car, Xia Jiangyan was stunned. This Qin Wuda actually drove the car to a deserted place. Xia Jiangyan suddenly felt that something was wrong, but unfortunately, he was still a step too slow. Before Xia Jiangyan could get back in the car, Qin Wuda had already locked the door. "Open the door, open the door." Xia Jiangyan was furious and slammed on the door. Qin Wuda in the car opened the window a little, with a disdainful smile on his handsome face. "Country bumpkin, you just slowly walk from here to school. I'll tell you, this is the middle of nowhere, so don't even think about getting a ride, ha ha ha. Wow. Qin Wuda, I'll fuck your ancestors. You're really cheap." Xia Jiangyan was really angry and glared at Qin Wuda fiercely. Qin Wuda, this little scumbag, is really cheap. He had already planned it out. Today was the first day of school, and every student must be present, and no lateness or absence is allowed. Students who are late and don't show up will have 5 points deducted from their credits. Stared at by Xia Jiangyan's fierce gaze, Qin Wuda felt a chill down his back. This gaze is quite terrifying. What's there to be afraid of? He's just a bumpkin from the countryside. Qin Wuda quickly adjusted his emotions. Bumpkin, you can just walk to school. Oh, that's right, you probably don't know the way. I'm a nice guy, so I'll be kind and tell you, the school is that way, huh? Qin Wuda maintained a condescending attitude and laughed arrogantly, teasing Xia Jiangyan. Xia Jiangyan became even more furious. What the hell does Ultima take him for? Does he think he's capable of doing that? Back when they were in school in the countryside, he was the one bullying others. Who would dare to shit on his head? If he didn't bully others, they would be lucky. But now, this little scum, Qin Wuda, actually dares to bully him. A cold light flashed in Xia Jiangyan's eyes. He bent down and picked up 2 stones from the roadside, about the size of a fist. Xia Jiangyan narrowed his eyes and asked with a cold smile, "Are you going to open the door or not? If you don't, I'll smash your broken car. I'm counting to 3. 1. Qin Wuda laughed disdainfully as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Country bumpkin, you think you can smash my car? Do you know how expensive my car is? It's a limited edition, worth over 2 million yuan. Even if you sold your body, you couldn't afford to buy a single tire for my car. 2. Xia Jiangyan's tone was cold, like a gust of wind, very calm, and he ignored what Qin Wuda said. Ouch. You still installed it? I'm not opening the door, I'd like to see if you dare to smash my car. 3. Clang. The sound of broken glass came. Ah. Country bumpkin, you actually dare to smash my car. I won't let you go. Qin Wuda screamed furiously, his face contorted into a hideous mask. Shut up. Xia Jiangyan remained calm and collected, without a second thought, hurling the last remaining stone in his hand straight at Qin Wuda. Seeing the stone flying towards him, Qin Wuda was terrified and pale with fear. Ah, Xia Jiangyan, you've gone mad. You actually want to kill me. In the end, the stone smashed into the car window, shattering it. If the stone had moved 5 centimeters to the right, it would have smashed into Qin Wuda's head. You're crazy, you're a lunatic. Qin Wuda was still in shock, looking at Xia Jiangyan with the eyes of a madman, with deep fear in his eyes. Seeing Xia Jiangyan glaring at him with a fierce look, it scared the living daylights out of him. Qin Wuda quickly drove away. You little punk, you dare to fight me with your measly skills? Xia Jiangyan looked at the fleeing car tail of Qin Wuda with disdain. However, Xia Jiangyan was not able to enjoy his triumph for long, and soon his brows furrowed again. My God, in this remote and wild place, there is simply no way to get a taxi. How is he going to get to school? What's more unfortunate is that his phone has been missing since yesterday. Chapter 24. Here comes his rescuer. Xia Jiangyan walked in the opposite direction for 20 minutes, and his 2 thin legs started to ache. And it was still the middle of winter, and every now and then a cold wind blew on him. It was especially cold. I don't know if Xia Jiangyan is too unlucky, or if this road is too remote, not to mention cars, you can't even see a dog. Is there anyone here? Is there a car? Xia Jiangyan shouted a few times, but this was the middle of nowhere, and not even a sparrow paid him any mind. This is it, I'm done for, this time I'll definitely get caught by my tutor, and with his petty and narrow-minded personality, I'm afraid it won't just be a simple deduction of credits. Xia Jiangyan's handsome face crumpled up in a ball, so sad. Forget it, just keep walking. Xia Jiangyan felt a little sad for a moment, but then his face once again lit up with a bright, sunny smile, and he picked up his drumming again. Ha! It seems that fate is not treating me badly. At the end of the road, a car was heading towards Xia Jiangyan in the direction of the rising sun. The car was going fast, as if it had something very urgent to do. It was like the car had wings, sending up a cloud of dust. Here came his rescuer. Xia Jiangyan was ecstatic, his eyes shining as he stared intently at the car approaching from ahead. Before long, the car drew closer and closer. It looked a little familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Hey, driver, stop. Ahem. Xia Jiangyan stood on the side of the road, waving his hands vigorously to get the car to stop. However, the speeding car ignored Xia Jiangyan and quickly drove past him, blowing a cloud of dust in his face. Alas, can't you help a poor guy just because I'm so handsome? Xia Jiangyan looked at the car that had driven away in the dust, disheartened. The car was really fast, and in no time at all, it disappeared from Xia Jiangyan's sight without mercy. After waiting for 20-odd minutes, that was the only car he saw. There was nothing he could do but continue walking. As he walked, he suddenly heard a noise behind him. Xia Jiangyan turned around and was taken aback. Behind him, the car that had just passed by him was driving back. Could it be that it was attracted to my good looks? Just as Xia Jiangyan was indulging in his fantasies, the car had already stopped and the window was lowered. Get in the car. Those were just 3 short words, but they felt incredibly familiar. Xia Jiangyan looked up and looked into the car. Qin Yuan? Get in first, we'll talk later. The door opened, and Qin Yuan, all in military uniform, looked serious and imposing. Okay. Xia Jiangyan froze for a moment, then immediately got in the car. It was so warm. As soon as he got in the car, Xia Jiangyan felt like he was surrounded by a warm current, which was very comfortable and warm. Hold out your hand. The tone was familiar, as were the orders. Huh? Why? Xia Jiangyan expressed his confusion, with big eyes writing doubt. Just do as you're told and stop talking nonsense. Qin Yuyan was impatient, her face cold. Listen, this condescending tone, does she really think she's a queen? Although she didn't like it in her heart, Xia Jiangyan still quickly stretched out her 2 cold hands when the surrounding air turned cold. No matter what she wants, it's better not to anger this woman. After spending so much time together, Xia Jiangyan knew that Qin Yuan liked people who listened to her and didn't like people who disobeyed her. Xia Jiangyan finally understood that he must never disobey her, otherwise, the consequences would be unbearable. As soon as Xia Jiangyan's 2 pale hands reached out, they were grabbed by Qin Yuan's 2 small hands. His hands were suddenly grasped, and Xia Jiangyan subconsciously retracted them. However, he didn't expect that with this movement, Qin Yuan increased the strength of her grip and firmly held his hands. Don't move around. If you move again, I won't be polite. Qin Yuan's beautiful voice sounded overhead. Xia Jiangyan shrank in fear and dared not continue struggling, obediently letting her hold his hands. Although her palms were not very big, they were a little rough because she was a soldier, but that did not affect their appearance. Her palms were not cold at all, but were instead particularly warm. Xia Jiangyan's cool hands were wrapped in them, as if they were surrounded by a ball of warmth. Xia Jiangyan waited for a long time, and Qin Yuan's hands wrapped around his hands, and then there was no other movement. Xia Jiangyan could not help but feel a little puzzled in his heart. Did Qin Yuan ask him to stretch out his hands fiercely just to warm them? Xia Jiangyan looked up quietly and looked at Qin Yuan. There seemed to be a sea of stars in her big eyes. Qin Yuan's face was calm, aloof and abstinent, and Xia Jiangyan could not tell what she was thinking at all. Go ahead, why are you here? After a minute, Qin Yuan's tone carried a questioning tone. It's a long story, Xia Jiangyan shook his head, not wanting to tell Qin Yuan the truth. Qin Wuda has been Qin Yuan's nephew for almost 20 years. Although it seems that Qin Yuan's attitude towards Qin Wuda is very cold, after all, they have known each other for so long. As for himself, he has not known Qin Yuan for long, and strictly speaking, he is not even considered an acquaintance. Therefore, Xia Jiangyan believes that Qin Yuan should be more inclined towards Qin Wuda. Answer my question. Hearing the little guy's perfunctory tone, Qin Yuan's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and her tone of voice increased. Okay, I'll tell you. Early this morning, Qin Wuda said he wanted to take me to school together, but I didn't expect that he would take me to this remote and desolate place. As soon as he mentioned this, Xia Jiangyan's heart was angry. Pop. What? Qin Yuan, why did you hit me? Xia Jiangyan had just finished explaining what had happened when he was given a light blow to the head. Sure enough, Qin Yuan was biased in Qin Wuda's favor. This was clearly Qin Wuda's fault, but Qin Yuan punished him instead. At this moment, Xia Jiangyan felt indescribably sad. His eyes felt a little bit sour, probably because sand had blown into them. Are you stupid? He parked the car here, and you got out of the car like an idiot. Wait, does this tone seem to be biased against Qin Yuan? It seems to be just despising his intelligence problems. I'm not stupid, I smashed all his cars. Xia Jiangyan spoke his mind. As soon as the words came out, Xia Jiangyan regretted it. Why did he have to explain to Qin Yuan? Very good. Qin Yuan found the little guy's smug little expression very cute. After a moment of silence, Xia Jiangyan remembered that he still had to go back to school. He looked at the time and saw that it was just about 8 o'clock, so he should still have time. Qin Yuan, can you take me to school? Xia Jiangyan originally didn't want Qin Yuan to do so, as he didn't want to get too close to her. But this road was so remote that there was probably only Qin Yuan's car. Xin Yuan glanced at Xia Jiangyan, and in her cold, beautiful eyes, a hint of warmth flashed in the depths of her eyes. Go to a university now. Miss, if you go to a university at this hour, I'm afraid you won't make the meeting, the driver replied with some difficulty. Just call those people and tell them to wait a little. Am I, Xin Yuan, not worthy of having them wait for me? Xin Yuan was arrogant and cocky, her tone full of arrogance. The driver immediately shut up and couldn't help but look at Xia Jiangyan a few more times. This young boy is quite capable. He probably doesn't know that just now, the young lady left a very urgent meeting and an important big shot in order to send him to school. Chapter 25 Don't refuse her. There was no word spoken the whole way, as Xia Jiangyan sat next to Qin Yuang, not daring to breathe a little. Qin Yuang's aura was so strong that it seemed like she controlled the aura around her. The car was going fast, and in no time, it arrived at the entrance of a university. Xia Jiangyan glanced at the time and saw that it was exactly 9 o'clock. There were still many students entering and leaving the school gate, so the opening ceremony had probably not yet started. As soon as Qin Yuang's very unique military car stopped at the school gate, it immediately attracted the attention of many students. Compared to the Porsche and Tesla next to it, this military car was simply too conspicuous and arrogant. Qin Yuang, thank you. Xia Jiangyan straightened himself up and prepared to get out of the car. Seeing that Qin Yuang had her eyes closed and wasn't speaking, Xia Jiangyan thought she was asleep and prepared to open the door and get out. His hand was just about to rest on the handlebar, and his body hadn't even moved yet, when Qin Yuang's cold voice came from behind him. I don't need your verbal thanks, I need you to express your gratitude with practical actions. What practical actions? Xia Jiangyan was very puzzled and looked at her with a face full of confusion. It's a little dry here. Qin Yuan's long, slender, delicate fingers gently touched her red lips. Qin Yuan's actions made Xia Jiangyan feel a little awkward and uneasy, and his gaze darted away. This woman's gaze was too hot and domineering and direct, and Xia Jiangyan simply didn't dare to look at her anymore. Qin Yuan's meaning was very clear. The practical action she wanted was for him to kiss her. At this moment, Xia Jiangyan regretted that he had been too clever. How could he understand the meaning of Qin Yuan's actions? Has my purity gone? Hurry up, I don't have much time. Seeing Xia Jiangyan's delayed response, Qin Yuan urged. Humph. It's just two pieces of meat touching each other, just think of it as a kiss from a teddy bear. Xia Jiangyan's head shot up, his handsome face flushed, as if he had been kissed by a dragonfly. Xia Jiangyan? It's been so many times, and you still can't learn how to kiss? You need to practice more in the future. Qin Yuan was not satisfied with such a light kiss at all, and took the initiative. Qin Yuan's kiss was as overbearing as she was herself, always not allowing others to defy her ideas. It was very overbearing and suffocating. Xia Jiangyan instinctively wanted to refuse, unconsciously clenching his teeth. Feeling Xia Jiangyan's resistance, Qin Yuan's beautiful eyes became even colder. Qin Yuan's hand on Xia Jiangyan's head exerted a slight force, with a sense of punishment. The feeling of being about to suffocate made Xia Jiangyan have to open his mouth to breathe more air. It was at this moment that Qin Yuan's goal was achieved. Xia Jiangyan was defeated. Inside the car, Qin Yuan sat very straight, serious and indifferent. On Qin Yuan's long, slender legs, Xia Jiangyan, who was lying on his thighs, had a flushed face, as bright as a cherry. Next time, don't ever refuse me again. Qin Yuan was arrogant, her eyes both cold and serious, and her long, slender fingers picked up Xia Jiangyan's chin. Xia Jiangyan was annoyed inside, protesting in his heart, this woman is too overbearing and dictatorial. Why should I cooperate obediently? Xia Jiangyan, lying on his back with his legs in the air, was very dissatisfied in his heart, but when he thought about the consequences of his previous disobedience, it seemed that disobedience had quite serious consequences. If this was acceptable, would the punishment be even harsher next time? In the end, after a mental struggle, Xia Jiangyan obediently nodded, okay, I understand. Xia Jiangyan's tone was sullen and sounded very perfunctory. This made Qin Yuan very unhappy. Little brat, you actually want to refuse her? Qin Yuan's eyebrows lifted. She was always cautious in what she did and didn't like to get any perfunctory attitude. She wanted true obedience. Tell me, what won't you refuse me next time? Qin Yuan spoke lightly, her voice low and pleasant to the ear, but also accompanied by danger. Damn it! Is he going to push it even further? I've already compromised a lot, okay? What more does he want? If it were someone else, and according to Xia Jiangyan's hot-tempered personality, he would have slapped her already. However, the person in front of him was the female devil Qin Yuan, and even though Xia Jiangyan had eaten dozens of bear hearts and leopard guts, he did not dare to refuse. At most, he would curse Qin Yuan in his heart and satisfy his desire to talk back. Qin Yuan, next time you kiss me, I won't refuse you. As long as you're comfortable. After saying this, Xia Jiangyan screamed inwardly. This is such a disgrace. It's so suffocating, it's like there's no way out. Hearing what Xia Jiangyan said, Qin Yuan let go of his hand contentedly, but she still spoke in a cold tone with a warning. Since you are a smart person, I hope that next time you won't forget what you said. Don't be such a fool, agreeing 1 second and forgetting the next. Qin Yuan's words made Xia Jiangyan look black-faced. Qin Yuan, can we still get along happily? Why do you have to be so poisonous and annoying when you speak? Xia Jiangyan knew what Qin Yuan was talking about. The last time he agreed to be her man, he ended up not taking responsibility for it. Okay, Qin Yuan, I remember, I will always remember your teachings to me. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan's gaze fell on Xia Jiangyan's pair of innocent and clear eyes, from which she could see the deep-seated disobedience in his eyes. Ah, the little guy is really stubborn. Qin Yuan, it's getting late, I'll go into the school first, bye. Picking up his little school bag, Xia Jiangyan left quickly, like he was running away. Fortunately, Qin Yuan did not stop him. When Xia Jiangyan walked out of the car, he attracted the attention of many students, because just by looking at the shape of the car, they knew that it must be very expensive. So many people were curious about who exactly would get out of the car. Qin Wuda, who was hiding in the crowd, was pale and expressionless. When he saw Xia Jiangyan get out of the car, his eyes were malicious. After entering the school gate, Xia Jiangyan hurriedly rushed to the school's auditorium. Fortunately, the opening ceremony had not yet begun. Xia Jiangyan looked at the venue and quickly found his class. Zhangge, I'm here. Here. He Ting, who had arrived early, also saw Xia Jiangyan and waved at him. He Ting, did anything happen to you that night? Xia Jiangyan asked anxiously as soon as he saw him. Chapter 26 He is Xia Jiangyan and also Xingchen. All kinds of bad things happened to him yesterday, and he couldn't find his phone, and he couldn't get in touch with He Ting. No, I'm fine. On the contrary, I called you many times, but you didn't answer. I was quite worried about you. Seeing his friend's caring look, Xia Jiangyan felt warm and happy in his heart. It was really good that there were still friends in the world who treated him sincerely. Don't worry, I'm fine. Xia Jiangyan patted his shoulder and comforted him. It's just that I have a nuisance, I don't know where I lost my phone. Xia Jiangyan's originally quite bright smile immediately became extremely dispirited. That phone was still bought by him during the previous second year of high school holiday after working hard, so it was very precious. Xia Jiangyan felt very distressed, and he would have to work part-time again to buy a phone. I feel bad for you too, He Ting threw him a distressed look. Look, Shen Dianfeng is here too. Look how pale he is, he must have been pooping for a long time yesterday. Xia Jiangyan followed He Ting's gaze and sure enough, at the entrance to the meeting hall, Shen Dianfeng was walking in. Xiaofeng, over here, I've saved you a seat. Xia Jiangyan stood up and waved enthusiastically. Shen Dianfeng saw Xia Jiangyan waving at him, and his eyes showed contempt and resentment, but he hid it well and walked over with a smile. Xiaofeng, after you went home that night, did you go to the hospital for a checkup? How is the situation? Did you eat the wrong thing? Xia Jiangyan asked with a concerned look on his face as soon as Shen Dianfeng took his seat. I'm fine now, Jiangyan. Thank you, you really are a good brother to me, Shen Dianfeng said with a smile on the corner of his mouth, exuding the temperament of a male god. Only he himself knew that he had been pooping for a whole day yesterday, but he didn't want to make a fool of himself in front of Xia Jiangyan. Well, we'll be good brothers for life. Xia Jiangyan laughed along. Looking at the stupid Xia Jiangyan, Shen Dianfeng sneered inwardly. This idiot is so gullible. However, Shen Dianfeng did not expect that. Out of his sight, Xia Jiangyan's face also revealed a mocking sneer. The opening ceremony finally ended. The tutors for each major went on and on for a long time, saying something or other. It was probably a little after 4 p.m. when Xia Jiangyan walked out of school. Xia Jiangyan had a dormitory at school, but rarely stayed there, because he wanted to go home and spend more time with his mother. Zhangge, it's still early, why are you going home so soon? Why don't we go somewhere and have some fun? At parting, He Ting said, come on, let's go somewhere and have some fun. Oh, it's not that I don't want to have fun, it's just that I've lost my phone and I need to work to earn money to buy a new one. Xia Jiangyan shook his head helplessly. Okay, then, I'll see you tomorrow. He Ting knew that if his best friend had made up his mind to do something, it would be hard to change his mind, so he didn't try to persuade him. He Ting could actually afford to buy his best friend a new phone, but he knew very well that his best friend would refuse it. He refused to take the money his stepfather gave him, so how could he accept it from him? Yes, Jin Jishui gives Xia Jiangyan a lot of living expenses every month, but Xia Jiangyan always returns the full amount, except for the red envelope he gave at the wedding, which was a special case. This is also because Xia's mother married into the Qin family, and many of Qin's relatives and friends said things, some saying that they were greedy for money, and some saying that the sparrow had flown to the branch and become a phoenix. In short, there were all kinds of nasty things said. Xia Jiangyan has his own dignity. Therefore, when Qin Jishui offered to give him money, he refused without hesitation, and when Qin Jishui offered to buy him a car, he also refused. Xia Jiangyan's tuition and living expenses were partly paid by his mother, and the other part was earned by Xia Jiangyan through part-time jobs and various scholarships from school. He didn't spend any of the Qin family's money, so those people couldn't find any reason to gossip about him. Bye. After the two parted at the school gate, Xia Jiangyan, carrying his school bag, went to the bus stop to wait for the bus. He was going to the place where he often worked part-time. 10 minutes later, Xia Jiangyan got off the bus at a street corner. If he walked a little further, he could see bars with unique decorations on both sides of the road. This is a bar street, and Xia Jiangyan knows his way around. He arrives at a bar called Star Wish. It's 5 p.m., not yet evening, so there aren't many people in the bar. The owner of the bar is a beautiful woman, everyone calls her Sister Hua. She is very enchanting and gorgeous, with a beautiful face, the kind of image of a demon that men like very much. Xia Jiangyan often came here to work part-time when he was not busy, so he and Sister Hua were quite familiar with each other. Xingchen, it's been a long time since you last worked for me. Have you forgotten about your sister? Sister Hua's voice was just as enchanting and charming as her appearance, like a fairy. Sister Hua, I haven't forgotten. Look, I'm here again, Xia Jiangyan responded with a smile. It's the same as before, 6 p.m. to 9 p.m., 300 yuan. If you bring in more drinks, I can give you a higher commission. Okay, Sister Hua, I'll go clean up first. Xia Jiangyan often worked here, and was already very satisfied with the price. Xia Jiangyan was not a regular employee here, just a part-time worker, and was already very satisfied with this salary. He is already satisfied with earning a few hundred yuan a day, and if he works a few more days, he will be able to buy a new mobile phone. Come on, Xia Jiangyan. At 6 p.m., the whole city is shrouded in darkness, and the bar street, with its bright lights and boisterous atmosphere, begins to fill with people. The bars under the neon lights seem like havens, where people can find solace and happiness in the darkness and feel the pulse of the city. The passionate music officially kicks off the exciting nightlife. In the Star Wish bar, the dazzling neon lights are colorful, the passionate music seems to pierce the eardrums, and the place is packed with people. Backstage, Xia Jiangyan has already become a different person. The previously neat casual clothes have long been replaced by a handsome stage costume. His face has also changed, with a little bit of makeup. Yes, Xia Jiangyan has two faces. He once learned makeup from an old woman for a period of time, and his makeup skills are very good, not inferior to even the top domestic makeup artists. Because he didn't want to get into trouble, every time Xia Jiangyan went out to work, he would put on a different face. He had two identities, one called Xia Jiangyan and the other Xingchen. One represented innocence and sunshine, while the other was rebellious and depraved. When Xia Jiangyan was in high school, he had a very rebellious and depraved experience. Lu Yuyan, the rebellious teenager you met, was called Xingchen. Xia Jiangyan was quite famous in the dance club Star Wish because of his excellent dance skills. No, he should be called Xingchen. Next, please welcome our prince of the night, Xingchen. Woohoo! Xingchen! Xingchen! Xia Jiangyan's appearance instantly ignited the atmosphere of the entire venue. To the beat of the dynamic and explosive song, Xia Jiangyan moved, dashing and handsome, uninhibited, and with a strong stage presence. In short, he was just so cool. Tonight, let's forget our troubles and dance together. Stars! Stars! Unconsciously, Xia Jiangyan's dance infected everyone present. The people in the audience also started to move, shaking to the explosive music. Dancing is very exhausting. At the end of the song, Xia Jiangyan was already sweating profusely. Qin Yuan? Xia Jiangyan was about to go off the stage when he inadvertently glanced in the direction of the hotel entrance and his face suddenly changed. Chapter 27 Encounter at the Bar. Wish bar. The dark door, 3 women and 2 men slowly walked into the bar, followed by a number of bodyguards, obviously of high status. The 3 women and 2 men were centered on the woman in the middle, who was wearing a long red dress, tall and aloof. The other 2 women also had extraordinary temperament, both were beautiful women, but compared to that woman, they were like stars compared to the bright moon, the most dazzling. There is no doubt that the woman in the red long dress with a cold expression is Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan without her military uniform has a completely different temperament compared to her in uniform. Qin Yuan in uniform gives off a feeling of heroic feminine beauty, and even just a glance is very intimidating. Qin Yuan in the red long dress has a lot less heroic energy, and with her stunning appearance, she is enough to amaze everyone. She looks like a cold goddess from a cartoon, and is not to be desecrated. As soon as these people walked into the bar owner, Sister Hua, immediately went up to greet them. It seemed like they knew each other. Without saying a word, they were led to the VIP balcony on the 2nd floor. The VIP balcony on the 2nd floor has a great location, and you can get an unobstructed view of the stage downstairs. Xia Jiangyan was about to get off the stage when he saw Qin Yuan and the others walking in his direction. He was taken aback and quickly crouched down, hiding behind the stage curtain, looking like a thief. After seeing the group of people walk past with a big fuss, Xia Jiangyan patted his chest, then slowly walked out from behind the stage and let out a long breath. Fortunately, Qin Yuan probably didn't see him. Qin Yuan had previously warned him not to come to the bar again. If Qin Yuan knew that he had disobeyed her and not only came to the bar, but also performed on stage. With Qin Yuan's cold nature and fierce methods, he guessed that his fate would be miserable. Xia Jiangyan lowered his head and walked cautiously backstage, afraid that if he wasn't careful, Qin Yuan would see him. He was very nervous, feeling a sense of oppression like a high school student who had gone to a bar and got caught by his parents. Xia Jiangyan sat on the seat in the back of the bar, when suddenly he remembered that his name was no longer Xia Jiangyan, but Xingchen. Xia Jiangyan's nervousness gradually subsided. 5 minutes later, in the bar hall, the loud music started again. Did everyone just have a good time? Not good enough. No problem. An even more exciting dance performance is about to begin. Now, let's give a warm round of applause. Once again, please welcome our prince of the night, Xingchen. The DJ is a very experienced veteran who knows how to incite people's emotions. Soon, as the loud music started again, people's emotions exploded to a climax. As soon as Xia Jiangyan appeared on stage, he instantly took control of the whole place. Ah! Star! Star! The bar was full of people, the atmosphere was electric. 2nd floor VIP stand. Ouch, Yuan, look at that little boy on the stage, he can dance really well, on par with those dancers from my company. The speaker was a woman with delicate features, a flamboyant personality, and a head of flamboyant red hair that looked as dazzling as flames. She was sitting to Qin Yuan's left, and it was clear that she was on good terms with her. There were not many people in the whole of Shanghai who dared to call Qin Yuan by her name. The red-haired woman was named Zhang Jiaojiao, the president of the top entertainment company in Shanghai, and a legitimate heiress of the Zhang family, one of the 4 major families. Zhang Jiaojiao, it's not that I'm trying to undermine you on purpose, but the dancers under your shitty company, you have the nerve to say they dance well? You're shameless, aren't you? Qin Yuan hadn't responded yet, and the woman sitting to her right, wearing a brown suit, sat upright with a righteous expression on her face, but with a hint of ruffianism. Her name is Lei Zi, and she is also from one of the 4 families. She works in the Xia Country Army and is also Qin Yuan's right-hand man in the army. Obviously, these two have a relationship where they often argue. As soon as Lei Zi finished speaking, Zhang Jiaojiao immediately retorted, Lei Zi, you stay in the army all day. Do you know what dance is? Do you know the judging criteria for professional dance? I bet you just stare at young boys' faces. Obviously, Zhang Jiaojiao is also very combative. I'm a real woman, damn it. I don't look at men's faces, so what's there to look at? Lei Zi looked casual, and her words came out like those of a female gangster. It was hard to tell that this woman was a senior military officer. Lei Zi's words made the other 2 boys present feel a little embarrassed. Lei Zi, you really? Shut up. Zhang Jiaojiao was very dissatisfied and was about to retort, but she was interrupted by a pleasant voice and had to shut up. Seeing Zhang Jiaozhou get embarrassed, Lei Zi wanted to laugh at her, but Qin Yuan gave her a cold stare, and suddenly, Lei Zi also calmed down. Qin Yuan's power and influence was such that even the fearless Lei Zi did not dare to provoke her lightly. Of these two people, only Qin Yuyan can subdue them. After the song ended, Xia Jiangyan returned to the backstage, sweating profusely, and was about to sit down and rest. Xingchen, there are a few bigwigs up there who want to see you, so get ready. What? Sister Hua, can I not see them? Xia Jiangyan's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously wanted to refuse. If he saw Qin Yuyan, wouldn't that expose himself? He now wished he could find a place to hide. Although he was now in a different identity, he always felt scared when facing Qin Yuan. Xingchen, those bigwigs upstairs are people we can't afford to offend, so you'd better go and see them. Indeed, they can't be offended. That person is a bigwig in the demon capital. Sister Hua has taken good care of him, and Xia Jiangyan didn't want to make things difficult for her. After a moment of internal struggle, he finally made a decision. Okay, Sister Hua, I understand. Xia Jiangyan lowered his head, wearing a mask on his face, and with a nervous and uneasy heart, he slowly walked up to the second floor. When he reached the second floor, Xia Jiangyan's gaze couldn't help but drift towards Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan was sitting on the sofa, expressionless, and when she saw him coming up, she didn't even give him a glance. Handsome boy, come over here. Xia Jiangyan looked in the direction of the voice, and he saw that it was a red-haired woman who was sitting next to Qin Yuan. Xia Jiangyan lowered his head and walked over quietly. The closer he got to Qin Yuan, the more nervous he became. Handsome boy, don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person, I won't bully you, Zhang Jiaozhou thought Xia Jiangyan was scared and kindly explained. Xia Jiangyan still kept his head down, looking at the floor and not saying a word. Young man, what's your name? I can see that you're a good dancer, would you be interested in joining my entertainment company? Xia Jiangyan still kept his head down and didn't respond. Ah, Zhang Jiaozhou, I told you that your company is a total bust. Look, the young man doesn't even want to talk to you. Lei Zi laughed out loud, enjoying the sight of Zhang Jiaozhou being embarrassed. Zhang Jiaozhou also felt that she had lost face when she was teased like this by Lei Zi. This kid has quite a personality. I, the president of a company, am talking to you, which is already showing you respect, and you still dare not respond to me? At this moment, a boy wearing a suit of designer clothes stood up and pointed his finger at Xia Jiangyan. Hey, you little brat, do you know who the person in front of you is? Do you know our identities? You are not someone a dancer like you can mess with, so answer quickly. This boy was very domineering and rude in his speech. His words made Lei Zi and Zhang Jiaozhou frown slightly, but due to the boy's identity, the two of them did not want to cause trouble. Except for Qin Yuan, the attention of everyone else present was directed at Xia Jiangyan. Chapter 28. This kid really has some nerve. Xia Jiangyan was a little angry at the arrogant words of the boy, and the fist hidden behind his back clenched tightly. What do you mean you're just a dancer? What's wrong with that? I make money by my own abilities, I haven't stolen or robbed, so why is this boy talking to me in a discriminatory tone? This is also because Qin Yuan was present, and in order not to be discovered, Xia Jiangyan had to choose to endure. Otherwise, with Xia Jiangyan's hot temper, he would have already torn into this arrogant boy. Seeing the boy speak, Qin Yuan's expression remained cold, not allowing her emotions to fluctuate in the slightest. Qin Yuan stood up and walked towards the door, her expression cold, and she walked past Xia Jiangyan. Her gaze never fell on him for even a moment. Qin Yuan's personality was cold and indifferent, and a mere stranger was not qualified to make her even glance at him. Yuan, where are you going? To the bathroom. The cold voice came, and the figure of Qin Yuan had long since disappeared down the long corridor. Seeing that Qin Yuan had left, Xia Jiangyan felt that the oppressive feeling that had been weighing on him had finally disappeared. Fortunately, Qin Yuan hadn't noticed him. Hey, dancer, I'm talking to you, answer me. Just now, when Qin Yuan was still there, the boy still had some scruples in order to maintain his image. But once Qin Yuan left, the boy suddenly became even more domineering. Hey! I'm talking to you. Are you deaf and can't hear me, or are you mute and can't speak? The boy's name was Su Juanhao. His father was a big shot in the Xia country, with an incredibly noble status. Since childhood, he has been the young master of a wealthy family. No matter what he does, the people around him are all fawning over him, and he can get whatever he wants. So, he has also developed a domineering and overbearing personality. Now, this little dancer in front of him actually dares to ignore him? Su Juanhao, who has been pampered since childhood, can't stand this kind of disregard. Especially, just now, his fiancée actually spoke to this dancer for so long. The dancer was dressed so well, he must be trying to seduce his fiancée Zhang Jiajiao. I order you to speak to me now. Xia Jiangyan's disregard made Su Juanhao furious, his eyes wide with anger. He suddenly got up and stood up, without warning, rushed towards Xia Jiangyan, and with a sudden burst of strength, grabbed Xia Jiangyan by the arm. I want to see what you look like under that mask, how dare you ignore what I say? Xia Jiangyan was caught off guard and instinctively retreated, but he was still caught by Su Juanhao's finger. On Xia Jiangyan's fair face, there was a scarlet mark. Juanhao, don't be ridiculous, Zhang Jiajiao frowned unhappily when she saw Su Juanhao move. Xia Jiangyan's face was exposed to the air, with deep features, short black hair, and those clear eyes, like two twinkling gems, exuding a unique charm. His body had smooth lines and strong, firm muscles, exuding the charm and vitality of youth. At this moment, Xia Jiangyan was handsome in the sunlight, and people fell in love with him at first sight. Lei Zi and Zhang Jiajiao, when they saw Xia Jiangyan's face, coincidentally, their beautiful eyes sparkled, and they couldn't help but be attracted to him. Su Juanhao saw the astonishment in Zhang Jiajiao's eyes, and he was enraged. He vented all his anger on Xia Jiangyan. You little bastard! How dare you seduce my fiancé in front of me? Do you want to die? Su Juanhao picked up a wineglass and poured it over Xia Jiangyan. The distance was too close, Xia Jiangyan did not have time to dodge, and was splashed with wine all over his body. It was sticky and uncomfortable. First he was looked down upon, then he was scolded, and then inexplicably splashed with wine all over his body. If he could still take this kind of blatant humiliation, then Xia Jiangyan would be letting down all those people who had been bullied by him. I'm lowly and insignificant, so I deserve to be bullied? I'm a fucking human being, not an animal to be slaughtered at will. The more Xia Jiangyan thought about it, the angrier he became. A ball of anger rose in his chest, and his hands clenched tightly. His eyes narrowed slightly, flashing a cold light as Xia Jiangyan stared at a glass of wine that was still more than half full. At this moment, Xia Jiangyan moved, very agile and fast. The next second, just as everyone reacted, Su Juanhao had already been surrounded from behind by Xia Jiangyan, who had one hand around his neck, holding him down hard. Don't move, if you dare to move, I'll smash a glass over your head. Xia Jiangyan waved the glass in his hand, his eyes flashing with ferocity. Xia Jiangyan suddenly moved, and everyone was caught off guard and stunned for a moment. This kid, he really has some nerve. This is the son of that person. Handsome boy, Zhang Jiajiao wanted to say something, but when she saw Lei Zi giving her an unmoving look, she held back what she wanted to say because of their years of tacit understanding. Don't do anything, do you want something to happen to Master Su? Su Juanhao's bodyguard was about to make a move, but was stopped by Lei Zi. Lei Zi's gaze fell on Xia Jiangyan, and her amazement intensified. I really didn't expect that this kid is so full of character and ruthless. Zhang Jiajiao understood Lei Zi's meaning at this time. Su Juanhao usually bullied people because of his status, was very arrogant and domineering, and had offended Lei Zi many times. Even Zhang Jiajiao herself was annoyed. Perhaps, this time, with the help of this handsome young man, she could teach Su Juanhao a lesson. How dare you? Do you know who I am? How dare you threaten me? Watch your life. Su Juanhao was scared out of his wits, but on the surface he still looked domineering. Oh, and who are you? I really don't know, Xia Jiangyan sneered, reaching out and slapping Su Juanhao's face a few times. This arrogant disregard for him made the proud Su Juanhao so angry that he was about to go crazy. My father is that person, I am his only son, and you dare to treat me like this? I will have my father have you locked up. When it came to his father, Su Juanhao was incredibly proud, and felt even more confident. Sure enough, the next moment he heard the dancer say, your father is actually that person? Humph. He knew that as soon as he heard his father's name, he definitely wouldn't dare to be insolent. However, Su Juanhao's smile quickly disappeared because he heard the dancer audaciously say, oh, really? You're actually the son of that person, I'm so scared. Although he said he was scared, his eyes and tone of voice did not feel scared at all, but rather had a teasing meaning. Pop, Zhang Jiajiao and Lei Zi couldn't help but laugh out loud. This kid, they are really convinced. Just now, you deliberately poured wine all over me. Master Su, what do you think I should punish you for? Xia Jiangyan's finger gently stroked Su Juanhao's handsome face. I am the kind of person who will definitely take revenge. Although the tone was clearly very calm, Su Juanhao felt a chill down his back, and a feeling of fear suddenly arose in his heart. Chapter 29 You're not a big shot. On the second floor of the VIP bar, everyone's gaze fell on Xia Jiangyan, in disbelief. They couldn't believe it. That was the leader's son, who would dare to touch him? Su Juanhao's bodyguards surrounded Xia Jiangyan, their eyes glaring at him viciously, looking like they were about to pounce. Seeing this kind of situation, an ordinary young boy would have been scared to tears long ago. However, Xia Jiangyan was not your average little boy. Xia Jiangyan had been rebellious and depraved. He had smoked and drunk, and naturally, he had also fought in group fights. On his back, there was still a 7-centimeter scar from a knife wound. Therefore, at this moment, Xia Jiangyan was not afraid. In this unusually tense atmosphere, he instead felt carefree. Young Master Su, do you like red wine? Xia Jiangyan stared at the red wine that Su Juanhao poured on him, his tone icy. What do you want? Hearing this, Su Juanhao subconsciously felt that it was not well intentioned. What do you think I want to do? Upon hearing this, Xia Jiangyan's eyebrows curved. His smiling eyes were as agile and cute as a fawn's, making people involuntarily want to approach. Young Master Su, since you like red wine so much, I will satisfy you and let you drink as much as you like. After saying this, Xia Jiangyan had already opened the bottle of wine in his hand. Since Su Juanhao dared to pour red wine on him, then of course he could do the same. Xia Jiangyan had never been a soft target for others to bully. An eye for an eye, this is a fine tradition that has been passed down since ancient times. Su Juanhao poured red wine all over him, so in return, he also poured red wine over him, and he poured an entire bottle. Xia Jiangyan is a foodie, but he doesn't like to lose. Seeing Xia Jiangyan's actions, Su Juanhao's eyes widened in disbelief. This lowly dancer actually wanted to pour red wine over him? The thought of getting wet with red wine later made Su Juanhao tremble with nausea. Su Juanhao's features twisted as he said, "Little bastard, you dare? My father is a big shot, if you dare to do it, I guarantee that your end will be miserable." Su Juanhao has been spoiled since childhood, and no one has ever dared to treat him like this. Hearing Su Juanhao yelling like a mad dog, Xia Jiangyan's eyes were full of impatience. Your father is a big shot, but you're not. Since you're not a big shot, what makes you so arrogant? Young Master Su, you'll have to drink a lot later. Xia Jiangyan said with a light smile. With everyone's astonished gaze, Xia Jiangyan lifted the wine bottle above Su Juanhao's head, and the wine glass gradually tilted. The red wine slowly trickled down the bottle's neck. SSSHH. Someone let out a gasp. It was unbelievable. The entire bottle of red wine was poured over Su Juanhao, soaking his hair and clothes. His hair stuck to his scalp, and he looked extremely disheveled. Like a proud peacock, he was drenched in water. Ah! Su Juanhao screamed like he had gone crazy. Young Master Su, I hope you enjoy your drink. Before anyone could react, Xia Jiangyan threw out a sentence and ran off. When they reacted, Xia Jiangyan's figure had already disappeared from the second floor. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and chase after him. Su Juanhao shouted like a madman. The bodyguards then reacted and chased after him in the direction of that corridor. Xia Jiangyan was running at full speed down the corridor, having already discarded his shoes, which were in the way, revealing 2 pale feet. Hearing the sound of the pursuers getting closer and closer, Xia Jiangyan saw a toilet at the corner of the intersection ahead, a women's toilet. Without thinking too much, Xia Jiangyan didn't hesitate for a second and ran in. The moment Xia Jiangyan entered, someone happened to come out of the toilet. At that moment, Su Juanhao's bodyguards also arrived. Seeing that Xia Jiangyan disappeared in this direction, they stopped chasing and began to search room by room. Don't move. If you move again, I'll break your legs. There was no one else in the women's bathroom at this time, just one woman. She was standing by the wall, talking on the phone, her back turned to Xia Jiangyan, and she was about to go out. Xia Jiangyan looked through the crack in the door and saw Su Juanhao's bodyguard getting closer and closer to him. Without hesitation, Xia Jiangyan took out the self-defense knife he always carried in his trouser pocket and pressed it against the woman's back. He couldn't let this woman open the door, because once she did, he would definitely reveal his whereabouts. There was only one way to go now, and that was to stop this woman. Don't move. If you move again, I won't be polite. Recalling the scenes from TV dramas, Xia Jiangyan said menacingly, trying his best to act like a bad guy. He hoped that he could scare this woman with his imposing manner. This woman was tall, with slender legs, looking like an elegant white swan. Because she was facing away, Xia Jiangyan couldn't help but look at the woman's appearance. Are you threatening me? The woman spoke, her tone low and quite pleasant, but it was like a storm was about to break, very dangerous. Xia Jiangyan didn't feel anything when the woman didn't speak, but when she said this sentence, the temperature around him instantly seemed to drop to freezing point. This woman's aura was very powerful. Xia Jiangyan's hand holding the knife suddenly trembled. He almost couldn't hold on to it. He was too familiar with this tone, this domineering and arrogant aura, and it was so familiar that it scared him. The woman slowly turned around, her gaze like a sharp blade, looking at Xia Jiangyan. Xia Jiangyan subconsciously quickly bowed his head, not daring to meet her gaze at all. Xia Jiangyan was fearless of everything in this world, but there was only one person he was afraid of. A woman who he could never ignore in his life. Xia Jiangyan was not very lucky, and the woman he was afraid of was standing in front of him at this moment. What was worse was that he was holding a knife and threatening Qin Yuang. Speak, are you threatening me? Qin Yuang turned around and looked at Xia Jiangyan with cold eyes. Moreover, her eyes were full of impatience. Qin Yuang always felt this way when dealing with men. Of course, except for the little guy, who was a special case. The Xia Jiangyan standing in front of Qin Yuang now had makeup on his face. At this time, Xia Jiangyan was not called Xia Jiangyan, but Xingqian. To Qin Yuang, this was just a stranger, an insignificant boy. However, what made Qin Yuang feel puzzled was that the aura of this boy did not make her feel disgusted. The smell on him did not make her hate it, but on the contrary, she kind of liked it. Qin Yuang was very puzzled about this. Therefore, Qin Yuang did not immediately throw this bold man out. Xia Jiangyan was extremely nervous at this time, and his feet, exposed in the air, were all shrunk together. This was precisely the manifestation of his panic and fear to the extreme. Qin Yuang's aura was really too powerful, as if an invisible hand was choking his throat, preventing him from breathing. I order you to speak, are you mute? After receiving no response, Qin Yuang raised her tone, which also indicated that she had run out of patience. The air around her grew even colder, making it even more suffocating. Chapter 30 The Little Guy and the Big Guy. I don't know if it's because the floor is too shiny from being wiped, or for some other reason, Xia Jiangyan's face is a little pale at this moment. Xia Jiangyan, don't give in. You are Xingqian now, not Xia Jiangyan. Not the outstanding student Xia Jiangyan, but the rebellious teenager, Xingqian. Don't give in, don't be afraid. Xia Jiangyan cheered himself up in his heart, slowly raised his head, and with all his courage, met Qin Yuang's gaze. Their eyes met at that moment. Xia Jiangyan spoke, that's right. Can't you see the knife in my hand? Can't you see it with your eyes? I'm threatening you. What are you going to do about Chapter 31 This is the living room, what are you doing? After Xia Jiangyan finished paying the bill, he returned to the Qin family. Ah, I'm so hungry. As soon as he returned to the Qin family, Xia Jiangyan ran non-stop to the kitchen. He boiled water, opened the instant noodles, and put the instant noodles in the hot water. Next, he just had to wait a while. During this time, the living room of the Qin family was quiet and silent, with only the sounds made by Xia Jiangyan. 3 minutes later, the instant noodles were ready. Xia Jiangyan picked up the lid and opened it, and a strong fragrance hit his nose. Xia Jiangyan's eyes lit up, and he took a sharp sniff, his face full of satisfaction. He picked up the instant noodles, walked into the living room, and turned on the TV. He put his feet up on the sofa, but his movements were awkward and even a little rude. During the few months he had been living in the Qin residence, Xia Jiangyan had been pretending to be a gentleman for a long time in order to maintain his image in front of his stepfather. He spoke in a low voice and sat in a proper manner. This was unbearable for Xia Jiangyan, who had been wild since childhood. Now that there was no one in the Qin family living room, and he was alone, of course he didn't want to pretend to be a gentleman anymore. While eating the hot instant noodles and watching the martial arts drama, Xia Jiangyan was very carefree. So much so that when someone appeared behind him, he didn't even notice. What's that smell? It's really unpleasant. What are you eating? A pleasant voice sounded quietly. Ah! Xia Jiangyan was enjoying his instant noodles when he was suddenly startled by the sudden sound. People can really be scared to death by fear. Qin Yuan. Xia Jiangyan turned around and saw Qin Yuan wearing a red dress. Perhaps it was because Xia Jiangyan was really scared of Qin Yuan. Even he himself didn't notice, but the moment he saw Qin Yuan, he lightly lowered his feet resting on the sofa. His back was also straight, and his posture became proper and gentlemanly. This was completely Xia Jiangyan's instinctive reaction. In the dark living room, Qin Yuan was dressed in a red dress, stunningly beautiful and cold, looking down on the boy condescendingly. The boy was wearing a cartoonish casual outfit and looked cute and adorable. In shock, the boy's mouth twitched the moment he turned around, looking very dumb. The boy was handsome and the girl was beautiful, and this should have been a beautiful scene. However, a curled piece of instant noodles was hanging from the corner of the boy's mouth, inexplicably lowering the scene a few notches. Qin Yuan's face was a picture of black lines, and she pointed at Xia Jiangyan's mouth and said, "What is that thing hanging from your mouth?" "Ha! There's nothing there." Xia Jiangyan was oblivious and looked at the reflective floor. Only then did he see the instant noodles hanging from the corner of his mouth. This was not very elegant, not to mention in front of Qin Yuan, which made Xia Jiangyan a little embarrassed, and his ears began to burn. "Suck it in." Xia Jiangyan instinctively sucked the instant noodles into his mouth. But Xia Jiangyan's action fell into Qin Yuan's eyes, which made Qin Yuan's beautiful eyes even more gloomy. "What are you eating? Throw it away right now." Qin Yuan took off her jacket and sat next to Xia Jiangyan. Xia Jiangyan moved a little to the right and didn't dare to get close to Qin Yuan's body. There was one thing that Xia Jiangyan couldn't understand: although Qin Yuan was clearly at the bar, there was not a hint of alcohol on her. After moving to the right, Xia Jiangyan ignored Qin Yuan's words and threw the instant noodles away, but continued eating on his own. He hadn't even taken a few bites of the instant noodles, and he didn't want to throw them away. Seeing that Xia Jiangyan had not obeyed what she had said, and the strong smell of instant noodles filling the air, it made Qin Yuan feel very uncomfortable. "Xia Jiangyan, are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said? I told you to throw this away." Qin Yuan's tone was getting lower and lower, and it was frightening. Seeing that Qin Yuan was angry, Xia Jiangyan was still quite scared, but for the time being, hunger had overcome fear. Xia Jiangyan gripped the instant noodles tightly, raised his head, and stubbornly said, "I'm not listening." "No?" Qin Yuan read the two words and wondered what she was thinking. The air around them suddenly became as if it had frozen. Xia Jiangyan had a bad feeling, a feeling that something was about to go wrong. Fine. I'll just throw it away, okay?" In the end, Xia Jiangyan gave in and had to throw the instant noodles away. His heart was bleeding. All this money. Now turn on the air conditioning, and in 1 minute, I don't want to smell this unpleasant smell anymore. And clean your mouth up. When Xia Jiangyan returned to the living room, he saw Qin Yuan walking up the stairs. Xia Jiangyan angrily waved his little fists at Qin Yuan's back. He cursed in his heart, "You female devil. You're so rude and unreasonable." After getting his mouth off, Xia Jiangyan obediently turned on the air conditioner and let the air circulate. 5 minutes later, the air in the living room was completely clear. Xia Jiangyan was still very hungry, with no energy in his body, curled up on the sofa. When Qin Yuan walked downstairs, this was the scene she saw, which made Qin Yuan's eyebrows slightly raised. She felt that a boy should still sit with good posture. "Xia Jiangyan, has no one taught you how to sit?" The pleasant voice sounded in his ear again. Xia Jiangyan became a little angry when he heard this. "You're not my parents, I can sit however I like, what's it to you? Why do you have to meddle in my business?" Although he was very dissatisfied in his heart, Xia Jiangyan obediently got up from the sofa and sat properly. Seeing Xia Jiangyan sitting nicely, Qin Yuan's beautiful eyes revealed a look of satisfaction, and she sat next to him. Seeing Qin Yuan sitting next to him, Xia Jiangyan, in a huff, shifted his butt and sat on the other end. "Humph. I just don't want to sit with you." Qin Yuan was stunned by Xia Jiangyan's actions, and her beautiful eyes then dimmed. "Xia Jiangyan, am I sick?" Xia Jiangyan shook his head, not wanting to respond. He said to himself, "Isn't it just a sickness? Crazy." "Sit with me," Qin Yuan beckoned, her tone carrying an imperiousness that could not be refused. Xia Jiangyan shifted his buttocks again, sitting a little closer to her, but still far away from Qin Yuan. "I said, sit with me." The tone was even colder, and Xia Jiangyan knew that it meant her patience was running out. "Humph. I'm not sitting with you. Who told you to make me throw away my instant noodles?" Xia Jiangyan shifted a little, but still kept a distance from Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan's patience had completely disappeared, and she suddenly stood up. "Qin Yuan, what are you going to do to me? This is the living room." Seeing Qin Yuang walking towards her with a hostile expression, Xia Jiangyan was startled, really afraid that Qin Yuang was going to do something bad in the living room. Qin Yuang remained silent, her expression uncertain. Ah! With a scream from Xia Jiangyan, Qin Yuang bent down and reached down with her arm. Xia Jiangyan's body was then embraced in Qin Yuang's arms. The air was filled with the unique scent of a woman, very fragrant and pleasant. Xia Jiangyan's blood rushed to his head, and his senses were much stronger than usual. He could feel Qin Yuang's palm resting on his bottom. This made Xia Jiangyan's ears burn, and he felt uncomfortable all over. Qin Yuang, what do you want? Xia Jiangyan said in a panic. Qin Yuang increased the strength of her hands and hugged Xia Jiangyan even tighter. She looked up at her little guy, whose absolutely beautiful face was very devilish. Xia Jiangyan, what do you think I want to do? Chapter 32. Is this going to adopt him? Thinking that this is the Qin family living room, if he makes any noise, he will definitely alert everyone else. No! Qin Yuang, you can't do this. Xia Jiangyan's ears turned red as he refused without thinking. Qin Yuang stared at his ears, looking at them as red as ripe cherries. For some reason, she found them very cute. So cute that she wanted to tease him. Ohaya can't? Are you sure you don't want to? Qin Yuan's face was very close to Xia Jiangyan in her arms. Xia Jiangyan's bright eyes reflected Qin Yuan's face, which was very beautiful. The words Qin Yuan said made Xia Jiangyan's heart itch, and his heartbeat quickened. The ambiguous atmosphere pervaded the air, making people involuntarily revel in it. Xia Jiangyan, answer me. Qin Yuang's head moved downwards, and her delicate nose met Xia Jiangyan's tall nose. At that moment, Xia Jiangyan's body felt like it had been struck by an electric current, and his mind went blank. Xia Jiangyan felt that if this continued, he would definitely suffocate to death. Qin Yuang, can't you take the initiative a little more? Ha? I don't know. Xia Jiangyan, who was usually quick-witted, suddenly stuttered and could not find the words to say. You really don't know? Qin Yuang did not intend to let Xia Jiangyan off lightly, but instead stared into Xia Jiangyan's eyes and pressed him. Her eyes were really beautiful, and Xia Jiangyan did not dare to look into them. Xia Jiangyan looked away and replied softly, I really don't know. Even if he knew, he would not say. This question is too embarrassing. Hateful Qin Yuan. Guliolu. Qin Yuan originally wanted to continue teasing Xia Jiangyan, but heard a sound of protest from his stomach. Qin Yuan freed up one hand and patted Xia Jiangyan's tummy, asking, Are you very hungry now? This action of Qin Yuan's made Xia Jiangyan very embarrassed. Qin Yuan, can you please stop making such ambiguous moves? I really can't help it, okay? Gurgle, gurgle. Before Xia Jiangyan could reply, his stomach answered very honestly. Ah! This is so embarrassing. Xia Jiangyan could feel that when his stomach gurgled, the hand that Qin Yuang had placed on his stomach moved slightly. Feeling the answer made by the soft little stomach in the palm of her hand, the corner of Qin Yuang's mouth rose slightly. It seems that you are really hungry. After saying that, Qin Yuang took Xia Jiangyan out of the living room. Qin Yuang, where are you taking me? Xia Jiangyan asked curiously, seeing that Qin Yuang was pulling him out of the living room. Qin Yuang turned around and said, Of course I want to feed my little thing. Little thing? You're the thing, I'm the person. I'm not some little thing. Xia Jiangyan was slightly angered and retorted in his heart. Xia Jiangyan understood that Qin Yuang meant to take him to dinner. Although Qin Yuang wanted to take him out to dinner, which was a very nice thing to do, why did you keep holding my hand? Qin Yuang, can you let go of my hand? Xia Jiangyan had his own feet, so there was no need to hold his hand. It was too intimate to be held like this by Qin Yuang. What's wrong, don't you like me holding your hand? Qin Yuang's voice was cold and threatening. Of course he didn't like it. However, Xia Jiangyan didn't dare to say so directly. A wry smile spread across his face as he explained, Qin Yuang, I'm too heavy. You'll get tired if you hold on to me. Xia Jiangyan put on an expression as if he was saying this for your own good. Who knew that Qin Yuang looked up and looked into his eyes and said, I've always had good stamina, don't you know that? Xia Jiangyan naturally knew what Qin Yuang meant by this. Therefore, Xia Jiangyan felt even more embarrassed. Could Qin Yuang still have fun? It felt good to hold the little guy's hand. In the end, Xia Jiangyan's hand was still tightly held by Qin Yuang, and then he was pulled into the car. During this time, Xia Jiangyan did not dare to act rashly, for fear that Qin Yuang would do something else. the car drove to the entrance of a high-end restaurant. Order whatever you want, Qin Yuan handed Xia Jiangyan the menu and didn't say another word. Xia Jiangyan glanced at the menu. Wow, everything looks delicious. Qin Yuan, can I really order whatever I want? The dishes on here look good, but they're really expensive. Qin Yuan didn't answer, which was considered a tacit agreement. Humph. Xia Jiangyan felt that this time he could really take advantage of Qin Yuan, who always bullied him. This, and this too. Xia Jiangyan specifically picked the most expensive dishes from the menu. The waiter on the side saw Xia Jiangyan being so domineering and beamed with a smile. Qin Yuan didn't even bat an eyebrow at Xia Jiangyan's childish behavior and simply didn't care. The little brat wants to eat her out of house and home? That's just a pipe dream. When the dishes were all served on the table, Xia Jiangyan completely turned into a person who eats dry food, eating very seriously without saying a word during the whole time. Seeing the little guy acting like he hadn't eaten in 800 years, Qin Yuan handed him a glass of water with some disdain. Can you eat slower? No one will fight with you for the food. However, Xia Jiangyan simply ignored her. Not even a glance was cast at Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan was furious at Xia Jiangyan's disregard. How dare the little brat ignore her because of this table of food? I really want to remove this table of obtrusive food. Of course, Qin Yuan didn't really do that. She thought, if she really did that, I'm afraid the little brat would want to eat her in one bite. After an unknown period of time, Xia Jiangyan finally finished eating with a satisfied look on his face. Waiter, the bill. How much is this? Xia Jiangyan stood next to Qin Yuan, curiosity written in his eyes. The waiter smiled warmly at Xia Jiangyan and said, that's exactly 20,000. Ha! Xia Jiangyan was suddenly taken aback. My goodness, this price is too expensive. After paying the bill, the two walked out of the restaurant together and got back in the car. Explain why you didn't have dinner tonight, Qin Yuan asked suddenly, sitting in the driver's seat without starting the car. For some reason, Xia Jiangyan always had a feeling. He felt like a middle school student, and Qin Yuan was the parent who was disciplining him, and she was especially strict with him. Because I suddenly lost my phone, and I had to go to work to earn money to buy a phone, Xia Jiangyan honestly replied, feeling that there was nothing to hide. Didn't your brother give you living expenses? Qin Yuan asked, looking at Xia Jiangyan. Yes, he did. I just didn't take it. This time, Xia Jiangyan looked directly at Qin Yuan, no longer avoiding her gaze. Qin Yuan didn't say anything, and the car fell into silence. Just as Xia Jiangyan thought that this matter was over, Qin Yuan spoke up and handed him a bank card. The password is 199801. Ha! Xia Jiangyan was a little dazed and at a loss for words as he took the bank card. What was the situation now? Was she going to adopt him? Chapter 33 Fire Prevention and Theft Prevention. Prevent Qin Yuan. In the car, Xia Jiangyan looked at the bank card in his hand and fell into deep thought. Subsequently, Xia Jiangyan returned the bank card to Qin Yuan. I can't take your card. Xia Jiangyan's voice was very quiet, but his attitude was very firm. He didn't want to have any financial dealings with Qin Yuan. If he took her money, their relationship would be extraordinary. Well, although their current relationship is not exactly innocent. But Xia Jiangyan just doesn't want to take the money she gave him. This is a matter of principle. However, before Xia Jiangyan could put his card in Qin Yuan's hands, she spoke, her tone icy and overbearing. I told you to keep it, so just keep it and don't talk nonsense. After saying this, she raised her beautiful eyebrows, with a hint of danger, which meant that she didn't want to continue discussing this matter. This, Qin Yuan, I really can't accept your card. Xia Jiangyan shook his head, plucked up his courage, and resolutely refused. I told you to keep it, so just keep it and don't make me unhappy. Qin Yuyan's face darkened, and her words carried an icy coldness, tinged with anger. This was the first time she had ever given someone something. What was hateful, however, was that the person she had given the gift to, without knowing whether they had eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall, had actually directly refused. This made the usually strong and domineering Miss Qin a little angry. Qin Yuan, I really don't want it. If you say another word, I can't guarantee what I'll do. Xia Jiangyan still wanted to refuse, but was scared by Qin Yuan's words and didn't dare to speak again. Qin Yuan's beautiful eyes stared at him tightly, revealing a sharp light that was very intimidating. Xia Jiangyan knew that Qin Yuan was definitely not joking with him. This female devil Qin Yuan really would do it. Immediately, Xia Jiangyan did not dare to continue speaking, and he did not even dare to look into Qin Yuan's eyes. They were still at the entrance of the restaurant, and there were people coming and going on the street. If Qin Yuan really did something, the consequences were something Xia Jiangyan did not dare to think about. Xia Jiangyan could only silently put the bank card into his pocket. However, he had already made up his mind that he would not spend a single penny of Qin Yuan's money, and he would find an opportunity to return it. Seeing Xia Jiangyan accept the gift, Qin Yuan's furrowed brows gradually eased, and the cold air in the car began to disappear. He started the car and disappeared into the noisy city. When the car stopped again, it had arrived at the Qin's house. It was almost 1 o'clock in the morning. "Qin Yuan, good night," Xia Jiangyan said respectfully at the door to the bedroom. Qin Yuan just nodded and didn't even look at Xia Jiangyan. Going back to her bedroom alone. "Humph. Good night, my ass. I hope you have nightmares tonight." Xia Jiangyan was extremely dissatisfied with Qin Yuan's condescending manner, and cursed in his heart. Xia Jiangyan returned to his bedroom angrily. The first thing he did when he entered his room was to check the door lock. He had clearly locked the door that day, so why had Qin Yuan been able to enter his room so quietly? This was something that Xia Jiangyan had never been able to figure out. However, after repeatedly checking, Xia Jiangyan did not find anything wrong with the door lock. After making sure that everything was fine, Xia Jiangyan locked the door. He had to protect himself from burglars and fires. And he also had to guard against Qin Yuan. After locking the door, Xia Jiangyan went into the bathroom to take a shower. The door to Xia Jiangyan's bathroom was broken by Qin Yuan's kick last time, and Xia Jiangyan has not yet found someone to fix it. Therefore, the poor Xia Jiangyan, when he takes a shower, the bathroom is left open. At this time, Qin Yuan is sitting on Xia Jiangyan's bed, so Xia Jiangyan is completely exposed to Qin Yuan's eyes. Qin Yuan's expression is as usual, except that there is some light flowing in her beautiful eyes. When Xia Jiangyan takes a shower, he is in the habit of singing while he washes. And when he sings, he gets carried away and starts to get high. And once Xia Jiangyan gets high, the scariest thing happens. Without thinking, he starts to sing loudly. He never expects that someone will suddenly appear in his bedroom at this moment. So Xia Jiangyan lets go of himself and is very carefree. He was completely immersed in his own world of the stage. "I can't love you enough," he sang while swaying from side to side. For a moment, he raised his left hand. For a moment, he shook his right hand. What was clear was that Xia Jiangyan's dance was hardly admirable. However, what Xia Jiangyan was doing now had a different kind of charm for some people. The bathroom was filled with steam. Xia Jiangyan's body appeared and disappeared. Qin Yuan's red lips were slightly pursed into a line, her face still expressionless, exuding an air of abstinence. However, in the depths of those beautiful eyes, that glimmer of darkness was even more profound. Xia Jiangyan finished his shower, wrapped in a bath towel, and the moment he turned back, Xia Jiangyan could swear that he would never forget this scene. The moment he saw Qin Yuan sitting on his bed, Xia Jiangyan's body froze. Time, it seemed, had stopped. The expression on Xia Jiangyan's face was wonderful. His eyes were wide open, and to be more specific, they looked like two shiny light bulbs. There were all kinds of emotions in his eyes: fear, surprise, shyness, and anger. His mouth was still wide open from singing a moment ago. But he could no longer sing a single word. All the singing, as if it had been stuck in his throat, could no longer be released. Xia Jiangyan's expression was dumbfounded and dazed. Like a fool. Qin Yuan didn't say anything, her face still without any expression, neither anger nor joy. Her gaze remained on Xia Jiangyan. Qin Yuan was very calm and unhurried, her eyes were very calm, and even a little frighteningly calm. She didn't feel the slightest bit nervous at all because she had been caught spying. At that moment, the air suddenly became very quiet. Xia Jiangyan's eyes met Qin Yuan's, and their gazes intertwined in the air, wondering what kind of sparks would fly. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Still nothing had changed. "Ah! You perverted peeping Tom. Qin Yuan, how dare you spy on me while I'm taking a shower?" Xia Jiangyan's anger was growing rapidly, and soon it reached the boiling point. Xia Jiangyan was so angry that he had lost all reason, and he casually balled up the bath towel that was wrapped around his body. He threw it hard in Qin Yuan's direction, as if he had lost a stone. At the same time, he pounced on Qin Yuan like a hungry wolf, menacing and ferocious. Chapter 34 Qin Yuan, you are a big bad guy. Looking at Xia Jiangyan, who was rushing over like a bullet, Qin Yuang froze for a moment, as if she didn't know that Xia Jiangyan was so wild. Qin Yuang subconsciously wanted to dodge to the side, but when she saw the wall behind her, she had to stop moving. The little guy was charging over so hard that if she dodged, Xia Jiangyan's head would definitely hit the wall. There was no choice. For the safety of the little guy, Qin Yuang didn't move an inch, allowing Xia Jiangyan to pounce on her. Xia Jiangyan had lost his temper earlier and had already thrown away his towel. Pervert, peeping Tom. Xia Jiangyan had completely lost his mind and no longer feared Qin Yuang. Ouch! Xia Jiangyan suddenly let out a muffled grunt. Qin Yuang turned to look over, and a hint of helplessness finally appeared in those calm, beautiful eyes. It turned out that Xia Jiangyan had fallen to the floor because he had exerted too much force and lost control. He looked very disheveled. The bed Xia Jiangyan was on was almost half a meter high. Xia Jiangyan had fallen in a forward lunge, and his hands instinctively reached forward. Then tragedy struck. It hurts, my hands, it hurts so much. At that moment, the fingers of Xia Jiangyan's hands were in indescribable pain. Xia Jiangyan felt like his hands were useless. Let you make trouble. Qin Yuang turned around helplessly, got up from the bed, came to Xia Jiangyan's side, and bent down. Qin Yuang, you slow down. Qin Yuang wanted to help Xia Jiangyan up, but as soon as her hand touched Xia Jiangyan gnashed his teeth in pain. Qin Yuang looked at Xia Jiangyan on the ground with a complex expression. Does the little guy understand that his current situation is very dangerous? Although Qin Yuan's attitude was very stern and looked fierce. When she supported Xia Jiangyan again, her movements were very gentle and careful. As she supported Xia Jiangyan's body, Qin Yuan's expression changed, and her gaze was very dark. That gaze was especially like that of a hungry tiger, which suddenly saw a healthy antelope in front of its eyes. The little guy was like a deadly poison, and to her, it was very tempting. Qin Yuang's strong self-control crumbled at the sight of the little guy. Xia Jiangyan's 2 index fingers were swollen, and they looked bigger than the fingers next to them. Sit still, I'll check it out. She carefully placed Xia Jiangyan on the bed, and then knelt down in front of him, carefully examining his injured index finger. Be gentle. Xia Jiangyan's hand really hurt, but he endured the pain. What's the big deal? I can handle it. It's not broken, just a dislocated joint. It'll be fine once it's put back in place, said Qin Yuang, after several looks. When Qin Yuan was in the army, she received medical education and had a basic knowledge of medicine. Hold on a bit, I'll help you put it back in now. After saying that, Qin Yuan was about to act, very calm and composed. Ha! Xia Jiangyan was taken aback, as bone setting was very painful. Are you afraid of pain? Qin Yuan frowned, not that painful, right? Back when she was in the army, she had once taken a knife and extracted a bullet from her arm without any anesthetic. At the time, she had felt that the pain was not that bad. Of course I'm not afraid of pain, Xia Jiangyan shook his head. Qin Yuan looked at Xia Jiangyan's painful expression and was silent. Under the soft yellow light, Qin Yuan's face was flawless, with painted eyebrows and eyes. When she doesn't speak, her red lips are slightly pursed into a line, cold and abstinent. Xia Jiangyan, when you were with me before, how did you feel? Qin Yuan suddenly spoke, and her pleasant voice clearly reached Xia Jiangyan's ears. Ah! Xia Jiangyan was dumbfounded by this question from Qin Yuan and froze in place. He didn't react for a while. Ha ha! Qin Yuan seemed to laugh out loud, feeling in a good mood. Followed closely. SSSHH. Without any psychological preparation, Xia Jiangyan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his 2 injured index fingers. The pain came so suddenly, and disappeared just as quickly, almost as quickly as the blink of an eye. When Xia Jiangyan came to his senses, he noticed that his index fingers didn't hurt as much as they had just then. At that moment, Xia Jiangyan suddenly noticed that Qin Yuan had already set his fingers back together. The technique was skilled, and it was also very quick. It was at that moment that Xia Jiangyan finally understood why Qin Yuan had suddenly asked that question. Qin Yuan had done it on purpose. She had deliberately distracted him. Thank you, Xia Jiangyan said, moving his fingers. Although they still hurt, they were much better. Seeing the little guy holding back his pain, Qin Yuan, who never cared about other people, actually wanted to take his place and feel the pain. Xia Jiangyan, you haven't answered my question yet. Looking at the little guy's painful expression, Qin Yuan suddenly wanted to tease him. Damn it! Is this still a persistent pursuit? Xia Jiangyan was a little annoyed. Because he was angry, Xia Jiangyan didn't pay attention to his hand, and his palm instinctively fell, hitting the bed. Tragedy was born again. It hurts. Xia Jiangyan frowned and endured the pain. You mean it hurts a lot? No, He said it hurt because his hand hurt, but that was not a response to Qin Yuang's question. However, Qin Yuang interpreted what he said as an answer to her earlier question. Xia Jiangyan wanted to open his mouth to explain, but when he opened his mouth, he couldn't speak. How could he describe that feeling in front of Qin Yuang? Besides, those few times he felt. Ba. Xia Jiangyan, what are you thinking? Chapter 35 Buttoning. Xia Jiangyan pulled back his thoughts and saw Qin Yuang staring at him intently, her beautiful eyes shining. This woman seemed to be born into nobility, and her every move revealed an extraordinary air of nobility. Qin Yuang, I'm not dressed. Xia Jiangyan's ears turned red. What Xia Jiangyan meant to say with this sentence was, Qin Yuang, shouldn't you be leaving my room? Although he had had intimate things with Qin Yuang, but, this situation is still quite embarrassing. Xia Jiangyan now regrets it. Why was he so impulsive just now? Xia Jiangyan. Are you stupid? A towel can't be used as a weapon, why did you throw it away? However, Xia Jiangyan's wish for Qin Yuang to leave fell through. Qin Yuang sat on the bed and said, if you want to get dressed, go ahead, I won't stop you. Qin Yuang pulled the corners of her mouth, revealing a devilish smile, and looked at Xia Jiangyan with a carefree look, as if admiring a piece of art. Qin Yuang had no intention of leaving at all. Xia Jiangyan was slightly angered. Qin Yuang, I'm getting dressed now. Qin Yuang, I'm getting dressed now. Then. Get out of here already. If you want to get dressed, just do it. Why are you telling me? Do you want me to help you? Qin Yuang's dark, beautiful eyes stared at Xia Jiangyan, and Xia Jiangyan was terrified. Qin Yuang helping him? Then Xia Jiangyan would be so nervous. Seeing that Qin Yuang had no intention of leaving, Xia Jiangyan didn't say anything more. Instead, he stood up and prepared to get dressed. Just watch if you want. Just pretend that the person sitting in front of you is not a person. Xia Jiangyan hypnotized himself in his heart, telling himself to ignore the existence of Qin Yuang. Ah, it hurts. The tragedy was that Xia Jiangyan had just picked up his clothes and was about to put them on, but his hand touched them. A sharp pain spread from his fingers. His hand could not even pick up the clothes. Xia Jiangyan, not believing it, lost his temper and tried to pick them up again. It hurts. This time, because Xia Jiangyan exerted too much force, the pain was correspondingly more intense. Xia Jiangyan's face turned pale with pain. I'll help you. Qin Yuan, who was standing nearby, couldn't bear to watch any longer. If the little guy kept trying like this, he would surely die of pain. I don't want to. Xia Jiangyan refused without even thinking about it. He would rather die of pain than let her help him, it was too embarrassing. However, Xia Jiangyan's resistance was useless to Qin Yuang. Overbearing as Qin Yuang was, her style of doing things had always been based on her own ideas. No one could change her mind. Which one do you want to wear, this white one or the black one? Qin Yuang got up, looked at Xia Jiangyan, and pointed at the clothes with her finger. Qin Yuang's face was cold, her expression calm, and her temperament extraordinary. It seemed that in Qin Yuang's eyes, there were no such words as embarrassed or shy. Xia Jiangyan's eyes did not dare to look at Qin Yuang, and he stared at the ground tightly without saying a word. I think this black one suits you quite well. Qin Yuang picked out a set of clothing for Xia Jiangyan from top to bottom according to her own preferences. Sit properly, I'll help you get dressed. Qin Yuang walked up to Xia Jiangyan and was about to help him get dressed, but she saw that Xia Jiangyan was still standing, so she subconsciously ordered him. Xia Jiangyan did not move and ignored her. This behavior of Xia Jiangyan made Qin Yuang a little angry. Do you want to force me to do it? The cold tone carried an infinite sense of danger. Xia Jiangyan was very embarrassed, but still chose to obediently sit down under Qin Yuang's stern orders. Xia Jiangyan's ears were very red at this time. Qin Yuang calmly picked up the clothes and placed them on Xia Jiangyan's bed. Her expression was as usual, not changing at all. Qin Yuang's breathing was steady, but slightly erratic. Her beautiful eyes had become dark, and she was wondering what she was thinking. The temperature in the room seemed to be rising rapidly. Everyone in the room felt a hint of annoyance. Raise your arms. Xia Jiangyan didn't dare to open his eyes at this time. His eyes were tightly shut, and he just did whatever Qin Yuan said. His arm raised, her fingers gently stroked his shoulders. Because she had to dress him, Qin Yuan had to stand up while bending over. Their faces were close together. Xia Jiangyan could clearly feel her breath, warm and hot, on his face. His hands trembled involuntarily. Qin Yuan, is it ready? Qin Yuan had already spent almost 2 minutes on it, but the clothes were still not properly dressed. It turned out that when Qin Yuan was buttoning her shirt, for some reason, she just couldn't get it done. Qin Yuan's face was calm, but her beautiful eyes revealed a hint of anger. Why was this thing so difficult to button? Qin Yuan, can you hurry up? For Xia Jiangyan, this was really like years of waiting. Shut up. I'll be done in a second. Qin Yuan's tone was stern, and Xia Jiangyan was scared and didn't dare complain anymore. This was her first time helping a man get dressed, so it was normal for her to be slow. The little guy's complaints made Qin Yuan very unhappy. Qin Yuan, do you know how to button up? I'll teach you. Xia Jiangyan really couldn't stand it anymore and was about to personally teach Qin Yuan how to button up. However, Qin Yuan didn't appreciate it at all. Shut up. I can do it myself. It's just buttoning up, right? She could handle this little task herself. There is nothing in this world that Qin Yuan, cannot do. Qin Yuan was in a terrible mood at the moment. No matter what difficulties she faced, she could overcome them perfectly. However, in this matter, she actually had a hard time. This is ridiculous and hateful. Humph. Bitchy bitch. Xia Jiangyan greeted Qin Yuan in his heart. Time passed little by little. After dozens of failures, Qin Yuan finally helped Xia Jiangyan get dressed. Next, Qin Yuan quickly helped Xia Jiangyan put on his pants. During this time, Xia Jiangyan didn't dare say a word. He was scared. Qin Yuan's face was as cold as ice, her red lips pursed coldly, and she exuded cold air from all over her body. Xia Jiangyan felt the cold air, and he didn't dare complain again. His intuition told him that Qin Yuan was in a bad mood right now, and he must not provoke her. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 36 next time, don't ignore me. In the room, Xia Jiangyan's hair was still wet and hadn't had a chance to dry with a hairdryer. Come here and sit next to me. In the room, after Qin Yuan helped Xia Jiangyan get dressed, Xia Jiangyan kept his distance from Qin Yuan. One sat at the end of the bed, the other at the head. Qin Yuan frowned and was very dissatisfied with this distance. Is she a monster? She's not going to eat him. Come here. Qin Yuan waved her hand, with an irresistible air of dominance. Isham, Xia Jiangyan grunted, obediently sitting over. Where's the hairdryer in your room? It was the middle of winter, and if you didn't blow dry your hair, you could easily catch a cold. In the bedside table, Xia Jiangyan pointed to the hairdryer in the bedside table. Qin Yuan stood up, picked up the hairdryer, and plugged it in. Then, turning her head, she looked at Xia Jiangyan, who was sitting on the bed, and said, "Don't just stand there. Hurry up and stick your head over here." It was as if she was beckoning to her pet. You're a bad person, Qin Yuan, and I'm not your pet. I'm a fucking human being, so stop treating me like a pet. Xia Jiangyan thought to himself. After indulging in a little verbal sparring, Xia Jiangyan obediently sat over to the other side before Qin Yuan could say it a second time. Qin Yuan stood next to Xia Jiangyan and turned on the hairdryer. Her long, white fingers ran through Xia Jiangyan's hair, tickling him, but somehow it felt quite comfortable. This feeling was strange and indescribable. The room was silent. Xia Jiangyan sat there obediently. Qin Yuan looked serious, her dark, beautiful eyes full of concentration. She gently picked up the strands of hair, carefully blow-dried them with the hairdryer, and then let them down. She did this over and over again. Qin Yuan, do you know how to blow-dry hair or not? The quiet room was broken by Xia Jiangyan's voice, which contained some complaints and his dislike. It turned out that Qin Yuan had not controlled the strength well when she blow-dried his hair. Xia Jiangyan's hair was blow-dried, but it was messy, and looked like he had a messy haircut. Since Xia Jiangyan had short hair, it looked very obvious. The little guy's tone of disdain reached Qin Yuan's ears, which made Qin Yuan very unhappy. Shut up. Qin Yuan, kindly served him blow-drying his hair, and he actually dared to complain? As soon as Qin Yuan's cold tone appeared, Xia Jiangyan was scared and didn't dare to say anything more, even though he was still very dissatisfied. Bad guy, Shin Yuang is basically an emotionally unstable guy. All he knows is bullying him all day long. Hateful. After blowing his hair dry, Shin Yuang saw a comb on the table. She looked at it and picked it up. Then she held Xia Jiangyan's head with one hand and used the comb to brush his hair with the other. Shin Yuang's movements were very clumsy, and it was obvious that this was the first time she had brushed someone's hair. It hurts. Xia Jiangyan gritted his teeth in pain. Shin Yuang had hurt him when she brushed his hair. Just bear with it and don't say a word. Shin Yuang frowned and said coldly. Although she said this, the strength in Shin Yuang's hands obviously lightened, and she was a little cautious. Curiosity got the better of him, and Xia Jiangyan looked up and looked at himself in the mirror. At this moment, Xia Jiangyan had a black line on his face. Damn it! It's so ugly. It's a bit unbearable to look at. The hair itself was very fluffy and messy, and it was combined with someone's rusty hair combing skills. Therefore, Xia Jiangyan's hair was very messy, with a tuft on the left and a tuft on the right. This was not combing hair, it was obviously just playing with it. There was no beauty at all. Shin Yuan, don't you think you've made my hair look ugly? Xia Jiangyan said, looking at himself in the mirror. Shin Yuan looked up, looked into the mirror, and said coldly, it's your own ugly face, so don't blame it on me. What she meant was that it was not her responsibility for her hair being combed like that. What a bitch. Hearing what the villain Shin Yuan said, Xia Jiangyan almost lost his temper. I'm ugly? You're ugly. Xia Jiangyan held back, trying to calm down. Xia Jiangyan comforted himself in his heart. Looking at Shin Yuan's indifferent attitude, as if it had nothing to do with her, Xia Jiangyan felt a little upset and really wanted to tear off her mask. Of course, his mind was very clear now, so even if he borrowed Xia Jiangyan 1,000 bear hearts and leopard guts, Xia Jiangyan would not dare to do it for real. Lift your foot. At some unknown time, Shin Yuang squatted down and actually wanted to put on Xia Jiangyan's shoes. How noble Shin Yuan was, and when had she ever served someone like this? Not to mention helping someone put on their shoes, she had never even handed someone a piece of paper. It was clear that Xia Jiangyan was a lucky man favored by the heavens. However, this lucky man favored by the heavens was a little tactless at the moment. Shin Yuan, I don't want to wear these white ones, I want to wear black ones, Xia Jiangyan said, wiggling his feet. The clothes he was wearing were all dark in color, and the shoes Shin Yuan brought him were white, which didn't go well with his clothes. Stop moving your feet around, or I'll take a knife and chop them off. Shin Yuan frowned, grabbing Xia Jiangyan's mischievous and restless feet with her hands. But these shoes are really ugly. They don't match my clothes at all. I told you to wear them, so just do it and stop talking nonsense. Shin Yuan raised an eyebrow and said unhappily. Shin Yuan spent most of her time in the army, where most of the people were women, so she didn't have much research on how boys dressed. Even for herself, she never dressed according to her heart's desire. However, Shin Yuan had perfect body proportions, coupled with a stunning face and noble temperament. No matter what clothes she wore, she could control them perfectly. Shin Yuan ignored Xia Jiangyan and forcefully put the shoes on Xia Jiangyan's feet. Let's go. After putting on the shoes, Shin Yuan got up and walked towards the door. Huh? Where are we going? Xia Jiangyan also got up and asked in confusion. It was already the early morning, and it was dark outside, so where were they going? Follow me. If I tell you to follow me, just follow me, and don't say anything. Shin Yuan said imperiously without turning her head. Humph. What an arrogant guy. Bad Shin Yuan. Can I just ask? Is it going to kill you to just answer me? Xia Jiangyan cursed in his heart while obediently following. Once outside the house, Xia Jiangyan got into the car. After looking at Xia Jiangyan's very swollen index finger, Shin Yuan turned around and bent down. She put her hand around Xia Jiangyan's finger and personally helped him fasten his seatbelt. During this process, the two's faces came very close to each other. They could feel each other's breath clearly. Xia Jiangyan's ears couldn't help but turn red again, and his eyes looked out the car window, afraid to look at Shin Yuan again. His face also turned to the outside of the car, trying his best to ignore Shin Yuan's presence. Turn your face back, who told you to ignore me? A pleasant voice sounded in his ear, next time, don't ignore me again. An overbearing and strong order came from Shin Yuan's ear. Chapter 37 A chance encounter with Senior Su at the hospital. Shin Yuan's car stopped at the entrance to the hospital. She got up, got out of the car, glanced at Xia Jiangyan, and without needing Qin Yuang to say another word, Xia Jiangyan immediately followed. Although it was already the early hours of the morning, the hospital was still brightly lit. The moment Qin Yuang walked into the hospital, countless gazes fell upon her, and at this moment, she became the focus of everyone's attention. Among them, the male gazes were the most fervent. "Miss, may I help you?" The female nurse at the reception desk walked up and asked. Qin Yuang was really very beautiful. Her facial features were as perfect as a jade carving, and a faint elegance exuded from between her brows, enchanting people. "Where is the orthopedist at your hospital?" Qin Yuang said coldly without even looking at the female nurse in front of her. The female nurse heard this and said with a smile, "Miss, this way please." Qin Yuang nodded, indicating that the female nurse should lead the way. "What are you still doing there? Come over here quickly." Seeing Xia Jiangyan at the hospital entrance, Qin Yuyan raised an eyebrow. "Oh, okay, Xia Jiangyan nodded and followed. "Miss, you just wait a little while longer, the doctor will be here soon," said the female nurse, and then turned around and left. "I'm sorry for making you wait for so long," said the female nurse, and soon after she walked out, a female doctor in a white coat walked in. Qin Yuan leaned against the door and nodded slightly, not reacting much. She looked at Xia Jiangyan with her eyes and said, "Doctor, check his fingers." The female doctor who came in was about 1.65 meters tall, had a good figure, and was very beautiful. She was wearing a white coat and had an indescribable charm. Her voice was very pleasant and gentle, like the spring sunshine, warming the heart. Okay, the female doctor nodded, not reacting much to Qin Yuan's indifference. "Sir, can you show me your finger?" The female doctor walked over to Xia Jiangyan and sat down. Upon hearing this, Xia Jiangyan looked up. "Senior Su?" Xia Jiangyan was full of surprise. "Shaoan?" The female doctor was also surprised, and her eyes instantly became bright. "Shaoan, I didn't expect to meet you here," the female doctor said with a smile, her tone gentle. "Yes, I didn't expect it either," Xia Jiangyan laughed in return. Su Shue's name was Su Shuero, 2 years ahead of Xia Jiangyan, and she was a famous goddess in the medical department. When they were at school, Su Shui took good care of Xia Jiangyan and was one of his few friends. "Shaoan, you really are something, taking such a long vacation and not even taking the time to give me a call, making it seem like you disappeared," Su Shuero complained. "Su Shui, I'm really sorry, I had a lot going on during the holidays and forgot," Xia Jiangyan said awkwardly. Su Shui looked at the apologetic boy in front of her, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Shaoan, just apologizing isn't enough, you have to make it up to me, invite me to dinner." Seeing that Su Shuejuan said this, Xia Jiangyan's face, which had been a little worried, instantly brightened, and he nodded repeatedly, "Yes, Shuejuan, as long as you are free, not only will I treat you to a meal, I will treat you to 10 meals. Xia Jiangyan spoke very straightforwardly, and he was just short of guaranteeing it by slapping his chest. Su Shuero smiled gently and said, "Okay, let's say it's settled then." Xia Jiangyan and Su Shuero were having a good time chatting, and it looked like they had completely ignored the third person in the room. Chapter 38 is a doctor's job to diagnose illnesses or chat? Qin Yuan looked at Xia Jiangyan's bright smile, which was very dazzling. Her eyebrows frowned in displeasure, and the coldness in her body grew even colder. What was there to be happy about? When she was with him, she had never seen him smile so happily. Damn it! Who gave him the nerve to laugh like that in front of her face? Is a doctor's job to diagnose patients or chat with them? Qin Yuan exuded cold air from her body, and the air in the room became very oppressive because of what she said. Qin Yuan walked from the door, her red high heels stepping on the clean floor, provoking a dull sound. It was as if the high heels were stepping on people's hearts, making people feel very uncomfortable. Now answer my question immediately. Qin Yuan walked up to Su Shuero and asked condescendingly. Her beautiful eyes were cold and her aura was powerful. In the army, the female soldiers under Qin Yuan's command all secretly called her the Queen of Cold Faces and were afraid to death. In the army, even the most daring soldiers, who were not afraid of death, did not dare to make eye contact with Qin Yuan. Her eyes are so sharp, like a sharp sword, and they make people feel awe. A doctor's job is indeed to treat patients. Su Shuero looked up and straight at Qin Yuan, clearly not afraid of Qin Yuan's aura. Oh, really? Qin Yuan smiled lightly, and couldn't help but look at the female doctor a few more times, her eyes full of appreciation. Very few people dare to look her in the eye like this, and still answer her questions with such grace. Such people are rare. Su Shuero looked straight at Qin Yuan. From the moment she walked into the room, her attention was on her and it hardly left. This woman, both in appearance and temperament, was too outstanding and too dazzling, so much so that she could not be ignored. As a woman, Su Shuero could not help but feel that this woman was indeed too perfect. This also made Su Shuero feel a little bit of danger. Shaoan, who is this? Su Shuero's gaze fell on Xia Jiangyan, who she had brought to the hospital. It was already so late, and she was still able to bring him to the hospital. So, what was the relationship between these two people? Could it be that they were boyfriend and girlfriend? At the thought of this possibility, Su Shuero's heart ached, and her beautiful eyes dimmed without making a sound. Had she still come a step too late? Seeing the look in her senior's eyes, Xia Jiangyan knew that she must have thought of him and Qin Yuan in that direction. He was a little nervous and quickly explained, "Senior, let me introduce you, this is my sister-in-law." Xia Jiangyan was really nervous. His relationship with Qin Yuan absolutely could not be known to others. Sister-in-law? And, do you have such a young sister-in-law? She's never heard him mention her before. Su Shuero was very confused, but she didn't show it on the surface. Then Xia Jiangyan looked at Qin Yuan and introduced, "Sister-in-law, this is my college senior, Su Shuero." Mm. Qin Yuan nodded, her tone cold. Next, Xia Jiangyan's fingers were examined by the doctor, who confirmed that there was no major problem. However, Su Shuero still felt uneasy and prescribed some medicine for Xia Jiangyan. Su Shuero did not ask for money, which made Xia Jiangyan quite happy. Afterwards, Xia Jiangyan followed Qin Yuan out of the hospital. However, instead of taking Xia Jiangyan home right away, Qin Yuan drove to the entrance of a pharmacy. "Throw away the medicine in your hand." Qin Yuan's face was cold as she pointed to the trash can in front of the pharmacy. "Ha? What's wrong?" Xia Jiangyan froze. What was the evil Qin Yuan up to now? Just throw it away. Stop talking nonsense. Qin Yuan's face was cold, and her tone carried the danger of an impending storm. Xia Jiangyan was taken aback. Although he didn't really want to, he obediently threw the medicine that his senior had given him into the trash can. Qin Yuan walked into the pharmacy, looking at something. Xia Jiangyan followed her. After a while, Qin Yuan handed Xia Jiangyan a bag of medicine. Xia Jiangyan looked at it in surprise, then froze. The medicine Qin Yuan handed him was exactly the same as the medicine he had just thrown away. Chapter 39. Could it be that Qin Yuan has the ability to walk through walls? Holding the medicine in his hands, Xia Jiangyan seemed to be unable to believe it. He carefully examined the medicine in his hands again, and then compared it with the medicine in the trash can. It was exactly the same, even the box and outer packaging were the same. Xia Jiangyan was speechless. Qin Yuan really has a lot of money to spend. Moreover, Qin Yuan's memory was actually so good that she could memorize the medicine after just glancing at it. "Let's go, what are you still spacing out for?" After paying for the medicine, Qin Yuan walked out of the pharmacy. "Oh, okay. Xia Jiangyan obediently followed behind Qin Yuan. Back at the Qin residence, Qin Yuan returned to her bedroom expressionlessly, and Xia Jiangyan naturally followed suit. Once inside, Xia Jiangyan placed the medicine on the table, then stood in the doorway without moving. He never understood how Qin Yuan could appear in his room without making a sound. First, there were only 2 keys to his room, one was with Xia's mother, and the other was in Xia Jiangyan's hand. So the possibility that Qin Yuan had used a key to open his door could be ruled out. Could it be that Qin Yuan had entered through the window? The doors and windows of Xia Jiangyan's bedroom were tightly closed at this time, and the balcony of his room was not connected to that of Qin Yuan. Therefore, the possibility of entering through the window can also be ruled out. So, what method did Qin Yuan use to get in? And it was also quiet. Could it be that Qin Yuan has the ability to walk through walls? This absurd idea was immediately denied by Xia Jiangyan. Qin Yuan is a mortal, not a fairy. At this time, it was almost 2 a.m. Xia Jiangyan had had a busy day and was slowly overcome by sleepiness. His eyelids were fighting. So sleepy. Xia Jiangyan yawned and lay down on the bed to sleep soundly. The room was dark, and apart from Xia Jiangyan's snoring, there was no other sound. Half an hour later, a figure suddenly appeared beside Xia Jiangyan's bed. In the light of the moon, it could be seen that the figure was very slender. She stood by Xia Jiangyan's bedside, expressionless, not knowing what to think. Soon, the figure moved. She picked up the medicine that Xia Jiangyan had left on the table and, with the light of the moon, carefully read the instructions and precautions on the medicine several times. Suddenly, she took a few steps and squatted in the direction Xia Jiangyan was facing. Xia Jiangyan's face was close at hand. She could clearly see Xia Jiangyan's eyelashes, which were quite long. His face had fair, tender skin, and she really wanted to pinch it, but looking at Xia Jiangyan, who was sound asleep, she dismissed the thought. She opened the medicine bottle and gently took his hand in hers. Her small hand held his large hand, very gently. She applied the ointment to his injured index finger with care. Finally, she helped him cover up, making sure he wouldn't catch a cold. In the light of the moon, her face was unclear and blurry. Her red lips moved slightly, but no sound came out, as if she were saying, "Good night, sweet dreams." The next morning, 7 o'clock. Xia Jiangyan got up on time. He just lifted the quilt with his hand. "Ah, it hurts." It was then that he remembered that he hurt his hand last night. He looked at his finger curiously, and then he was surprised to find that the swelling had gone down. He got up and got out of bed, ready to wash up. Then Xia Jiangyan realized a serious problem: his hand was still very painful. He could barely wash his face, but he couldn't brush his teeth very well. This was annoying. Xia Jiangyan frowned and went to the bathroom. "Hey, why is there a new toothbrush here?" Curious, Xia Jiangyan opened it and found that it was actually an electric toothbrush. He was just worrying about how to brush his teeth, and now the electric toothbrush solved his problem. Who on earth put the electric toothbrush here? Could it be Qin Yuan? But was Qin Yuan such a kind person? Never mind. Even if it was Qin Yuan who sent it over, so what? The reason his hand got hurt was because Qin Yuan spied on him taking a shower. If she hadn't deliberately spied on him taking a shower, then he wouldn't have lost his temper and lunged over. If he hadn't lunged over, then his hand definitely wouldn't have been hurt. Therefore, it is all Qin Yuyan's fault. He will not so easily choose to forgive her. After washing up, Xia Jiangyan sat down by the bed. Then, Xia Jiangyan discovered something new. A brand new mobile phone was quietly lying on the table, with a note pressed underneath. "I'll be away on business for a few days. If there's anything, remember to call me." The handwriting was very good, elegant and powerful, and a strong aura came from it. Her handwriting was as overbearing and cold as she was. "Humph. You're going on a business trip, so what does it matter to me? Why tell me?" Xia Jiangyan snorted softly and reached for the phone. The phone was white in appearance and had a fairly common style. From Xia Jiangyan's aesthetic standards, it was quite ugly. There was no logo, and it was impossible to tell the brand. TSK. I didn't realize Qin Yuan was so stingy. Even if she didn't want to give me an apple, she should have at least given me a domestic brand that I could pronounce. She actually gave me a knockoff. Xia Jiangyan laughed. Forget it, at least she gave me a phone, which is better than nothing. Xia Jiangyan was overjoyed to have a new phone, and started playing with it. However, what Xia Jiangyan didn't know was that there were no more than 5 people in Xia's country who could own the phone in his hands. Each phone was connected to a small satellite individually and had particularly powerful functions. There was not a single piece of software in the phone, only a mobile phone number. The name of the number was Qin Yuan. Xia Jiangyan patted his head, thought about it again and again, and typed in a few words. He changed the name to the invincible villain of the universe. Well, not bad. Xia Jiangyan put the phone away contentedly and went downstairs. Xia Jiangyan went downstairs to have breakfast. At that time, there were only Xia's mother and stepfather in the living room. Xia Jiangyan had not yet told Xia's mother about his injured hand. He didn't want Xia's mother to worry about him. He quietly finished breakfast and then went to school. After getting on the bus, Xia Jiangyan quickly arrived at school. This morning was a professional class. On the way to the classroom, Xia Jiangyan noticed that many of his classmates were looking at him. They looked at him, not knowing what to say. Some even pointed at his back in secret. Xia Jiangyan frowned and walked into the art studio. The art studio, which had been quite lively, became extremely quiet the moment Xia Jiangyan entered. Some people looked at him as if he were trash. Their eyes were full of mockery and disdain. At this moment, Xia Jiangyan's heart began to feel uncomfortable. Who did I offend? Chapter 40 Chapter 40 A Forum Storm. Brother Xia, over here, He Ting saw Xia Jiangyan in the art studio and waved at him. Xia Jiangyan nodded and walked towards He Ting's direction. He Ting, do you know what's going on? Why do I feel so strange? The way some people look at me really annoys me. Xia Jiangyan sat down next to He Ting, tidying up his drawing board while asking He Ting. Brother Xia, you don't know? This matter has already spread on our school forum. He Ting said with wide eyes in surprise. Xia Jiangyan looked confused. What matter? Seeing that Xia Jiangyan really didn't know, He Ting explained, just last night, someone posted on the forum that the grass of a certain department in the art department was being maintained by a rich woman, and even posted a lot of photos. Even though these photos have been processed, they were still recognized. That grass is you. As soon as this post was published, a group of people followed suit, searching you out and posting all your information and photos. This post now has over 100,000 views, with a ton of comments below, ranking first on our school forum. It's really hot. Brother Xia, you're a celebrity at our school now. He Ting finished explaining the circumstances and even cracked a joke. Holy shit. How could this have happened? I'm being taken care of by a rich woman, how come I didn't know about this? Xia Jiangyan curiously picked up his phone and opened the university forum. This is so shocking. The grass of a certain department looks simple on the outside, but in fact, he is already being maintained by a rich woman and is driven to school in a luxury car. There are pictures to prove it. As soon as he opened the forum, Xia Jiangyan saw the title of this post at first glance. Frowning, Xia Jiangyan continued reading, clicking to enter. In this post, there were several photos posted, which, from the perspective of the photographer, should have been taken secretly. The photos showed Xia Jiangyan in a luxury car that was obviously worth a fortune. Xia Jiangyan recalled that this photo must have been taken when Qin Yuan had dropped him off at the school gate the previous day. And the luxury car, which looked worth a fortune, was Qin Yuan's car. Frowning, Xia Jiangyan continued reading. The first floor was a post exposing his personal information, and the second and third floors were full of people insulting him. Second floor, wow. This really blinds my eyes. I never thought that the simple-looking department flower was actually being maintained by a rich woman. Third floor, people's hearts are full of guile. With such a simple appearance, deliberately slandered me. Content. First, the first thing I want to say is that the person who exposed me is an idiot. I don't want to explain too much about the incident of me being maintained. Whether it's true or not, I just want to say, what the fuck is it to you? Even if I really was being maintained, what does it matter to you? Is the person maintaining me your mother or your girlfriend? If neither, then please don't make wild accusations. What I hate most is this kind of clown who only hides behind others to slander them. If you really have the ability, we can face each other and tear each other apart once. Whoever is afraid of the other is a coward. After typing these words, Xia Jiangyan clicked to post. 2 minutes later, the university forum completely exploded. Chapter 41 People are mean when you are kind. In the art room, Xia Jiangyan and He Ting sat in the back. Looking forward, he could see many boys in the class discussing something, and their voices were getting louder and louder, as if they were deliberately trying to be heard by him. TSK, I really didn't expect Xia Jiangyan to be such a person. What's the use of being good-looking? It's still the same as selling yourself. Yeah, I didn't expect it either. When you look at Xia Jiangyan normally, he seems quite generous, but who knew he was being maintained by a rich woman? Look at the posts he posted on the forum, there's no sign of an apologetic attitude at all. I hate people like that who are so brazen. I think the person maintaining him must be an old and ugly local tyrant. I think so too. As these boys talked, they actually laughed out loud, completely ignoring Xia Jiangyan's existence. What the hell? Does he, Xia Jiangyan, think he's a sick cat that can be bullied at will? At that moment, Xia Jiangyan was very unhappy. Hey, what are you idiots discussing over there? Xia Jiangyan shouted towards the front. The boys were furious when they were scolded. Xia Jiangyan, you're a fucking whore, what are you pretending? Yeah, you have no self-respect. I wonder what your family taught you. Hey, you guys, do you think his mother might be the kind of woman who steps into someone else's marriage? Hey, now that you mention it, it's quite possible that she is. Xia Jiangyan has had no father since he was a child, and his mother was probably also maintained by a local tyrant, and then abandoned by him. That's right, his mother is the mistress. Yes, I think so too. What these people said made Xia Jiangyan unable to tolerate it anymore. Before, when they were insulting him, Xia Jiangyan could tolerate it, but now they actually dared to insult his mother. Smearing his mother's name, Xia Jiangyan could not tolerate it. You guys' mouths stink like you've eaten shit. I guess you forgot to brush your teeth this morning, so I'll be kind enough to wash them for you. Next to Xia Jiangyan was a bucket that was used for painting. The water in it was very dirty because it was covered in paint. Xia Jiangyan picked up the bucket and walked over, splashing it directly at the few people. These people's mouths really stink, they really need to wash. These people would never have expected Xia Jiangyan to throw water at them, so they weren't on their guard and were still discussing him heatedly. Since these people had thrown dirty water at him, then in return he should throw it back. Bang! With a loud noise, all the water in the bucket was thrown at the people. Ah! What is this? Ah! Cough cough. 2 or 3 people were still talking over there, and the dirty water splashed directly into their mouths. The dark water splashed, and then there were hysterical screams. Ah! Who threw it? Ah! It's cold. It was still winter, and the water in the bucket was cold. What do you think? Now your mouths should be clean, right? Xia Jiangyan looked at these people and smiled broadly. This is Xia Jiangyan's personality. If you bully me, I will double it back to you. Xia Jiangyan, I'm going to beat you to death. Ah! Xia Jiangyan, you're a lunatic. These people were wearing light-colored clothes, and Xia Jiangyan splashed dirty water on them, instantly making their clothes black and dirty. These people were drenched in water and were in a sorry state. Do you want to fight? Come over here. Seeing that these people wanted to rush over, Xia Jiangyan picked up a wooden stick and placed it in front of him, his expression very cold. Seeing this, He Ting also silently got up and picked up a stool. Come over, fight if you want. Who's afraid of you? Xia Jiangyan was holding a wooden stick in his hand and his tone was very firm. At this moment, Xia Jiangyan exuded a surly air. The few people who had come at him menacingly all stopped in their tracks when they saw Xia Jiangyan holding the wooden rod. No one dared to take another step forward. These people were all young boys who usually studied, and had never encountered such a scene before. They were immediately a little discouraged. Come here. Why don't you take another step forward? Xia Jiangyan pointed at the few people with the wooden rod, his tone full of provocation. Xia Jiangyan didn't care at all about this kind of petty scene. Losers! Seeing that none of the others dared to take another step forward, Xia Jiangyan's tone was full of disdain. Humph! Xia Jiangyan, don't be too pleased with yourself. We're going to tell the counselor right now and get you expelled from school. Xia Jiangyan was unafraid, saying, Go ahead. Say what you want. Humph! We'll make sure the school expels you. After saying that, the group walked towards the classroom door. Damn it! Xia Jiangyan is nothing but a scoundrel. He doesn't look like a student at all, and he's a boy, so he's so uncouth. After those people left, the classroom exploded with murmuring. Whoever dares to say another word is going to end up like those people. Xia Jiangyan roared angrily at the classroom. The noisy classroom instantly fell silent. People who are kind are bullied, but people who bully others will not be bullied. Xia Jiangyan understood this truth at a very young age, which is why he has always been so stubborn. More stubborn than most boys. 20 minutes later, Xia Jiangyan's department advisor came to their classroom. Xia Jiangyan, come to my office, I need to see you. The advisor's face was cold, and his tone of voice was stern. Okay, I got it. Xia Jiangyan responded indifferently, then got up and followed him. Xia Jiangyan. Do you still want to continue to stay in school? As soon as Xia Jiangyan stood still, the counselor pointed at his head and roared. It was deafening, and Xia Jiangyan was startled. The counselor's face was cold, very stern, and fierce. If it were any other student, they would definitely be afraid of him. But Xia Jiangyan was not afraid at all. In this world, the only person who could make Xia Jiangyan afraid was that person. Xia Jiangyan replied with grace, Of course I want to. Why wouldn't I? Humph. You want to? The uproar caused by the fact that you were being maintained has really disgraced the art department. You also deliberately splashed your classmates with dirty water just now, and even threatened them with a wooden stick. Do you think that kind of behavior can still be considered appropriate for a student? Teacher, please be careful how you speak. What do you mean by being taken care of? Someone else deliberately framed me. I'm the victim here. Why should I be blamed? Xia Jiangyan's words made the counselor's face turn even colder. No student had ever dared to speak to him in such a tone. Xia Jiangyan, who gave you permission to speak? Do you even have any respect for me as your teacher? The counselor's face was ashen. Yes, you're a big man standing in front of me, and my eyes are not blind, so how can I not see? Xia Jiangyan was also angry. He didn't like this counselor very much in the first place. Fine. Xia Jiangyan, I'm tired of talking nonsense with you. You go back now and write a 10,000-character self-reflection. Hand it in to me first thing tomorrow morning. If it's not done properly, then you don't need to continue staying at school. I'm not writing it. I didn't do anything wrong, so why should I write a self-reflection? Also, my hand is injured and I can't write at all. From beginning to end, the counselor didn't want to hear his explanation. He had already convicted him at the beginning. This made Xia Jiangyan very dissatisfied and angry. If you don't write it, you'll have your parents come to school. Chapter 42 just won't answer Qin Yuang's phone. After walking out of the counselor's office, Xia Jiangyan returned to the art room. The boys he had just poured the dirty water on were gathered together. When they saw Xia Jiangyan enter, each of them looked at him fiercely. Humph. You deserve it. You will definitely be expelled from school this time. That's right. Xia Jiangyan walked over, and these people said all kinds of things to him. Get out of the way. A good dog doesn't get in the way. Xia. Jiangyan was in a bad mood and had no mood to say anything more to these people. You. Someone was unconvinced. Xia Jiangyan gave a cold stare, and the person's mouth moved, but he didn't continue to say anything. These people made away, and Xia Jiangyan walked into the art studio. He came to his seat and sat down. Brother Xia, are you okay? He Ting asked worriedly. It's fine, don't worry, Xia Jiangyan said with a smile. After the morning class, there was no afternoon class, so after bidding farewell to He Ting, Xia Jiangyan went straight home. Back at the Qin residence, only Xia's mother and stepfather were home at the time. After saying hello, Xia Jiangyan went upstairs to his bedroom. Lying on his large bed, Xia Jiangyan relaxed, and then his mind began to think. Who deliberately hacked him during this forum storm? Although Xia Jiangyan was not afraid of trouble at school, he never started trouble either. Overall, there were not many people who had conflicts with him. Several faces appeared in his mind, but he was only slightly suspicious and was not sure. The whole story needs to be investigated. The person who did this to him on purpose, when he finds out, he will definitely entertain him properly. After all, this person has made him a celebrity at school. As for the reflection that the counselor told him to write, Xia Jiangyan didn't care at all and didn't plan to write it. Leaving aside the fact that his hand was injured and he couldn't write about it. Just talking about this incident, Xia Jiangyan didn't feel that he had made a mistake. Since he hadn't made a mistake, why should he write a reflection? This counselor, Xia Jiangyan really hates. He simply does not deserve the title of teacher. Therefore, Xia Jiangyan does not want to respect him either. As for asking the parents to go to school, it doesn't matter. Everything will be fine in the end, just let nature take its course. And, come down for dinner. Xia Jiangyan woke up and it was already almost 6 p.m. Okay. Xia Jiangyan washed his face and then went downstairs for dinner. And, what happened to your hand? During dinner, Xia Jiangyan tried his best to hide the injury on his finger, but his attentive mother still noticed it. What? Mom, my hand is fine, I just accidentally bumped it. It's not a big deal, Xia Jiangyan hurriedly explained, not wanting to worry his mother. After dinner, Xia Jiangyan returned to his bedroom and checked his room back and forth, but he didn't find anything suspicious. So, how did Qin Yuang get into the room? This question has become an unsolved mystery of the century in Xia Jiangyan's mind. The unsolved mystery of the century: how did Qin Yuang sneak into Xia Jiangyan's bedroom? Just as he said, Xiao Chao arrived. Xia Jiangyan had just thought of Qin Yuang when, with a ding, Xia Jiangyan's phone received a text message. Xia Jiangyan picked up the phone and opened it to find that it was actually a message from Qin Yuang. If you don't want your hand to be disabled, remember to apply medicine. It was again such a domineering tone of command. Humph. Sending a message is so fierce, and it's none of your business if my hand is disabled, Xia Jiangyan muttered discontentedly. Although he said this, he still picked up the medicine and obediently applied it to his hand. When Xia Jiangyan had finished applying the medicine, his phone rang again. This time it was an incoming call alert. Xia Jiangyan picked up his phone curiously. Who could be calling him at this hour? He opened the phone and saw the caller, the invincible villain of the universe. A call from Qin Yuyan? Xia Jiangyan tilted his head and looked at the phone. He tapped the screen with his finger and hung up. Humph. He didn't want to talk to Qin Yuyan at all, who was always so mean to him. Ding ding. As soon as he hung up, the phone rang again. Xia Jiangyan glanced at his phone, and it was still Qin Yuan calling. Hang up, just don't answer it. On the other side of the phone, Qin Yuan looked at the phone that had been hung up twice, and her beautiful eyes became deep. She had just finished a meeting and hadn't gone to shower yet, and she wanted to hear the little one's voice. Who knew that this little one was so bold as to hang up on her? This was the first time someone had dared to hang up on her. Very good, very good. Qin Yuan looked at the dark sky, her beautiful eyes deep and unfathomable, wondering what she was thinking. 10 seconds later, she made a decision. She made a call with an imperious order: prepare the fastest helicopter for me, I want to arrive in the demon capital within an hour. On Xia Jiangyan's side, he was quite happy to see that Qin Yuan did not call again. After taking a shower, he started to sleep soundly, completely unaware of the danger. Chapter 43 Qin Yuan is really persistent. At night, around 2 a.m., a helicopter soared across the sky. The helicopter circled down at an airbase somewhere, sending gusts of wind from its large propellers. When the wind stopped, a woman stepped out of the cabin, wearing a military uniform and with a slender figure. Miss. Several leaders stood very straight next to the helicopter and saluted. Qin Yuan's face was cold and authoritative, and she nodded slightly. Where to, miss? In the car, Qin Yuan leaned back in her seat, her beautiful face betraying a hint of fatigue. To the Qin residence. After saying that, Qin Yuan closed her eyes and didn't speak again. At the Qin residence, everyone had already fallen asleep, and it was dark. Qin Yuan walked into the Qin residence, her footsteps light, not waking anyone up. Back in her room, Qin Yuan quickly took a shower. The next moment, she appeared in Xia Jiangyan's bedroom. In the room, Xia Jiangyan was lying on his back in an unkempt position. A corner of the quilt had been kicked off, exposing his pale feet to the air. Seeing this, Qin Yuan's eyebrows knitted. She walked over and cupped Xia Jiangyan's feet in her hands. They were very cold. Qin Yuan's palms were warm, and she held his feet in her hands. After 2 minutes, the feet stopped being so cold, and she let go, helping him cover up. Standing up, Qin Yuan picked up the medicine on the table and looked at it, making sure that the dosage had been reduced before she put it down. After doing all this, Qin Yuan's gaze fell on Xia Jiangyan's sleeping face. Looking at Xia Jiangyan's greenish face, Qin Yuan felt that she was sick. And she was very sick. She couldn't figure out why she was here in the middle of the night. She didn't know why she was here. Originally, she was angry when the little guy hung up on her, and she wanted to punish him. But when she appeared here and looked at his sweet sleeping face, she no longer wanted to punish him. This feeling was particularly strange, but Qin Yuan didn't dislike it. She lifted the quilt and lay down next to Xia Jiangyan. Her arm naturally wrapped around his body. Hugging the little guy's body, Qin Yuan's sleepiness hit, and her eyelids began to grow heavy. There was suddenly an extra person in bed, and his body was being hugged. This made Xia Jiangyan suddenly wake up in his sleep. He squinted his eyes, and his eyelids kept fighting. Qin Yuan? Xia Jiangyan finally got a good look at the other person's face. He moved around a bit, trying to break free of the woman's grip. Qin Yuan kept her eyes closed, as if she had sensed something, and slightly increased the strength of her grip. Xia Jiangyan's struggle was in vain. Am I dreaming? Xia Jiangyan was still very sleepy and his mind was not clear. Yes, I must be dreaming. Qin Yuan is still on a business trip, so how could she be in his bed in the middle of the night? Qin Yuan is really persistent. She can even appear in his dreams. Xia Jiangyan muttered softly, drowsy. What's all the noise in the middle of the night? Go to sleep. Qin Yuan's lips moved, speaking imperiously. Humph. She's still being so bossy with him in his dreams. Bitch. Xia Jiangyan was unhappy. The violent desires he had hidden away for a few days began to take over. Looking at Qin Yuan's face, Xia Jiangyan felt that since this was in his dream, he should take good care of Qin Yuan in his dream. Xia Jiangyan suddenly had a good idea. There was a bottle of ink in Xia Jiangyan's cabinet. After a few minutes, Qin Yuan's gentle and even breathing sound came. Xia Jiangyan quietly broke free of Qin Yuang's embrace, got out of bed quietly, and turned on the night light. Taking the ink and brush from the cabinet, Xia Jiangyan walked over to Qin Yuang, looked at her face, and grinned wickedly. "Ha, Qin Yuang, this time you've fallen into my hands. Humph, I told you to always bully me." Picking up the brush, Xia Jiangyan wrote a few words on Qin Yuang's face, "Super big bad guy." During this time, Xia Jiangyan's movements were very light, and Qin Yuang did not notice. "Ah, I'm so sleepy, why am I so sleepy even in my dreams?" After putting the ink away, Xia Jiangyan started to sleep soundly. In the moonlight, the man and woman slept embracing each other, which was very beautiful. Chapter 44. Chapter 44. The little guy is really getting more and more daring. Early the next morning, before the morning light had even ignited, Qin Yuang was awakened by a text message on her phone. Looking at the little guy in her arms, Qin Yuang had a rare smile on the corner of her mouth. She sat up and got up. Back in her own room, just as she was about to wash up, she saw herself in the mirror and Qin Yuang's face suddenly turned black. Super villain. These words had been written in ink on her little face, and the font was crooked and ugly. Qin Yuang turned her head to look next door, and the answer to who wrote these words was self-evident. The little brat is really getting more and more daring. Not only did he hang up on her several times, but now he actually dares to tease her directly? It seems that it's time to teach the little brat a lesson. After washing up, Qin Yuang reappeared in Xia Jiangyan's bedroom, but this time she had an extra bottle of black ink in her hand. Walking up to Xia Jiangyan, Qin Yuang crouched down, opened the ink, and picked up the brush. She drew 2 strokes just above Xia Jiangyan's mouth. At that moment, there were 2 mustaches on Xia Jiangyan's originally white face. This made Xia Jiangyan look particularly funny and comical. The ink that Qin Yuang brought was special ink used in the army. It was made of very special materials, and the ink could not be completely washed off for at least 10 hours. After doing this, Qin Yuang drove away. From beginning to end, no one knew that Qin Yuang had returned. At 7 o'clock, Xia Jiangyan was woken up by the ringing of his phone. He threw the phone aside in annoyance, pulled the covers off, and got up slowly. He looked next to him and saw that the bed was empty. It seemed that last night, he really had been dreaming. Xia Jiangyan, you actually dreamed of being in bed with Qin Yuang. Damn it! Last night, he actually dreamed about Qin Yuang, and it seemed that in his dream, he had deliberately teased Qin Yuang. Thinking about the words he had written on Qin Yuang's face in his dream, Xia Jiangyan laughed as if he had gotten his revenge. Then, with a sigh of disappointment, he said, "What a pity. If only I could tease Qin Yuang like this in reality. What a pity." But in reality, who would dare to tease the cold and stern Qin Yuang like this? Even if he dared to, Xia Jiangyan would not dare to do so. Just one look from Qin Yuang is enough to be very intimidating. Getting up from the bed, Xia Jiangyan got ready to wash up. When he came to the bathroom, Xia Jiangyan looked at the mirror in front of him, and then Xia Jiangyan froze. Shit. When did I get 2 beards on my face? Damn. Is it really ugly? Who the hell drew this? Unbearable to look at, Xia Jiangyan turned on the tap and tried to wash off the beards on his face. Who knew that no matter how many times he washed, the beards on his face didn't even lose a bit of color? The quality of this ink is too good. I'll show you. Xia Jiangyan didn't believe it and washed many more times. Facial cleanser, soap, they took turns on the stage. However, none of them worked. In the end, Xia Jiangyan even used a detergent with the slogan of a famous brand, to remove stubborn stains, so Ansa was here to help. But it was still useless. The 2 black beards were like roots that had taken hold, refusing to leave his face. This was very annoying. In the end, Xia Jiangyan had to give up. Picking up the foundation, Xia Jiangyan tried to cover it up with foundation, but the ink was so dark that it couldn't be covered at all. Seeing the 2 dark beards on his face, Xia Jiangyan was completely furious. This is so annoying. How can he go to school like this? How can he go out and meet people like this? Xia Jiangyan suddenly realized at this moment that it seems that one really cannot do bad things. Otherwise, there really will be retribution. Last night in his dream, he wrote in ink on Qin Yuang's face, "Super big bad guy." As a result, when he woke up today, 2 beards actually appeared on his face. Wait a minute? Xia Jiangyan suddenly sensed something. Could it be that what happened last night wasn't a dream? Did Qin Yuang really come back in the middle of the night and get into his bed? And did he really write those words on Qin Yuang's face? To confirm what he was thinking, Xia Jiangyan went to his desk and opened the cabinet to take a look. Sure enough, the position of his ink bottle had been moved. The brush, which had originally been clean, was now black. Now everything was clear, and what had happened last night was no dream. He had really written those vulgar words on Qin Yuan's sacrosanct face. Qin Yuan, you're a big bad guy. You're really sinister and penny-pinching. You're a super bad guy. This is too much. In the end, Xia Jiangyan had no choice but to put on a mask and go out. Chapter 45. Someone else was picking on him on purpose. When Xia Jiangyan went downstairs, there were only his mother and stepfather eating breakfast in the living room. As for Qin Wuda, Xia Jiangyan heard that he had recently accepted a role in a drama and was currently filming in a different city. After the incident of smashing the car last time, Qin Wuda was not as arrogant in his presence as before. Xia Jiangyan went downstairs, but he wasn't really in the mood for breakfast. The main reason was that he didn't know how to explain to his mother the origin of the two beards on his face. He couldn't possibly tell his mother that it was the work of the villain Qin Yuan, could he? Well, of course not. The weather in Shanghai at this time was not very good. The smog was shrouding the sky, blurring everything. So people wore masks when they went out, and Xia Jiangyan didn't stand out in the crowd. Arriving at University A, Xia Jiangyan walked into the classroom. He Ting saw Xia Jiangyan wearing a mask and looked puzzled. Xia Ge, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly wearing a mask today? Nothing, I just have a cold and don't want to infect you. Xia Jiangyan looked like he was thinking about you. The beard on his face definitely couldn't be seen by He Ting, otherwise the kid would definitely laugh at him. Huh? Why do you suddenly have a cold? He Ting was a little unconvinced, and his intuition told him that there was something going on. Oh, it's just a little cold, it's nothing, let's go, class is about to start. Seeing Yi Ting's thoughtful expression, Xia Jiangyan was afraid that he would discover something, so he quickly pushed him towards his seat. There was only one class this morning, called Marxist Theory, and it was incredibly boring. The teacher was a man in his 40s, strict and old-fashioned. He checks attendance before every class and forbids students from using their mobile phones during class, even if they are just playing games. So, this class is really boring and makes you want to sleep. Halfway through the class, the teacher suddenly asks a question and looks for someone to answer. At this time, Xia Jiangyan has already fallen asleep and is sound asleep. Suddenly, a piece of paper flies over from somewhere and happens to land on Xia Jiangyan's head. Oh, shit. Xia Jiangyan instinctively stood up from his stool. And he swore. Xia Jiangyan's voice was not loud, but since the teacher was looking for someone to answer the question and no one wanted to answer, the classroom was very quiet, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The classroom was so quiet that Xia Jiangyan's not very loud voice naturally reached the ears of his classmates clearly. Ha ha ha. The students burst into laughter. Of course, the sound also reached the ears of the strict and stern male teacher. It was obvious that the paper ball that had suddenly flown over was thrown on purpose. The purpose was to make Xia Jiangyan make a fool of himself in class. At this time, the male teacher had a pale face. It could be seen that he was very angry, his eyebrows were tightly knitted, and he was obviously suppressing his emotions. Xia Jiangyan looked at the teacher's murderous look and thought to himself, no good. The person who wanted to deliberately mess with him had achieved their goal. Classmate, since you volunteered to stand up, then you answer the question I just asked. No points will be deducted if you get it right, but 5 points will be deducted if you get it wrong. The middle-aged male teacher glared at him with anger in his eyes. Clearly, the teacher had already determined that Xia Jiangyan had deliberately disrupted his class. In college, if a teacher holds a grudge, it means that you may fail the course, and failing the course means that you will not be able to get a scholarship. And without the scholarship, Xia Jiangyan would be furious. Xia Jiangyan wasn't paying any attention in this class, so he didn't even know the question the teacher had asked. How was he supposed to answer a question he didn't even understand? Should he ask the teacher to repeat it? Xia Jiangyan looked at the male teacher's face, which looked like it wanted to eat him. Forget it. If he really did that, I'm afraid the teacher would really lose his temper. Just then, He Ting quietly tapped Xia Jiangyan from below, and Xia Jiangyan looked over. He Ting had written something in his notebook, which was the question just asked by the teacher. Xia Jiangyan quickly glanced at it. Fortunately, the question was quite simple and not difficult to answer. Teacher, as far as I'm concerned. Stop. Take off your mask. Xia Jiangyan was about to answer the question, but before he could say a word, he was forcibly stopped by the teacher. The male teacher pointed at the mask on his face, which he felt was disrespectful. "Teacher, can I not take it off?" "You can hear me even with the mask on." Xia Jiangyan didn't want to take it off. He knew exactly what was hidden under the mask. If he really took off the mask, the two beards would be revealed, and everyone in the class would die of laughter. His reputation would be ruined in an instant. No way. The male teacher's attitude was very firm. "If you don't take off your mask today, then I'll tell you for sure that you'll fail this class this semester." The male teacher pulled out his trump card. Xia Jiangyan frowned, even more depressed. Should he take off his mask or not? This is so annoying. Chapter 46. Should we settle this score? Between the scholarship and being laughed at by the class, Xia Jiangyan thought about it for a while and chose to take the scholarship. After all, money is more important. It's just being laughed at by these people, right? It's okay, he's always had a thick skin. In a moment, Xia Jiangyan made his choice and took off his mask. The mask was removed, revealing those good-looking lips. Of course, the two protruding beards were also exposed to the air. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. In the classroom, the students laughed heartily. The male teacher was a little surprised when he saw the two beards on Xia Jiangyan's face. Hearing the laughter of his classmates, Xia Jiangyan opened one eye and closed the other. Whatever. Humph, laugh if you want, it's just a matter of losing face. It's not like I'm going to eat off my face anyway. However, Xia Jiangyan was a little angry with Qin Yuang at this time. It was all Qin Yuang's fault, the big bully. The male teacher was surprised for a moment, and then reacted, saying, "What are you laughing at? Who dares to laugh again? Leave the classroom now." The classroom immediately returned to silence. However, some people's eyes still looked at Xia Jiangyan vaguely. They glanced at him and snickered. Xia Jiangyan had an expressionless face, neither blushing nor nervous. His mental strength is very strong. "Teacher, I think I can answer the question now, right?" Xia Jiangyan looked straight at the teacher with a clear and determined voice. "Yes, you can answer it," the male teacher said, lifting his glasses on his nose, feeling a little apologetic. Next, Xia Jiangyan's answer was perfect. The teacher, who had some prejudice against him, couldn't help but show an expression of appreciation after hearing Xia Jiangyan's answer. An hour later, this class that had not been peaceful finally ended. After class, the teacher left. Xia Jiangyan gave He Ting a look, and after years of tacit understanding, He Ting instantly understood when Xia Jiangyan's eyes passed by. He immediately closed the back door of the classroom and guarded it. Xia Jiangyan, on the other hand, guarded the front door to prevent these people from going out. "Xia Jiangyan, what are you doing? Are you crazy? What do you want to do by guarding the door?" "I don't want to do anything, I just want to find out who just tried to mess with me on purpose." Xia Jiangyan leaned against the door, and a chill flashed in his eyes. He definitely wasn't going to let this matter go. "Go ahead, which one of you tried to mess with me on purpose?" Xia Jiangyan leaned against the door, looking like a punk with a scruffy face. There were more girls than boys in the classroom, and there were only a few boys. The girls were sitting in their seats with an attitude of watching a show. In front of Xia Jiangyan, not many of these boys dare to be tyrants. After all, they are studying art, and these are all idle playboys. In front of Xia Jiangyan, this little hooligan, they are held in check. Xia Jiangyan is in the art department and still has a certain air of authority. Anyway, today I must find the person who deliberately messed with me. As long as this person is not found, no one can leave the classroom. Xia Jiangyan took a stool, sat by the door, and crossed his legs. This posture was very intimidating. "I don't want to waste your time either. Either this person comes forward voluntarily, or you report his name." There were so many people in the classroom just now, I know someone must have seen it. "Who did it? Come forward quickly, and admit your own actions." Someone was already impatient, but he didn't dare complain to Xia Jiangyan. Yes, who is this person? Come forward and admit it quickly, don't waste our time." Seeing some commotion in the classroom, Xia Jiangyan frowned, "Quiet down." As soon as Xia Jiangyan spoke, the classroom instantly became quiet. Who did this? Dare to do it but not to take responsibility? Xia Jiangyan was impatient too. Time passed little by little, but still no one wanted to come forward and admit it. Xia Jiangyan stood by the door, not letting anyone out. He had to get to the bottom of this today. Otherwise, some people might think that Xia Jiangyan was easy to bully. I know who did it. It was Lin Hongwen. Half an hour later, when everyone was getting impatient, someone spoke up. Lin Hongwen? Xia Jiangyan knew this person. He was one of the ones who had thrown dirty water at him yesterday. Okay, now you can leave. Sorry about this, hee hee. Xia Jiangyan let them go, and the students left the classroom one after the other. When there were only 4 or 5 people left in the classroom, a boy wearing black clothes tried to sneak past Xia Jiangyan. Xia Jiangyan grabbed him and sneered, Lin, where are you in such a hurry to go? Shouldn't we settle this score? Chapter 47. Are you happy to make me look bad? In the classroom, Xia Jiangyan held Lin Hongwen's hand and squeezed it tightly. Lin Hongwen tried to break free, but to no avail, as his strength was no match for Xia Jiangyan's. Lin Hongwen had an ordinary appearance and looked quite gentle. Lin, what's your hurry? Let's sit down and have a good chat, Xia Jiangyan said with a smile that made Lin Hongwen feel a little scared. Let go of me, you bastard. Lin Hongwen's eyes revealed disgust as he tried to shake Xia Jiangyan's hand off. Classmate Lin, you should be careful what you say, Xia Jiangyan said with a smile, unruffled. Get out of my way. You're not my classmate. Lin Hongwen's attitude was quite arrogant. Why not? Look, we're in the same classroom, so how can we not be classmates? Xia Jiangyan blinked his big, clear eyes. Compared to Lin Hongwen's overbearing attitude, Xia Jiangyan appeared calm. He Ting, show Lin a seat. He Ting silently pulled a bench over. Lin Hongwen was about Xia Jiangyan's height, and Xia Jiangyan put his hand on Lin's shoulder. Lin Hongwen didn't want to sit, but Xia Jiangyan put pressure on his hand and forced Lin Hongwen to sit on the bench. Lin, please sit down, it's tiring to stand for a long time. Lin Hongwen was pressed down on the stool by Xia Jiangyan, and he couldn't move even if he wanted to. In the classroom, there were only 3 people left at this time, Xia Jiangyan, He Ting, and Lin Hongwen. Lin Hongwen was sitting on the stool, suppressed, while Xia Jiangyan and He Ting were standing. Stared at by 2 pairs of fierce eyes, Lin Hongwen felt inexplicable fear. You, what do you want to do to me? This is a classroom. Lin, we don't want to do anything to you. We just want to exchange some friendly feelings with you, Xia Jiangyan blinked innocently. I have nothing to exchange with someone like you who doesn't care about others. Lin Hongwen tilted his head, looking arrogant. Fine, we really don't have anything to exchange. Xia Jiangyan's face suddenly turned gloomy, and he stopped being polite to Lin Hongwen. Tell me, why did you deliberately mess with me? Xia Jiangyan looked at Lin Hongwen with cold eyes, his eyes like knives, without a trace of emotion. Such Xia Jiangyan made Lin Hongwen inexplicably fearful. Although he was a little scared, Lin Hongwen still said arrogantly, why? Because I just want to throw paper balls at you and make you look ridiculous, and I'm very happy about it. Lin Hongwen was very confident and didn't take Xia Jiangyan seriously at all. Lin Hongwen has an older brother who is well known in the underworld. Because of his older brother, Lin Hongwen is very arrogant and domineering at school. He often bullies other students, and those who are bullied by him dare not speak out. Because of his older brother, so they just choose to swallow their anger. This is also the reason why no one dared to identify Lin Hongwen at the first time just now. They are afraid of being retaliated by his brother. You're happy to make a fool of me? Xia Jiangyan didn't expect Lin Hongwen to be so domineering. Pa! Get out of my way. Lin Hongwen suddenly spat at Xia Jiangyan. Xia Jiangyan was quick-witted and quick-handed, and he avoided it in time. Then, Xia Jiangyan's face completely darkened. It seems that this person is bullying others with justification. Unfortunately, Xia Jiangyan is not a soft potato to be bullied. He Ting, come over here and help me. Don't let Lin stand up. He Ting walked over and pressed his hands firmly on Lin Hongwen's shoulders, suppressing him and not giving him a chance to break free. Xia Jiangyan, on the other hand, walked over to the lectern and took a chalk box. What do you want to do? Lin Hongwen had an ominous feeling as he watched Xia Jiangyan walk over with the chalk box. However, Xia Jiangyan ignored his question. I'll tell you. If you dare to lay a finger on me, I'll make my brother fix you. My brother is Brother Long. He's in charge of our area. If you dare to touch me, he'll avenge me. Hey, stay away from me. Xia Jiangyan didn't say anything, and walked up to him silently. The closer he got, the more fear Lin Hongwen felt. Pop! The sound of something hitting his face. What? What do you want? A piece of chalk suddenly hit Lin Hongwen in the face, and he let out a piercing scream. Ah! It hurts. Pop. The sound of the chalk head hitting his face continued. Ah, it hurts. Ah. Ah. Stop it, stop it. Xia Jiangyan exerted a lot of strength, and the chalk hitting his face still hurt. Xia Jiangyan never softens his stance against bullies like this. After smashing a box of chalk, Lin Hongwen's originally white face was now red in one place and paler in another. The chalk dust was all over his face. Some of the chalk dust was also on his short, black hair. Lin Hongwen had been so arrogant and domineering just now. Lin Hongwen was now in a sorry state. Xia Jiangyan walked up to him, put his handsome face close to his, and then smiled innocently. Wow! Classmate Lin, I hurt your face with the chalk. I'm very happy too. Chapter 48 The counselor told the parents to expel Xia Jiangyan. Okay, He Ting, you can let go of him. Seeing Lin Hongwen in such a miserable state, Xia Jiangyan's anger dissipated by a large margin. Xia Jiangyan, I'm telling you, I will definitely settle this with you. Lin Hongwen's eyes were red, and he stared at Xia Jiangyan with a spiteful, murderous glare. His unkempt appearance made him look like a mangy dog that barked and bit at everything. Xia Jiangyan blinked innocently. Oh? Really? I'm so scared. Xia Jiangyan, don't get too carried away. Xia Jiangyan looked indifferent, which made Lin Hongwen burn with rage. If you say another word, I'll use chalk to shut your mouth. Xia Jiangyan was losing his patience and didn't feel like dealing with it. After saying that, Xia Jiangyan really grabbed a handful of chalk in his hand. Xia Jiangyan, you're crazy. Crazy. Lin Hongwen was so scared when he saw that Xia Jiangyan was really going to do it that he couldn't even speak properly and quickly ran out of the classroom as if he was escaping. Ha ha ha. Xia Jiangyan and He Ting looked at Lin Hongwen, who was running away in fear, and smiled at each other in tacit understanding. Brother Xia, let's go eat. Wait, I'll clean the floor first. Xia Jiangyan brought a broom and dustpan and cleaned up all the chalk he had thrown on the floor earlier. It's okay, let's go. After cleaning up, the two left the classroom together. Bathroom. He Ting looked at the two mustaches on Xia Jiangyan's face and said with a smile, Brother Xia, why don't you wash off the mustaches? Could it be that you don't want to wash them off? After hearing what He Ting said, Xia Jiangyan almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. How could he possibly not want to? He really wanted to wash it off too, but it was really hard to get rid of. Damn Qin Yuan. Brother Xia, you'd better wear a mask, it's pretty ugly. On the way to the cafeteria, He Ting said with a disgusted look on his face. Holy shit. Xia Jiangyan instantly turned to stone. He received 10,000 points of damage from He Ting. He Ting, are you still my good brother? Little buddy, can we still have fun together? No way. It's other people's eyes that will be burning anyway. Xia Jiangyan's temper flared up. After all, the beard grows on his own face, and he can't see it, so if it's going to burn someone's eyes, it's going to burn. Jiangyan said, completely enraged the counselor, making him glare with anger and veins bulging, obviously furious to the extreme. Fine. I can't discipline you anymore. Give me your parents' contact information, and I'll let your parents take you home. You don't need to go to this university anymore. I want your parents to come and take you back right now, and get the hell out of my school. Xia Jiangyan was also furious. Why should you be able to throw mud at me, and I can't return it? Why should you? Here. Go ahead and call my parents if you want. If you don't want to study here, then fine. With teachers like you, there's nothing to miss about this school. Xia Jiangyan was also furious to the extreme. Since he was young, no one had ever dared to speak to him like that. However, despite his anger, when he gave the counselor his number, Xia Jiangyan was careful. He didn't give the counselor his mother's phone number, but instead, he gave Qin Yuang's number. Because Xia Jiangyan didn't want his mother to worry about his problems. Anyway, Qin Yuang is his nominal aunt. In any case, she is considered an elder in his eyes, right? Xia Jiangyan's argument with the counselor was very loud, and a crowd of onlookers gathered outside the office. There were teachers and many students. The counselor looked at the crowd gathered outside the office door, and his face turned even more gloomy. This Xia Jiangyan, he must be expelled. After getting the number, the counselor couldn't wait to make the call. Doo-doo. Doo-doo, doo-doo. This first call didn't go through. The counselor's face turned even more gloomy. Try again. Do. This time, no one answered. It seems that just as the saying goes, like parent, like child, so it is with you and your son. The counselor's words were clearly sarcastic about Xia Jiangyan and his family. Xia Jiangyan rolled his eyes and pretended not to hear. The counselor was being sarcastic about Qin Yuan, and he didn't care. The third call finally went through. Hello? Is this Xia Jiangyan's parent? Your child. The counselor's tone was very bad. As soon as the counselor finished speaking, he was interrupted by a voice at the other end of the line. Who is this? A cold, low voice came over the line. Even over the phone, one could feel the chilling coldness. It was inexplicably frightening. Chapter 49. Chapter 49. You have a foul mouth and really need to be punished. The moment the cold voice sounded, the counselor, who had been planning to get angry with the other person, immediately wilted. His intuition told him that the other person was not someone he could provoke casually. It was just a voice, but it had a suffocating aura. What if the person himself were here? Thinking this, the counselor still spoke politely. Hello, I'm Xia Jiangyan's counselor at the university. Xia Jiangyan has made a serious mistake at school. Can you come to the school? Xia Jiangyan? The other person seemed to be thinking about something. Did I dial the wrong number? The counselor asked, Excuse me, are you Xia Jiangyan's relative? He made a mistake at school? The other person didn't answer his question, but asked another one. Yes, Xia Jiangyan has been punished. It's been all over the school, and the impact is very bad. What's more, he has repeatedly refused to change his ways, openly defying the teachers and showing no respect. The counselor told the other person all the mistakes Xia Jiangyan had made in one breath. From his agitated tone, it was clear how dissatisfied he was with Xia Jiangyan. For a long time, the other person did not say a word. This made the counselor a little annoyed. He felt that the other person did not show him much respect. In the past, when students made mistakes, he would call their parents and speak to them gently, treating them like saints. But this Xia Jiangyan's parents, from beginning to end, she never said a few words. He had a feeling that the other party simply looked down on him, and the counselor's heart became more and more angry. He vaguely remembered that Xia Jiangyan's family was poor, and this student received a scholarship. The clothes he wore were all cheap. It can be seen that his parents are just ordinary people. Since they are not powerful people, how dare his parents ignore the university counselor like this? Thinking this, the counselor's tone of voice no longer maintained respect, but instead was somewhat disdainful. The mistakes Xia Jiangyan made at school are not at all like those of a student. If you are still a responsible parent, then quickly take him home and don't let him continue to humiliate himself at school. The counselor said a lot, but the other party still didn't say anything. Such contempt made the counselor even more angry. But he was just a nobody, so what was there to compare? Hey! Xia Jiangyan's parents, can't you hear me? Are you deaf or just unable to speak? Say something. It's true that you are what you are because of your students, and if your student doesn't study hard at school, what kind of good parent can you be? It can be said that what the counselor said was really rude. Where could a university counselor say such a thing? Xia Jiangyan watched from the side, secretly laughing to himself. He felt that this counselor was in trouble. Qin Yuan was such an important person, and yet he dared to insult her like that, and he was so arrogant. What are you laughing at? You actually have the face to laugh. Seeing Xia Jiangyan laughing, the counselor became even more angry. I have time tomorrow at noon, I can come to the school. Finally, the other party responded. But it was more like an order. It carried an air of impatience. This made the counselor very unhappy. He wanted to say something else, but the other party hung up the phone. Ignored by the other party, the counselor vented his anger on Xia Jiangyan. Okay, you go out now. Go to the dormitory and pack your things. Get out of school tomorrow. The next second, the counselor rudely told Xia Jiangyan to get lost. Humph. Fine, I'll get lost. Staying in the same place as such a person made Xia Jiangyan feel uncomfortable all over. The longer he stayed, the more uncomfortable he felt. So Xia Jiangyan left the office without caring. Xia Jiangyan's indifferent attitude made the counselor feel even more angry. His gaze stared sinisterly at Xia Jiangyan's departing back. The next day came quickly. Xia Jiangyan returned to the Qin family, and everything was the same as usual. When Xia Jiangyan's mother saw him come home, a warm smile appeared on her face. This made Xia Jiangyan even more determined that he must not tell his mother about the terrible things that had happened at school. Xia Jiangyan didn't want his mother to worry about him anymore. Over the years, his mother had raised him alone, a single mother, and she had really suffered a lot raising a child. In Xia Jiangyan's heart, his mother was the most important person to him. After dinner, Xia Jiangyan went back to his room. That day, Xia Jiangyan's mood was terrible. However, the good news was that when he went home to wash up in the evening, Xia Jiangyan discovered that the beard on his face had miraculously disappeared. This discovery made Xia Jiangyan feel a lot better. He was just an ordinary little boy, and naturally he cared about his appearance. However, unlike ordinary boys, Xia Jiangyan's face was a little thicker-skinned. Then, his phone suddenly received a text message. It was a bit unexpected, but also reasonable, and it was hard to describe the feeling. The text message was sent by the villain Qin Yuyan, and the content was simple and clear, just one sentence. I hope your hand will have returned to normal when I see you tomorrow. Otherwise, you will be responsible for the consequences. A domineering paragraph, with an imperious tone. After reading it, Xia Jiangyan really wanted to immediately send Qin Yuyan an emoji of rolling his eyes. I'm not your subordinate. Why do you have to order me like a leader? Of course, Xia Jiangyan just vented a little in his heart, but he didn't have the courage to do so. After all, Qin Yuang had said that she would come to the school at noon the next day. That meant they would meet tomorrow. Xia Jiangyan felt that it would be better to be honest. Otherwise, who knew what punishment the evil Qin Yuan would come up with? He picked up the ointment and carefully applied it to his finger. He had to say that the medicine that Miss Su had prescribed for him was quite good, and his finger was no longer swollen. Xia Jiangyan felt that he should find some time to invite Su Shuajie out to dinner when he has some free time. After a comfortable night's sleep, Xia Jiangyan went to school the next day as usual, full of energy. The morning passed peacefully. He attended all his classes as usual. Xia Jiangyan was in a good mood and was very calm. Everything was just like usual. Of course, he had to ignore the strange looks from his classmates. And the low voices of the students whispering to each other. The argument between Xia Jiangyan and the counselor had long since spread through the class. The news that Xia Jiangyan was about to be expelled was also spreading rapidly. Some people were worried, while others were indifferent. Of course, there were also people who were secretly happy behind their backs. I already guessed that Xia Jiangyan would be expelled from school. It would be strange if a student like him wasn't expelled. Yes, he deserves to be expelled. Yes, the son of a third-year student, what good can he be? These people were the ones Xia Jiangyan had splashed with water the last time. At this moment, Xia Jiangyan happened to pass by their side and heard the topic of their discussion. Xia Jiangyan became furious all of a sudden. His mother was his bottom line, and no one was allowed to humiliate her. Shut your stinking mouths. Xia Jiangyan's gaze coldly stared at the boy who had humiliated his mother. The boy, stared at by Xia Jiangyan's cold gaze, shrank his neck in fear. At this moment, Zhang Buochuan, who was standing behind them, gave him a look. This was some kind of signal. Then he looked around again. There were 7 of them, while Xia Jiangyan only had 2 people on his side. The boy, who had originally been afraid of Xia Jiangyan, also stared at Xia Jiangyan fiercely, not sure where he had gained the courage. And he said, "What's the matter? I'm just saying what happened to your mother. Your mother was originally a mistress, that's the truth, and I can't say it?" The boy also suddenly became arrogant and domineering. Xia Jiangyan's gaze turned completely cold, and his fingers hidden in his sleeves curled up. Everyone who knew Xia Jiangyan understood that this action of his meant that he was truly furious at this moment. And Xia Jiangyan, who was completely furious, was terrifying to those who knew him. If you're capable, say it again. Xia Jiangyan looked at the boy with a cold face, and said every word slowly and clearly. This calm Xia Jiangyan was inexplicably frightening. His eyes were cold and did not show any emotion. The boy was first frightened, but then he gained courage from nowhere and said arrogantly, "Humph. Saying it again is the same, Xia Jiangyan's mother is a mistress. And you are a mistress maintained by an old rich woman. Your mother is a stinking bitch." Pop. A crisp sound resonated throughout the classroom. The boy's words were interrupted directly and forcefully. Xia Jiangyan withdrew her palm, didn't even want to look at the boy, and said coldly, "Your smelly mouth really needs to be fixed." Chapter 50. The counselor went crazy. As Xia Jiangyan's palm fell, there was unrest in the classroom. No one expected Xia Jiangyan to actually dare to get physical in the classroom. The slap made a loud noise. You can see how painful it must have been to hit that boy in the face? The students subconsciously looked at the face of the boy who had been beaten. His fair face was already swollen. There was a very obvious slap mark on his face. You actually dared to hit me. The boy took a few steps back after being slapped, his voice choking. Xia Jiangyan's slap had stunned him. Who do you think you are? Why wouldn't I dare to hit you? Xia Jiangyan retorted, a mocking look on his face. Since you dared to humiliate my mother, then I dare to beat you. I'm warning you, if you dare say another word to humiliate my mother, then I will definitely slap you again. Xia Jiangyan stepped closer and closer, while the boy retreated step by step. When the boy was about to retreat to the corner, Lin Hongwen pushed him and gave the boy a look. Struggle appeared in the boy's eyes, and then he gathered his courage and looked at Xia Jiangyan viciously. Xia Jiangyan's mother is a mistress. Bitch. The third party who destroyed someone else's family. You have a really cheap mouth, you deserve to be punished. Pat. Without any ambiguity, a clean slap landed hard on the other side of the boy's face. You dare to say it again? Xia Jiangyan withdrew his hand, looking disdainful and cold. Your mother is a mistress. Bitch. Shameless woman. Pat. Pat. Shameless. Bitch. Pat. Pat. You're a mistress. Your mother is a bad woman. Destroying other people's families. You're a bitch. Slap. Your mother. Slap. The loud slaps echoed throughout the classroom like firecrackers. The boy was dazed. He felt his cheeks burning with pain. Xia Jiangyan. Stop, I'm sorry, please. The arrogant boy had completely broken down. He was scared of being beaten. He wept loudly and his tears flowed unchecked. He was in a terrible state. Stop. I'm sorry, I really know I was wrong. I will never dare to curse again. The boy dared not even look at Xia Jiangyan and begged for mercy, crying. Some people are just stupid. You have to teach him a lesson before he will behave. I hope you remember this lesson well. If you dare to do it again, I won't just give you a slap or two. Xia Jiangyan said coldly. The boy kept nodding. Just then, suddenly, the counselor is here. I don't know who shouted, and at this moment, Xia Jiangyan's most hated counselor appeared in the classroom. Teacher, Xia Jiangyan is bullying the boy. Teacher, Xia Jiangyan was just beating the boy. Someone struck first and struck hard. Teacher, Xia Jiangyan hit me. Look, my mouth is bleeding. Ow. It hurts so much. Teacher, look at my face. Xia Jiangyan tried to kill me. The boy who was beaten cried bitterly the moment the counselor appeared. His crying was so loud and so miserable that it shook the heavens and moved the earth. The counselor looked at the boy's face, which was swollen like a pig's head, and his face turned ashen, his gaze becoming even more sinister. Xia Jiangyan, you are really gutsy. Xia Jiangyan was unafraid and looked straight at the counselor. They provoked me first. However, the counselor didn't want to hear any of his explanations. Xia Jiangyan. It seems that you really lack discipline. I will teach you a good lesson for your elders. The counselor looked like he was about to eat someone, which was very intimidating. Bang! Everyone was just feeling sorry for the boy Xia Jiangyan hit, and how painful his face must be. But at this moment, they all felt that compared to the fist that smashed into Xia Jiangyan's chest, it was really small and insignificant, and a far cry from the real thing. Everyone subconsciously looked at Xia Jiangyan's chest. Sigh. Everyone gasped. They saw a red and swollen mark appear on Xia Jiangyan's chest. This counselor really went too far. The moment Xia Jiangyan's chest was hit with a punch, a sharp pain came from his chest, and it began to swell. It really hurt. Since he was young, no one had ever dared to punch him so hard. His mother had never hit him like that. So, what right does this person in front of him have? Xia Jiangyan looked coldly at the counselor. At this moment, Xia Jiangyan appeared to be extremely calm. He did not cry out, and there was not even any expression on his face. What? Are you not convinced? Xia Jiangyan didn't say a word, but still stared at him coldly. I'm just trying to teach you a lesson for your elders. After the counselor finished, he looked away, afraid to look Xia Jiangyan in the eye. The air seemed to have frozen, suffocating and dull, making it impossible to breathe. At this time, someone else appeared in the classroom. "Excuse me, is Xia Jiangyan here? Your parents are here and are waiting for you in the principal's office." The counselor's face immediately brightened when she saw the man, and she said flattery, "Secretary Zhao, why have you come here in person?" The secretary ignored the counselor and continued to ask with respect, "Is Xia Jiangyan in the classroom? Your parents are in the principal's office." Chapter 51. What do you want to tell me about Xia Jiangyan? The principal's office is at the top of the school. A university is ranked first in the Magic City, and this school is famous for its superior teaching quality. And the principal of this prestigious university is naturally a well-known figure with outstanding reputation. But at this moment, the principal of a university, who should be awe-inspiring, is now sweating all over and distracted. He is bending over, with a respectful face. His gaze was fixed on the woman standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. In front of the translucent floor-to-ceiling windows, the woman had her arms folded across her chest, her posture slender and graceful. The aura around her was controlled by her invisibly. This woman was Qin Yuang. "It's been so long, why hasn't the person arrived yet?" Qin Yuang spoke, her voice low and cold. It was clearly just a simple sentence, but it made the president of university feel as if he were standing at the bottom of an abyss, sweating profusely. "Miss Qin, Secretary Zhao has already gone to fetch her, she should be here soon." After saying this, the president of university secretly glanced outside the office door, thinking to himself, "Why hasn't she arrived yet? If this annoys Miss Qin, who will bear the consequences?" Qin Yuan nodded, indicating that she understood. Seeing that Qin Yuan wasn't angry, the president of university finally let out a sigh of relief. "How were Xia Jiangyan's academic results in the past?" After a while, Qin Yuan spoke again. Qin Yuan's question made the president of a university, whose heart had just eased up, suddenly become nervous and uneasy again. "Miss Qin, well, I'm not really sure." As the president of a university, although not overwhelmed with work, there is still a lot of work to do, so naturally it is impossible to know the academic situation of every student. Hearing this response, Qin Yuan frowned, obviously not very satisfied with the answer. It was just a slight move, but it made the president of a university feel as if he were on the edge of an abyss. "Call all of Xia Jiangyan's teachers here, I want to understand the situation." Qin Yuang sat down and said after a moment of thought. Since she had come to the school, she still wanted to know clearly about the little guy's learning situation at school. "Okay." The principal of the university wiped the sweat from his brow and hurriedly gave orders. Then, he glanced secretly at the door. "Why hasn't Zhao brought the person yet?" 1 minute later, when the principal of university felt like he was going to suffocate, someone finally knocked on the office door. The principal of university was overjoyed. "Miss Qin, the person is here." Then he went to open the door happily. As soon as the door opened, a face appeared in front of him. "Principal, I have something to tell you." The person speaking was the counselor who had just given Xia Jiangyan a punch in the head. Just now, Secretary Zhao suddenly appeared in the classroom and said that Xia Jiangyan's parents were here and wanted to take him to the principal's office. The counselor thought to himself, it must be that the principal knew about the student's behavior. That's why the principal wanted to question the student in person. So, he followed him. Behind him, there was a crowd of students who had been at the scene earlier. The boy who had been slapped by Xia Jiangyan for humiliating his mother was standing next to the counselor, his eyes filled with tears and still crying. Xia Jiangyan and He Ting were walking in the back, silent. His pale chest was red and swollen. Principal, I have something to tell you. One of our art students, Xia Jiangyan, has a corrupt character and is vain. He has no respect for his elders. He was being taken care of, and when a student said something about him, he actually hit him directly. A student like this should be expelled, and this kind of cancer should be driven out of the school. As soon as he entered the office, the counselor started talking before the headmaster of a university even opened his mouth. It was all words of accusation against Xia Jiangyan. "Headmaster, where are Xia Jiangyan's parents? If they can raise such a scum, they must not be good people either. What are his parents doing all day long? How can they raise such a scum? I want to talk to his parents about this in front of them." The spacious and bright office was filled with the voices of the counselors. Hearing this noisy sound, Qin Yuan's eyebrows frowned in displeasure, and she turned around. Her eyes were like a sharp sword, piercing straight into the heart, looking at the counselor. A cold voice slowly sounded, "What do you want to tell me about Xia Jiangyan?" Chapter 52. Who the hell did this? Qin Yuan's cold gaze fell on the counselor. Her gaze was clearly not fierce, but it made the counselor's face pale and his body tremble. This gaze was chilling, devoid of any emotion. It was inexplicably terrifying. The counselor's rich expression had originally frozen in the moment he saw Qin Yuan. "Go ahead, what do you want to say to me about Xia Jiangyan?" Qin Yuan's face was as cold as ice, and she took a step forward, her tone icy. She had clearly just taken a normal step forward, but it seemed to carry with it a thunderous force, causing people to feel awe. The counselor opened his mouth, but he couldn't speak for a long time. Instinctively, he trembled all over and backed away. "I told you to speak." Not getting the response she wanted, Qin Yuan frowned and walked forward again. Her tone increased in volume, with a hint of dissatisfaction. Qin Yuan just walked forward normally, but the counselor was so scared by her aura that his spine went cold and he kept backing up. His voice trembled in the air, and he was shaking all over, clearly terrified. Plop! As the counselor backed up, he was so scared that he felt weak all over, dizzy, and suddenly collapsed to the ground. This counselor was a big fat guy, with a fat body. He rolled onto the ground, looking like a big round ball. It was very funny and made people laugh. Seeing the counselor's appearance, Qin Yuan paused, a little upset. "Xia Jiangyan, come here. What are you still doing there?" Qin Yuan walked to the door, ignoring the counselor, and with just one glance, she found Xia Jiangyan in the crowd. His tone was as overbearing as usual. Everyone's attention turned to Xia Jiangyan standing in the back. What was the relationship between this woman, who looked like a fairy, and him? Could it be that she is the one who was taking care of him? The boys who had humiliated Xia Jiangyan before began to worry. This woman, her appearance is simply perfect, beautiful like a work of art, exquisite and stunning. With a powerful aura that makes people unable to look directly at her. Even the principal stood beside her with respect, not daring to slacken in the slightest. Anyone can guess that this person is noble and truly superior. If this woman really took care of Xia Jiangyan, then if Xia Jiangyan explained everything to her, then their fate would be unimaginable. Feeling the attention of everyone, Xia Jiangyan walked over slowly without changing his expression. However, if someone was observant, they would definitely notice that there was a slight resentment hidden in Xia Jiangyan's clear eyes. "Humph. You bad person, Qin Yuan, in front of so many people, can't you speak more politely? You have to use an imperative tone." Although she was a little angry, Xia Jiangyan obediently walked over and obediently called out, "Younger sister-in-law." Xia Jiangyan looked very obedient and sensible. In the eyes of outsiders, they could only be an aunt and nephew. Qin Yuan nodded, quite satisfied with Xia Jiangyan's performance. Xia Jiangyan's cry of "younger sister-in-law" reached everyone's ears, and the expressions on their faces were very rich. This woman is actually Xia Jiangyan's younger sister-in-law? Xia Jiangyan actually has such an aunt? Then, the boys who had humiliated Xia Jiangyan before began to feel fear. And the counselor, who was limp on the ground and had originally wanted to stand up, heard Xia Jiangyan's cry of "younger sister." He was instantly overcome with despair, and all hope was destroyed. Xia Jiangyan walked over to Qin Yuan, and Qin Yuan's eyes looked at him. Cold. The temperature in the office seemed to have suddenly dropped. Cold, desperate, scared. Suffocating. All of this is because of the presence of this woman. She raised her hand and pointed at the clear red mark on Xia Jiangyan's chest. Who the hell did this? Qin Yuan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she spoke slowly. There was an endless sense of danger in her cold voice. Chapter 53. The villain Qin Yuan, what does she want? In the office, because of Qin Yuan's question, the atmosphere became very oppressive and suffocating. Even breathing became difficult. The one who shoots the bird in the head is the one who gets shot, so no one dared to be the first to speak up. Who the hell hit this? Qin Yuan's cold gaze looked at everyone, and everyone looked down where her gaze fell. No one answered, which made Qin Yuan very unhappy. Her little one, only she can touch, no one else can touch except herself. The little one is her Qin Yuan's person, no one can bully. Bullying is death. Are you all deaf? I need an explanation. Qin Yuan's gaze was cold, and at this moment, she was really angry. It was also at this moment that the people present truly realized the terror of this woman. It was as if they were in a dark hell, enveloped in endless fear. You answer. Qin Yuan pointed at someone. The person suddenly trembled when Qin Yuan pointed at him. Shivering, he spoke with difficulty. It was the counselor who did it. Because Xia Jiangyan hit a male classmate, the counselor was so angry that he went a bit too far. This person was in the same group as the boy Xia Jiangyan hit, so when he answered, he left something out. What he said seemed to be stating the facts. However, in a way, his words were evasive. After listening to what the boy said, Qin Yuan frowned slightly and looked up. Sure enough, there was a boy in the crowd who had been beaten. The matter had now been revealed. Is it really true that you were the one who hit him first? Qin Yuan's eyes looked at Xia Jiangyan. Feeling Qin Yuan's questioning gaze, Xia Jiangyan was unafraid and nodded firmly, answering resolutely, yes. I hit him. Hearing his reply, Qin Yuan's eyebrows lifted slightly, a little puzzled by his response. Why did you hit him? Because he deserved it. This time, Xia Jiangyan didn't even think about it before answering decisively. Dare to humiliate his mother, he already deserves it. Super deserves it. At the scene, only Xia Jiangyan dared to speak to Qin Yuan in this tone. Qin Yuan raised an eyebrow at Xia Jiangyan's rigid attitude. She didn't like bullies. She didn't want the little guy to be like that. If the little guy really had this shortcoming, then she would make him change. Why does he deserve a beating? Qin Yuan always had a little more patience with Xia Jiangyan. This kind of question and answer was very similar to a parent patiently teaching their child. Because he called my mom a name and deliberately smeared my mom's reputation. He deserves a good scolding. What did he call your mom? A lot of nasty things. What nasty things? He called my mom a stinking bitch and a homewrecker. Xia Jiangyan answered honestly without any trace of concealment to Qin Yuan's questions. Qin Yuan's questions, no, to be precise, they were more like a lecture. Could it be that Qin Yuan wasn't on his side? The thought that there was even a possibility of that made Xia Jiangyan's heart suddenly grow cold. Yes, he really does deserve a beating. It seemed that she had misunderstood the little guy. Hearing Xia Jiangyan's reply, Qin Yuan frowned, and then said those words. Qin Yuan's response took Xia Jiangyan a little by surprise. Qin Yuan's eyes looked at Xia Jiangyan and at the boy's originally pale chest. In a place where no one could see, there was a trace of pain in her eyes. However, it flashed past and no one noticed, including herself. You, come here for a moment. After finishing asking the question, Qin Yuan turned her head and looked at the two people. These two people were the boy Xia Jiangyan had beaten and the counselor who had punched Xia Jiangyan in the head. The two people pointed at were pale and terrified. No one in the office dared to make a sound. Although the two people pointed at were pale, they obediently walked forward. This woman's words carried a danger that no one could disobey. In her presence, there was only the word obey. What punishment do you think I should give you? Looking down at the two people with cold eyes. Because of what Qin Yuan said, the two people trembled and even felt a little weak in the knees. The clear red and swollen mark on the little guy's chest was really particularly annoying and she didn't like it at all. I told you to speak. The two didn't respond, as if they couldn't speak and were mute. Deaf as well, huh? The cold voice carried an endless sense of danger. The atmosphere became oppressive and suffocating. Plop. The two were so scared that they directly knelt on the cold floor. Seeing the two's actions, Qin Yuan's face revealed mockery as she took a few steps back. Guards, drag them away. Qin Yuan naturally didn't need to get her hands dirty, these two people weren't worthy of her doing it herself. At the sound of Qin Yuan's order, the bodyguards standing outside the door walked into the office. Two men came in, both of them fit and strong, and without any difficulty, they dragged the counselor and the boy away. Wait. Suddenly, Xia Jiangyan, who had not spoken up until now, spoke. Everyone's eyes looked at him, wondering what he was going to do. Qin Yuan's eyes also looked at him, with confusion and doubt. Sister-in-law, this person just gave me a present, and I want to return it to him. Xia Jiangyan raised his hand and pointed at the counselor. Qin Yuan nodded, indicating that she knew, and that you could do whatever you wanted. Xia Jiangyan walked over to the counselor, who was being dragged along like a dead pig by the bodyguards. Xia Jiangyan looked coldly at the counselor. Stared at by Xia Jiangyan's cold gaze, the counselor inexplicably felt fear. Just now, you gave me a punch, and now, I'll return the favor. To return a favor with a favor is Xia Jiang'an's style of doing things. Pa pa. Loud applause echoed in the office. Xia Jiang'an's actions made everyone look on in amazement. No one expected Xia Jiang'an to be such a strong-willed person. That's enough, drag him away. Xia Jiang'an smiled at the bodyguard after slapping him. He looked very obedient, like a harmless young man next door, very different from the cold Xia Jiang'an just now. The bodyguard glanced at Qin Yuan, who nodded, and then the bodyguard led the two away. The moment they were dragged away, the two men fainted in fear. The scene of the two men being dragged away was imprinted in everyone's minds. Qin Yuan's sister-in-law is really terrifying. These two people will definitely end up very badly. Old Mo, regarding the false accusations against my nephew, I need you to give me a reasonable explanation, Qin Yuan said after dealing with the two men. The person addressed as Old Mo was none other than the president of University A. He looked pale and nodded. Miss Qin, leave this to me, I will definitely give you an explanation. Don't worry. Good. Qin Yuan nodded. After dealing with this matter, Qin Yuan spoke again. I need to be in a quiet place. Once Qin Yuan spoke, naturally no one dared to stay. They left the office at a breakneck speed. The spacious office was now left with just Qin Yuan and Xia Jiang'an. After a while, someone knocked on the door. Come in. It was Qin Yuan's personal bodyguard, who brought a bottle of ointment. He handed it to Qin Yuan, and the bodyguard turned around and left tactfully. After the bodyguard left, the office was once again just Xia Jiang'an and Qin Yuan. Being in the same room as Qin Yuan made Xia Jiang'an feel uncomfortable and uneasy. Lean closer to me, I'm not going to eat you. Xia Jiang'an stood outside the desk, keeping a distance from Qin Yuan. Hearing what Qin Yuan said, Xia Jiang'an frowned. Humph. A fierce woman, every day, she just knows how to bully people. Although he was unhappy, Xia Jiang'an obediently walked over. Sit here. Oh. Xia Jiang'an nodded and obediently sat in the chair. Xia Jiang'an sat obediently, with his hands on his thighs, his hands crossed. At this time, his heart was very nervous. Because Xia Jiang'an suddenly remembered something. Just last night, he teased Qin Yuan. Will Qin Yuan give him a punishment? Okay, although she has also teased him. But, given Qin Yuan's bad temper, she might want to punish him. Just as Xia Jiang'an was sitting on pins and needles, Qin Yuan spoke, her voice low and pleasant, look up. Qin Yuan stood next to him and looked down. Hearing what Qin Yuan said, Xia Jiang'an looked up, tilting his face. From this angle, he could see Qin Yuan's face clearly. Xia Jiang'an felt that the heavens were really unfair. The big bad Qin Yuan is obviously so bad, why did the heavens give her such a flawless face? It's really unfair. What are you thinking? As Xia Jiang'an was thinking ill of Qin Yuan spoke. At that moment, Qin Yuan held out her finger and picked up his chin. Qin Yuan bent down and leaned over, smiling lightly, an action that made her look very seductive. Having her chin picked up, Xia Jiang'an had to tilt his head up to look at her. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan was looking down. As they let nature take its course, the two faces drew closer and closer. So close that their noses were about to touch. Xia Jiang'an was very nervous, and the more he thought about it, the more distracted he became. What was this evil Qin Yuan trying to do? She suddenly leaned so close to him. This was still school, a sacred place for learning. Xia Jiang'an's eyes darted, afraid to make eye contact with Qin Yuan. Chapter 54 His body, including his heart, belongs to her. Xia Jiang'an's wandering eyes made Qin Yuan feel a little uncomfortable. She was not an unattractive ugly girl, so why didn't he want to look at her? Don't move. Your eyes can only look at me. Qin Yuan increased the strength of her hand and said domineeringly, forcing Xia Jiang'an to look at her. Bad guy Qin Yuan. Stupid woman. You're hurting my jaw. Xia Jiang'an protested silently. What's wrong? Do you have a problem? Qin Yuan saw the dissatisfaction in his eyes and asked. No. Even if he really did. He didn't want to say it. He's not an idiot, how dare he say he's dissatisfied in front of Qin Yuan? After saying that, Xia Jiang'an stopped talking. He didn't dare to look directly into Qin Yuan's eyes, but since Qin Yuan wouldn't let him move, he had to close his eyes. Thinking this, Xia Jiang'an tightly closed his eyes. However, Xia Jiangyan's eyes had not closed for 3 seconds when Qin Yuan's beautiful voice entered his ears. Open your eyes. Who said you could close them? Qin Yuan's words were very overbearing and forceful. Humph. This is my body, and my eyes are on my face. Whether I want to open them or keep them closed is my business. What does it have to do with you? Xia Jiangyan muttered to himself. This time, he chose to be a little more stubborn and tightly closed his eyes. Seeing the little guy's stubborn look, Qin Yuan frowned. You don't understand what I'm saying? I told you to open your eyes. Humph. I just won't listen, I won't listen. Xia Jiangyan just wouldn't open his eyes. Seeing Xia Jiangyan's attitude, Qin Yuan's face changed slightly, darkened, and her tone was cold. Very good. This sounded a little charming. Xia Jiangyan, with his eyes tightly shut, inexplicably had an ominous feeling. Especially since he had his eyes closed and the world was dark, this ominous feeling became even stronger. His eyelashes were very thick, like a fan, constantly fluttering. There was silence in the office. It was so quiet that they could clearly hear each other's breathing and the sound of their hearts beating. In the darkness, Xia Jiangyan felt Qin Yuan's gentle breathing getting closer and closer to him. So close that if he opened his eyes, he could see her eyes. Xia Jiangyan's inner nervousness grew more and more intense. Qin Yuan, what on earth did she want to do? While pondering, Xia Jiangyan suddenly felt his eyelids become a little cold and moist, with a sweet smell. It felt like he had been touched by something. Xia Jiangyan slowly opened his eyes, and then his face turned red. He discovered that Qin Yuan was actually kissing his eyes. Don't do this. This is the principal's office, how can Qin Yuan do this? It's too much. Xia Jiangyan was both angry and embarrassed. Qin Yuan saw Xia Jiangyan's eyes open, and she rarely revealed a bright smile. What's wrong? Finally willing to open your eyes? Qin Yuan's smile looked so disgusting to Xia Jiangyan. Hearing what Qin Yuan said, Xia Jiangyan was a little annoyed. Just because he kept his eyes tightly shut, she had to use this method to make him open his eyes? Ah! This woman is really sick. Of course, Xia Jiangyan only dared to secretly spit in his heart. His face was very red and he didn't say a word. Seeing his appearance, Qin Yuan inexplicably felt quite cute and her mood improved. The whole person was not so cold anymore. Be honest and don't move. After a little punishment, Xia Jiangyan stopped being stubborn, which made Qin Yuan very satisfied. She picked up a bottle of ointment and squeezed some onto her fingertips. Then she bent down and leaned forward. Their faces came very close together, and her warm breath sprayed on his face. For some reason, his face began to burn. Her fair fingers gently stroked his skin, carrying the fragrance of the ointment. Qin Yuan had a beautiful face and a serious, gentle gaze. Xia Jiangyan's face was very red and he felt a little shy. This was a beautiful scene, but for the people involved, it was a little hard to bear. You wicked Qin Yuan! Why did it take so long to apply the medicine? And was it really necessary to get so close to him? Men and women should not be intimate with each other. Finally, after 2 minutes, Qin Yuan had applied the ointment to Xia Jiangyan. Just when Xia Jiangyan thought it was finally over, Qin Yuan didn't want to let him go. Xia Jiangyan, your face, why is it so red? Qin Yuan leaned in very close, so close that if Xia Jiangyan moved his body even slightly, he would touch her. Qin Yuan smiled seductively, with a unique charm. It's really a rhetorical question. Xia Jiangyan pulled a long face and didn't want to answer. Qin Yuan wasn't angry when she didn't get the answer she wanted. Qin Yuan let out a silvery bell-like laugh and looked at the boy's blushing face. Then, she suddenly moved down a little distance. Xia Jiangyan subconsciously wanted to struggle free. However, his struggle was useless in front of Qin Yuan. Who? Qin Yuan finally ended her actions just before Xia Jiangyan was about to faint from lack of oxygen. Qin Yuan. What are you doing? This is the principal's office. Finally able to breathe, Xia Jiangyan angrily accused. However, Qin Yuan's response made Xia Jiangyan even more annoyed. Qin Yuan smiled evilly and replied, I kissed when I wanted to, do I need a reason? He is her man. His body, including his heart, belongs to her. Chapter 55. Why did Qin Yuan want him to go to her room? In the office, Xia Jiangyan stared at Qin Yuan with wide eyes. He couldn't find a reason to argue. Even if he did, Qin Yuan wouldn't listen to him. After finishing the kiss, Qin Yuan got up and stood up, looking at Xia Jiangyan with beautiful eyes. Seeing Xia Jiangyan's displeased expression, she frowned and asked coldly, "What's wrong? Are you unhappy that I kissed you?" "Of course I'm unhappy. How can I be happy when your kissing technique is so bad?" That wasn't even a kiss, it was clearly nibbling and biting. Although he was clearly thinking this in his heart, when he saw Qin Yuang's cold gaze, Xia Jiangyan was startled and then replied, "No." He almost wanted to say it out loud. "What a close call." "What isn't it?" Qin Yuang asked. "It's not over yet," Xia Jiangyan was annoyed. Seeing Qin Yuang's cold expression, Xia Jiangyan of course didn't dare to express his dissatisfaction. He smiled and replied, "I'm very happy." "Happy my ass. Let me see your hand." Xia Jiangyan's answer made Qin Yuang quite satisfied, so he let him off. "Okay." Xia Jiangyan honestly held out his hand. "What happened to your fingers? Didn't I tell you that when I came back to see you, I wanted to see your fingers return to normal?" Seeing Xia Jiangyan's swollen fingers, Qin Yuang frowned and her face turned cold. Xia Jiangyan was shocked by her aura and quickly replied, "Originally, my fingers had already recovered, but today I hit someone and they swelled up again." Hearing Xia Jiangyan's reply, Qin Yuang's face turned even colder. "You're quite determined. Is that so?" Qin Yuang's cold tone paused for a moment, making people feel nervous. "Oh no. Qin Yuang probably doesn't think it's good for him to hit people, so she's punishing him, right?" Xia Jiangyan became nervous and restless, feeling the temperature around him drop suddenly. "Next time, if you encounter this situation again, don't be stupid and hit people with your hands. Use a weapon. His face is not as important as your hands, understand?" Qin Yuang looked serious as she told him sternly. Xia Jiangyan, who was a little nervous, was dumbfounded when he heard what Qin Yuang said. Wait a minute, it didn't sound like Qin Yuang was going to punish him. And she wasn't lecturing him either. He had a feeling that Qin Yuang was teaching him how to hit people. But it didn't seem like it, because Qin Yuang looked so serious, her gaze was cold. "Okay, I'll remember that." Xia Jiangyan nodded. The next time, Qin Yuang and Xia Jiangyan's teacher had a conversation. After the meeting, with the president of a university and the teacher seeing them off, Qin Yuang left the school. Because there were still classes in the afternoon, Xia Jiangyan did not leave with Qin Yuang. When Xia Jiangyan walked into the classroom, the way the students looked at him was different from before. Even students with whom he had a mediocre relationship before suddenly came over to him and tried to get close to him. "And, was that woman really your sister-in-law? She looks way too young." The student who spoke was the school's most popular guy, usually very aloof and condescending. "HM." Xia Jiangyan replied perfunctorily, not bothering to respond to him. Seeing Xia Jiangyan's indifferent attitude, the school's most popular guy lost interest and had to leave. However, as soon as he thought about Qin Yuang's appearance, his eyes lit up. After the afternoon class, Xia Jiangyan and He Ting walked out of the school together. When they reached the school gate, Xia Jiangyan and He Ting parted ways. Not far away, Lin Hongwen and a boy looked coldly at Xia Jiangyan's back. "Lin Ge, are we just going to let Xia Jiangyan go?" "Of course not." Lin Hongwen stared hard at Xia Jiangyan's figure, his eyes revealing a vengeful glare. "But his aunt doesn't seem like an ordinary person. His aunt is probably just a rich person. Brother Long hangs out on the streets. Even if a rich person is very rich, they can't compete with people on the streets." Thinking about the woman who appeared at noon today, Lin Hongwen's heart felt a little cold, and he felt an inexplicable fear. But his hatred for Xia Jiangyan was so great that it overwhelmed this fear. Xia Jiangyan, who was waiting at the bus stop, inexplicably felt a chill down his spine. He always felt like someone was staring at him from behind, but when he turned around to look, he didn't see anything unusual. Back at the Qin residence, Qin Yuang had not returned yet. After dinner, around 8 o'clock, Xia Jiangyan, who was watching TV, heard a noise. Qin Yuang had returned. "Miss, would you like some dinner?" "No." Qin Yuang replied as she headed upstairs. During this time, she didn't even look at Xia Jiangyan, and she was very cold. It was almost 11:30 in the evening when Xia Jiangyan washed up and went to bed. As he was about to fall asleep, his phone made a sound. "Damn it! Who is it? How dare you disturb my sleep?" Xia Jiangyan opened his phone in annoyance and saw that it was a text message. The sender was none other than Qin Yuang. The content of the message was simple, but Xia Jiangyan lost all sleepiness when he glanced at it. "Come to my room in 5 minutes." As usual, she was overbearing. she left him no room to refuse. The family usually went to bed early, and at this hour, they should all be asleep. Xia Jiangyan glanced out the window, and the sky was like a dark curtain. It was already very late, and what did Qin Yuan want with him in her bedroom? Chapter 56 Xia Jiangyan, do you know what I want to do? It was late at night and Xia Jiangyan had no intention of getting up. He had an ominous feeling that something might happen later. However, he had no choice but to go. Qin Yuan was so strong and overbearing that no one dared to disobey her orders. If you anger the villain Qin Yuan, you never know what will happen. Thinking about this, Xia Jiangyan quickly got up. He was only wearing a pair of pajamas, standing silently by the bed, not knowing what to think. After 3 seconds, it seemed like he had come up with a good idea, and a wicked smile appeared on his handsome face. He walked over to the closet and picked out some clothes to wear. He dressed himself up inside and out, wearing several layers, and in the end, he looked rounder than ever. Perfect. Seeing his fully armed self, Xia Jiangyan nodded with satisfaction. Simple Xia Jiangyan thought that this appearance would put him in a safe position. Gently opening the door a crack, he poked his head out and looked carefully towards the outside of the hallway. After making sure that no one was there, Xia Jiangyan then walked out of the room with relief. Xia Jiangyan felt like a thief at this moment. He walked quietly, not daring to make a sound, and was cautious the whole time. He was afraid that if he made a sound, he would wake up the whole family. If someone found out that he had gone to Qin Yuan's room at this late hour, it would be a big deal. When he reached the door to Qin Yuan's bedroom, Xia Jiangyan stood outside the door, a little hesitant. Take one step forward, is it hell or heaven? Knock, knock. Xia Jiangyan knocked gently on the door. Xia Jiangyan waited for a while, but no one opened the door. Then he gave the door a gentle push, and it opened. The door was not locked, presumably because Qin Yuan had done it on purpose. Xia Jiangyan entered the room, and then he was surprised to find that Qin Yuan's room was also too big. It was more than twice the size of his bedroom. The room was neatly decorated and spotless. Where is Qin Yuan? Xia Jiangyan looked around the room, but he didn't see Qin Yuan's figure. Then he suddenly heard the sound of water flowing. Was Qin Yuan in the bathroom? For some reason, Xia Jiangyan felt a little hot. It could also be because he was wearing too many clothes. His heart was beating fast. His heart was racing, and subconsciously he pulled the zipper of his clothes tighter. The bathroom door suddenly opened, and Xia Jiangyan looked over. Qin Yuan was walking over while drying her hair with a towel. Her slender waist and plump breasts formed the perfect body proportions, concave and convex, and it was amazing. Xia Jiangyan's eyes were shining. This wasn't the first time he had seen Qin Yuan, but every time he did, he would still be amazed. Are you cold? Qin Yuan asked coldly as she wiped her long hair and walked past Xia Jiangyan. She didn't care at all that she was not wearing any clothes. Xia Jiangyan swallowed and quickly replied, Yes, I'm so cold. Qin Yuan glanced at him and didn't say anything. After she had dried her hair, she walked over to Xia Jiangyan and sat down. Sit down, what are you doing standing there? Qin Yuan looked at Xia Jiangyan, who was standing there stupidly, and couldn't help but speak. Okay. Xia Jiangyan nodded and sat down. Then he asked, Qin Yuan, it's very late now, do you need to see me about something? Qin Yuan stared at him for a long time without answering. Seeing Qin Yuan looking at him like that, Xia Jiangyan felt even more flustered and uncomfortable. Finally, when Xia Jiangyan was about to die of nervousness, Qin Yuan finally spoke, Guess? Qin Yuan did not directly answer the question, but instead chose to ask a question in return. Ha? I can't guess. Xia Jiangyan decided to pretend to be confused while knowing the answer. Really can't guess? Qin Yuan lengthened the ending tone, and the atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous and enchanting. Well, I can't guess. Xia Jiangyan's face was a little flushed, his eyes avoiding, afraid to meet Qin Yuan's direct gaze. He was a pure little boy, what could he understand? It was clearly the middle of winter, why did he feel like he was dying of heat? Could it be that it was really because he was wearing too many clothes? Just as Xia Jiangyan was daydreaming, Qin Yuan leaned in close to him and ran her hand over his face. Her voice was low, Xia Jiangyan, I know, you've guessed what I want. As soon as he heard what Qin Yuan said, Xia Jiangyan froze instantly, and a blush spread across his cheeks. Qin Yuan was really bad, so bad. No matter what, men and women are different. Xia Jiangyan, do you know your current identity? Qin Yuan asked, picking up his chin and speaking in a strong and overbearing manner. His identity is her man. I. Xia Jiangyan opened his mouth, but was unable to speak. My goodness. This is so embarrassing. Do it now, take off all the extra clothes on your body. Qin Yuan got up and said in a domineering manner. The tone was like an order, strong and overbearing, leaving him no room to refuse. Xia Jiangyan shrunk his neck and didn't do it. His behavior made Qin Yuan feel a little displeased. Can't you hear me? The tone was low and the temperature in the room suddenly dropped. Humph. You think I'll do it just because you told me to? I'm not taking it off. Xia Jiangyan's stubborn temper came up too. Even though he had already agreed to be Qin Yuan's man, in this regard, it also depended on his own willingness. However, Xia Jiangyan's resistance looked like a child throwing a tantrum in Qin Yuan's eyes. Fine. If you won't take it off, I'll help you. As soon as the domineering words were finished, Qin Yuan pounced on him. Qin Yuan blocked his mouth so that he couldn't say a word. At the same time, his hands were also grabbed by Qin Yuan. He couldn't move at all. In his ears, he could hear Qin Yuan's warm breathing. Before long, Xia Jiangyan felt that several of the clothes on his body had disappeared. You super villain. Little guy, don't move. Xia Jiangyan was still struggling. Qin Yuyan's voice was a little ambiguous. Xia Jiangyan tightly closed his eyes, his eyelashes quivering slightly. Suddenly, Qin Yuyan stopped any further actions. Moreover, she stood up. Could it be that Qin Yuyan had finally felt guilty and was going to let him go? At the thought of this possibility, Xia Jiangyan was happy. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. However, he was not happy for long, as Qin Yuan returned. And she handed him something. Xia Jiangyan froze for a moment, picked up the object and looked at it. His entire face instantly turned red. Humph. He felt so bad for thinking that Qin Yuan had a conscience. I haven't used it. Because he was so nervous, Xia Jiangyan's voice trembled. Of course, what Xia Jiangyan said about not having used it was indeed true. It's just that although he has no direct experience, he has indirect experience. Back then, he and He Ting had watched some romantic movies together. It's okay, I can teach you. Xia Jiangyan's face was now red. I'll only teach you once, next time you do it yourself. Xia Jiangyan's cheeks were red, and he didn't know how to respond. Okay. Looking out the window, the moonlight was picturesque, interweaving into a beautiful scene in the scroll painting of the late night. Chapter 57. Who is the mastermind behind this? The next morning, Xia Jiangyan woke up and found no one next to him. He vaguely felt that Qin Yuan had gotten up at 6 o'clock in the morning. Xia Jiangyan was in a good mood, as he didn't have to face Qin Yuan. He helplessly rubbed his waist and looked worried. How long would this good life last? How come the bad guy Qin Yuan still has the freshness for him? After washing up, Xia Jiangyan went downstairs to eat. Xia Jiangyan carefully observed his mother's expression while eating breakfast. Fortunately, he didn't notice anything unusual about his mother. Last night, Xia Jiangyan tried very hard not to make a sound. Xia Jiangyan's lack of cooperation made Qin Yuan very unhappy. Xia Jiangyan's stubborn resistance made Qin Yuan a little angry. So it became even more intense. After breakfast, Xia Jiangyan went to school. It so happened that at the school gate, Xia Jiangyan happened to meet He Ting, who had just arrived at school. Good morning, Xia Ge. Good morning, He Ting. They walked together to the classroom and sat down. Xia Ge, last night, nothing happened between you and Miss Qin, did it? He Ting asked curiously. Xia Jiangyan and Qin Yuan's relationship behind their backs was only known to He Ting. No. Xia Jiangyan shook his head. Brother Xia, did you not sleep well? He Ting asked with concern, noticing the dark circles under Xia Jiangyan's eyes. Ha? I was a bit sleepless last night. Something like that happened last night. He definitely didn't sleep well. However, he definitely would not tell He Ting about these things. However, He Ting, who was always quick-witted, noticed something from Xia Jiangyan's evasive eyes. Suddenly, he leaned over and whispered in Xia Jiangyan's ear, Brother Xia, last night, did you and Miss Qin have fun? Ha? No. I don't understand what you mean. Xia Jiangyan looked innocent, like he didn't understand. Humph. He Ting is such a pervert. Really? Brother Xia, don't hide it from me, let me check. After saying this, before Xia Jiangyan could react, He Ting reached up and pulled Xia Jiangyan's collar. Brother Xia, you must be lying to me. I can see the little strawberry. A wicked smile appeared on He Ting's face. He Ting, you pervert. I'm not into guys. Xia Jiangyan's cheeks flushed slightly as he hurriedly moved away from the dangerous He Ting. During the second class of the morning, the school suddenly issued an announcement. The tutor of a certain freshman in the art department was expelled for his bad behavior after a school meeting voted to do so. A certain art student was also given a severe demerit after a school vote. Another thing was that all the posts on the university forum about Xia Jiangyan being taken care of were deleted. The school issued a notice that students were not allowed to slander their classmates at will, and those who violated this notice would be severely punished. Xia Jiangyan didn't really care about these things. He was more concerned about who was behind the scenes. After the afternoon class, Xia Jiangyan and He Ting met at the school gate. Because today Xia Jiangyan wanted to invite Su Xuejie to dinner. Xia Jiangyan thought that he had time today, so he chose today. Although Xia Jiangyan and He Ting were in the same class, they took different elective courses. When Xia Jiangyan appeared at the school gate, He Ting had not yet arrived. While waiting for He Ting, Xia Jiangyan picked up his phone and sent a message to his mother. Mom, I've made a dinner date with my classmates tonight, so I won't be home for dinner. Don't wait up for me. Soon, Xia Jiangyan received a reply from his mother. Okay, Mom understands. Just be careful when you're out. After doing this, Xia Jiangyan leaned against the wall and opened the fifth man to kill some time. Just as he opened the game interface, Xia Jiangyan thought about it and decided not to play. Instead, he chose to send a text message to Qin Yuang. Qin Yuang, I'm having dinner with my classmates tonight, so I'll be home late. After sending this text message, Xia Jiangyan felt some inner conflict and struggle. Why should he report his schedule to the villain Qin Yuang? However, it was not possible not to report to her. Qin Yuang had previously warned him seriously that he had to report to her what he was doing, where he was going to play, and who he was with. If he didn't do so, the consequences would be very serious. In particular, when Qin Yuang said this, her eyes looked like they wanted to eat him. Therefore, considering his own safety, Xia Jiangyan still decided to report to Qin Yuang. After all, he hadn't done anything bad, so there was no harm in telling her. When Xia Jiangyan sent the text message to Qin Yuang, she was in the army, giving a meeting to her superiors. In the green tent, the leaders sat with their backs straight, looking very serious and stern. They were not to be trifled with. No one was allowed to make any irrelevant noises during Qin Yuang's meeting. So it was very quiet, not a single irrelevant sound could be heard. Just then, there was a sudden beep from someone's mobile phone in the meeting room. The sound was not loud, but in the quiet environment, it seemed a little loud. People looked at each other, subconsciously checking their phones. However, the sound did not come from anyone in the meeting, but from directly in front of the conference table. Directly in front of the conference table, the person sitting in this position was Qin Yuan in full military uniform. People stared with wide eyes, their eyes revealing surprise. You have to know that Miss Qin is not only strict with others in the military, but also with herself. She is twice as strict with others and many times stricter with herself. This is the reason for Qin Yuan's illustrious reputation in the army. Because of this, when Qin Yuan's phone beeped, people were surprised. They thought that she had simply forgotten to turn it off. However, when Qin Yuan's expressionless face appeared on the screen, they were completely stunned. No one had expected that she would be playing with her phone in the meeting room. This had never happened before. Edit the message and send the text. Qin Yuang put away her phone and looked expressionlessly at a subordinate who was analyzing tactics. Go on. The subordinate was stunned at first, and then quickly reacted. As for Xia Jiangyan, the message had just been sent and it hadn't even been 5 seconds before Qin Yuang replied. The content of the message was still as overbearing and strong as in the past. Male or female? Seeing the content of the message, Xia Jiangyan was suddenly speechless. Male. Xia Jiangyan sent the text message helplessly. Okay. Be home around 7 p.m. Chapter 58 Drink, why don't you drink? Soon, He Ting appeared at the school gate. The place where Xia Jiangyan wanted to invite Su Xuejie to dinner was owned by He Ting's family and was especially famous in the magic city, called Jiuxianshan. You generally have to call in advance to make a reservation. However, Xia Jiangyan was fortunate enough to have He Ting with him, so they didn't need to make a reservation. They got into the car He Ting had driven them in and went to the restaurant together. The address had been sent to Su Shuejiao in advance. Xia Jiangyan and He Ting didn't have to wait long before Su Shuejiao arrived. Su Shuejiao. Su Shuejiao, long time no see. Shaoan, He Ting, it's true that we haven't seen each other for a long time. Su Shuero was wearing a long skirt, with a gentle temperament and an elegant scholarly aura. Senior, you can order whatever you want. Xia Jiangyan handed the menu to Su Shuero, leaning back in his chair with a carefree tone. Su Shuero took the menu, but didn't order right away. Instead, she looked at Xia Jiangyan's hand and asked with concern, Shaoan, is your hand better now? Are you applying the medicine on time? My hand has already recovered, thanks to the medicine you prescribed, Senior. You're really good at medicine. Xia Jiangyan said straightforwardly. He looked like a little punk. Su Shuero covered her mouth and laughed lightly. She was used to Xia Jiangyan's behavior. She knew that Xia Jiangyan was a very special boy. He was more straightforward and generous than the average boy. He was like a real man. He had a special charm. During meals, Xia Jiangyan is responsible for enlivening the atmosphere, and is very humorous, making the other two laugh heartily. For example, let me tell you something. This morning, I was on the bus and heard a little girl ask her father, Dad, why did you hit Mom last night? The father looked at her and said, Don't talk nonsense, I didn't hit Mom. The girl thought for a moment and said, You're lying. The Monkey King on TV fought Langshan for 300 rounds. I heard you tell Mom last night that you wanted to fight her for 300 rounds. Another example, little girl was caught by Uncle Hat and stubbornly denied it. I only sold a box of condoms that cost 10 yuan for 500 yuan. At most, it's considered price gouging. Uncle Hat asked, What happened after you sold them? The little girl said, I taught him how to use them and provided after-sales service. The jokes Xia Jiangyan tells are all a bit risque. However, when he tells them, he doesn't blush or flinch, his face is thick-skinned as a city wall. Su Shuero chuckles softly while looking at Xia Jiangyan with gentle eyes. Suddenly, Xia Jiangyan looks at Su Shuero and asks with a wicked smile, Senior, why didn't you bring your boyfriend along? Su Shuero laughs and says, I'm still single, I don't have a boyfriend yet. Sai Senior, tell me the truth, are you a lesbian? Xia Jiangyan suddenly looked serious, with curiosity in his eyes. Lesbian my foot. Su Shuero laughed helplessly and tapped Xia Jiangyan on the head. Ah, just kidding, just kidding. Xia Jiangyan laughed awkwardly. Brother Xia, do you want some wine? He Ting took out a bottle of wine. I'd rather not. Xia Jiangyan subconsciously wanted to refuse. But wait a minute. Why should he refuse? Just now, his mind suddenly flashed the stern face of Qin Yuang. Qin Yuang had once warned him not to drink anymore. Are you sure? This is my treasured wine? He Ting looked at Xia Jiangyan with a puzzled expression. You know, Xia Jiangyan's drinking capacity is not bad. Drink, why not drink? Screw him for not letting me drink. Chapter 59 Xia Jiangyan got drunk. Xia Jiangyan's eyes lit up the moment he saw He Ting open the bottle of wine. Qin Yuan's warning not to let him drink was completely ignored. Come on, drink. After saying that, he brought the wine glass and poured it directly. He finished it in one gulp. Xia Jiangyan's style at the wine table has always been very heroic. Su Shuero looked at Xia Jiangyan, who drank the wine in the glass in one gulp without changing expression. Her pupils dilated in surprise. Even though this was not the first time she had seen Xia Jiangyan drink like this, she was still shocked every time. Let's drink. What are you doing just standing there, Senior? Xia Jiangyan poured himself another glass of wine and raised it to Su Shuero in a toast. I'll drink. Su Shuero smiled, looking at the glass in front of her, a hint of bitterness in her eyes. But looking at Xia Jiangyan's handsome face, she closed her eyes, as if the wine was poisoned, and finished it in one gulp. Seeing Su Shuero finish it in one gulp, Xia Jiangyan laughed, Senior. That's amazing. It's quite interesting for a girl to know how to drink. Su Shuero took a sip of her drink and asked casually, Shaoan, do you like girls drinking? Xia Jiangyan didn't even think about it before directly replying, yes. As long as girls drink in moderation and don't overdo it, I still like it. An hour later, it gradually grew dark. Looking out the window, the city was ablaze with lights. In the private room, Xia Jiangyan and He Ting had already gotten drunk. At this time, The only person in the private room whose mind remained clear was Su Shuero. Su Shuero's face was flushed, and she had always been a teetotaler, but she had drunk quite a lot this time. Looking at the two boys in the box who had passed out, she shook her head. Alas, you two boys really have big hearts, Su Shuero smiled helplessly. This was a store owned by He-Ting's family, so Su Shuero contacted them, and someone quickly took He-Ting home. In the box, there were only Xia Jiangyan and Su Shuero left. Xia Jiangyan was lying on the sofa, stretched out. Su Shuero stood next to Xia Jiangyan, looking at his ugly sleeping posture. Her gaze softened and she smiled, her eyes full of his figure. And, are you asleep? Su Shuero tried to wake Xia Jiangyan up, because she didn't know where his house was. Don't make a noise. Don't bother me while I'm sleeping, or I'll punch you. Xia Jiangyan unconsciously swung his fist. It looked very cute. Su Shuero's gaze grew even softer. There was no other way, so Su Shuero had to find Xia Jiangyan's phone. Xia Jiangyan's phone had facial recognition. Su Shuero gently lifted Xia Jiangyan's eyelid and used the phone's face recognition function. The phone turned on, and Su Shuero